This young man in black armor is fighting a monster. This monster is also his homeroom teacher. In the end, the monster was not only destroyed by him but also eaten by him. This isn't the first time you've done this, but why would you do this when you're a monster too? The title of cannibal was also given to him because of that. Is there any hidden meaning behind it? The veil of mystery is slowly lifted. A shocking truth is gradually revealed. At night, Kami-sun was walking around when he saw two thugs chasing a girl. The girl had a hot body, tight curves, and a beautiful face. Just looking at her, he knew that the two thugs had bad intentions towards her. As they were forcing the girl deep into a dead end, Kami-sun appeared. He still had a piece of cake in his mouth. Stay away from her or you will go to hell. Normally, this would be a scene of a hero saving a beauty. But the two thugs found Kami-sun just a brat and found him very funny. They herded him away like chickens, constantly threatening to use force if he refused to go. Kami-sun didn't say anything. He directly tore off the ergo bandage on his neck to reveal a hole. What was even more strange was that from that hole, many black ants were slowly crawling out. Go away! A loud voice scolded Kami-sun. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a warm liquid splashed straight onto his face. When he turned around, the beautiful girl in the hot dress had transformed into a hideous monster. She caught him, and his end was no different from his unlucky brother. Kami-sun's entire body was now covered by black ant. The monster finished off the two thugs and turned towards him with a murderous look. Are you trying to get in my way again? Black ant. The next day, the forensic police sealed off the alley. The scene of the massacre looked like a battlefield. They only found the lower body and the right arm of a man. They wondered which gang had fought each other to end up like this. According to witnesses, a young boy was seen at the scene. The inspector suddenly noticed another detail. It was a crust filled with crumbs surrounded by black ants lying around in the alley. He lit a cigarette and kept muttering, "A boy." At the same time, in class, Kami-sun is still absorbed in her passion for snacking. The homeroom teacher was spreading information about the case in the alley in Neiman Ward last night. The police have confirmed that this incident is related to Insector. So the teacher is reminding his students not to gather after school if they don't want to get into trouble. Coincidentally, the class monitor Cho Aare lives in Neiman Ward. So her friend Bang Sae Jean kindly invited her to go home together after school. At the back of the class, the bad students were joking happily, "Hey, do you believe that Insector exists?" "Of course you do. There is an insect in our class, Droner Kami-sun." The whole class burst out laughing. Kami-sun was still focused on eating. Perhaps his nicknames of Insect or Drone came from his habit of eating sweets. After reminding everyone about Insector, the teacher brought up the matter that everyone was tired of, which was collecting homework. But at recess, the lazy kids came to Cho Aare to threaten her not to collect her homework. The reason is very simple. They haven't done their homework but want to drag others down with them. While Aare was still wondering what to do, Kami-sun came over and gave her the homework she had completed. This action was like releasing Cho Aare from the two brats, which made her extremely grateful. But after Kami-sun returned to his seat, those lazy kids turned to him again. They stomped on the table and crushed his notebook. "Hey Droner, don't you know what's going on? You just do as the teacher says? You're such a pain. And why do you keep wearing that ergo band-aid around your neck? To hide a hickey?" The two of them started to juggle and make a mess in Kami-sun's seat. Cho Aare heard that and turned to Bang Sae Jean and asked, "What is a hickey?" When the other girl replied that it was a mark left after biting neck, her cheeks immediately turned red. Over here, the two boys were peeling off the ergo bandage. But of course there was no hickey. They only saw a big black dot like a mole. This made both of them instantly angry. "Hey weirdo, you put on ergo bandages 247 just to cover a mole?" One of them aggressively grabbed Kami-sun by the collar. However, when they were about to attack him, they suddenly saw an ant crawling out from the hole. In a flash, the black ant had dropped it under Kami-sun's collar. The two boys were so scared that they fell backwards. One of the men pointed at Kami-sun and kept on shouting, "You bastard. An ant just crawled out of his mole, what the hell?" "Calm down, you're just an ant," Bang Sae Jean shouted. Then she turned to Cho Aare and bluntly asked her if she liked Kami-sun. At first, Aare denied it, but her shy expression betrayed her. Aare honestly said that she liked him a little bit. After all, Kami-san was good at studying, good at sports, and a real food boy. Who wouldn't like someone like that? Thinking for a long time, Cho Aare unconsciously crumpled the exercise book in her hand. She hurried to the teacher's room to hand in her paper. The teacher became furious when he saw that only 2 assignments had been handed in. He ordered the students to stay and pick up trash. The 2 students who had handed in their assignments, Aare and Miseong, were allowed to leave on time. On the way back to class, Cho Aare was wondering whether she should bring this matter up with the class or not. She was afraid that the lazy students would continue to scold her. Furthermore, Bang Sae-jin did not do his homework either. She wanted to stay and help her pick up trash and then go home together. But along the way, Aare saw Kami-san trying to reapply her ergo bandage. She immediately remembered that he was also from Neiman Ward. So Cho Aare approached her and started a conversation. She told her about the teacher letting the 2 of them go home early while the other students had to stay behind to pick up trash. But Miseong just indifferently responded with an aha. Then, Cho Aare gathered all her courage and asked him to come back together. But Kami-san flatly refused because she was busy. At the end of the day, Cho Aare had to stay behind to help Bang Sae-jin sweep the trash, so she could go home together. As she expected, the bad students were cursing non-stop, but Cho Aare was not in the mood to be sad. She was only thinking about the fact that her crush had just rejected her from going home with her. Aare then told Sae-jin about this. As a result, she was laughed at by her friend. Bang Sae-jin thought Kami-san was too cruel, but Aare kept making excuses that he was a very good person. While the 2 girls were talking, the 2 poor students disappeared. They sneaked into a corner to avoid work, conveniently chatting about Kami-san. One guy claimed he saw a black ant crawl out of his mole. The other guy thought the guy was crazy. The 2 of them kept talking as they walked, completely unaware that they had come face to face with an insector. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. One of them had already been bitten by the insector's huge mouth. The other one was so scared that he could only stand there, stunned. The kid's head rolled on the ground like a coconut skull, then rolled to the feet of a girl who was cleaning nearby. The little girl screamed loudly. Then she started running as if she was going to win an Olympic gold medal. Run, Insector there. The crowd quickly became restless with the appearance of a strangely shaped insector. Its body was round like a ball. Every step the monster took, it repeated a phrase like a robot. I said, what the hell? The students started to run away in panic. Bang Sae-jin and Cho Aare also ran with all their might. But the slow insector suddenly sped up as well. That made the students even more chaotic. A four-eyed kid was so panicked that he grabbed Bang Sae-jin's shoulder and threw her back. Bang Sae-jin fell and hit his head on a rock, immediately losing consciousness. Cho Aare hurriedly helped her up. They had to run immediately. But the insector had already caught up. It stood right in front of the 2 girls, repeating that strange phrase again. I said it. Cho Aare felt extremely hopeless. She weakly stood up and stood in front of the fainted Bang Sae-jin, then chased the monster away. But unexpectedly, the moment the insector saw her, it reacted. Its face changed a bit, becoming more human. Class monitor, you said I could go home after school. Cho Aare was even more shocked. Who would have thought that the insector in front of them was their homeroom teacher? The other insector clasped his hands together, then raised them high, preparing to strike straight down on Cho Aare's head. He almost screamed. Please listen to what I have to say. Cho Aare burst into tears, closing her eyes, waiting for death to come and take her away. But at this moment, Teacher Insector's hand was cut off. Cho Aare opened her eyes wide, discovering the presence of another mutant whose entire body was covered in black. Cho Aare was so shocked that she fainted. The mutant immediately caught her and then confronted the ugly insector. The teacher squinted at him and then questioned him viciously. I know you, Black Ant, but why do you always hunt your own kind? You fight to protect humanity? The teacher yelled at the Black Ant that the Insectors were the bottom of the food chain. They had evolved to dominate everyone, not to protect the weak like humans. But the Black Ant didn't seem to want to listen to this person's presentation. He threw a thunderous punch that sent the teacher flying and pinning him to the wall behind him. At that moment, the Ant-Man slowly lifted up the unconscious Bang Sae Jean. Then he placed the two girls neatly in a corner. Fight? Wrong, this is not fighting, I'm just hunting and eating you guys. The teacher was even more surprised after hearing that this black ant was clearly also an insect, yet he hunted and ate his own kind. He immediately felt that this was truly trash. Fighting spirit immediately rose to the highest level. Then stop thinking that you can eat me. On behalf of my fallen comrades, I will eat you alive, you damn black ant. The teacher huddled into a ball and then rushed towards the Ant-Man. This speed is really amazing. The black Ant-Man also did not have time to block this hit. He was sent flying by him, through the fence, and finally fell to the ground. Just an ant and you want to get in my way. Ants are just ants, they have to be crushed. The teacher flew up high, then started to dive down. With this acceleration and gravity, the Black Sword Knight would definitely be crushed. He really didn't have time to dodge and was hit straight to the ground. Seeing that this move was still not strong enough, the teacher flew up again, wanting to continue repeating the previous attack. The Ant-Man was now lying flat on the ground, his bones all broken. Preparing to move, he softly spoke. The evil teacher began to rush down from above. Boom, this collision was even more shocking than the previous one. He laughed heartily, certain that this time the black ant had been completely crushed. But when he looked closely, he discovered that his body had been pierced by a sharp object. It was the Ant-Man's arm with sharp claws, and his whole body was in extreme pain. What the hell? Are you hiding weapons? Of course not. Ant-Man's armor is made up of countless black ants. He had just asked the ants on his right leg to move up to his right arm, reinforcing the armor there, creating a gauntlet with sharp claws. That idiot rushed down at such a high speed. It was natural that his body would be pierced. Keep moving, the Ant-Man ordered. The ants on the left leg also started to crawl up quickly. And his left arm was also clawed in the same way. Those sharp claws made the teacher sweat profusely. But he had no way to escape from the hand that was piercing his body. Ah, let go. Teacher Insector screamed in despair. The black ant lifted him up with his right hand, used his left hand to gain momentum and then threw a powerful hook. The teacher was sent flying far away. The punch was so strong that he felt like there was no place left unscathed in his body. His head was stuck to the ground. His feet were pointing up to the sky. His posture was extremely unsightly. What the hell is this strength? The evil teacher struggled to get up, but the black ant once again closed in. This time, he used both arms to lift the teacher above his head. He kept screaming, no, he evolved and didn't want to live a mediocre life anymore. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't stop the black ant from continuously putting strength into his arms. In the end, he crushed the evil teacher. Pieces of his body fell all over the ground. The sight was extremely terrifying. Eat and go. As soon as Black Ant finished speaking, all the black ants on his body immediately dispersed. They began to tear the evil teacher's body apart. But the Ant-Man had no idea that his recent battle had been seen by another Insector hiding behind a nearby tree. The scene was quickly sealed off, and it was still the same inspector investigating the case in the alley in Naaman Ward. This time, he even brought along a partner who looked like he was capable enough to confront Insector. But when they arrived, it was too late. There was no one left to fight. Based on the situation, the colleague concluded that this was a battlefield left behind by two Insectors fighting. But why fellow humans attack each other like that, he does not know. At this time, the inspector's subordinate came to inform that the student who confronted the Insector teacher had woken up. He said that a black man came to rescue the students. At this moment, the reporters were gathering to interview a student. It was the furried kid who pushed Bang Sae Jean and hit his head on the rock. The most annoying thing was that he answered the interview in a very deceitful way, even though his actions at that time were extremely cowardly. The fact that the homeroom teacher was Insector made me extremely scared. But because of my friends, I couldn't run away. I took a picture. Do you guys want to see it? The reporters of course do. But when the young man opened the photo album, the photo was blurry, and nothing could be seen at all. This was also a headache for the inspector. The CCTV or the black box of the surrounding cars were useless, so they couldn't get any information. Meanwhile, the journalists were making a ruckus here. hindering the investigation. But anyway, with this situation, the story about Insector would soon cease to be a mere urban legend. The inspector and his partner went to the student who had just woken up. It was the girl Cho-Ra. Seeing the inspector smoking, she immediately covered her nose. "Uncle, smoking is not allowed at school." The inspector made an "oh" sound, then extinguished the cigarette in his hand. His partner humorously said that it was not a cigarette but insecticide. It sounds absurd, but it's true. Back to the main issue. Cho-Ra was the one who had the closest contact with the monster. Ra recounted that when the evil teacher wanted to attack them, the black ant appeared. The inspector and his colleague were a bit surprised when they heard that. "A black person? How did you know it was a human?" "I saw that person very human-like. I passed out right after that, so my memory is vague, but that person did not look like a monster at all." Cho-Ra kept insisting that the black ant saved them. Seeing this, the inspector changed the subject and asked another question. He asked if any students were absent while picking up the trash. Cho-Ra nodded, honestly answering that the only person who didn't come was Kami-san. At this time, Kami-san had also returned home. His grandmother had prepared a delicious table of dishes, all his favorites waiting for him. But today, looking at the food on the table, Kami-san just felt sick to her stomach. "Grandma, I'm not hungry today." That's because he had just digested a giant insector this afternoon. The grandmother seemed to understand the problem immediately upon hearing that. "You must be used to this by now, oh my, again?" She anxiously checked Kami-san's body. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm sorry, I prepared food for you." Kami-san's grandmother waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. Her grandchild's safety was the most important thing. Then she sent him into the bedroom to rest. Kami-san still regretted that meal, telling her she would wake up early tomorrow morning to make up for it. After he entered the room, his grandmother could not hold back her tears anymore. Oh, God is so unfair. What crime has her grandson committed? Kami-san threw his school bag aside and lay down on his bed. The TV was reporting on the incident that happened this afternoon at his high school. Teachers, students and parents are all shocked and outraged to learn that homeroom teacher Im is an insector. And they were even more outraged when they learned that he ate the students just because they refused to do their homework. Kami-san lay still, not knowing if he was asleep or not. Each of the black ants carried a piece of flesh torn from the evil headmaster's body. They lined up one by one, moving from school to Kami-san's house. Then they also crawled into the hole in his neck one by one as if nothing had happened. A few days later, the police were busy with a new case, a series of child abductions. Today, they are approaching an abandoned building suspected of being where the children are being held. When they reached the third floor, the police chief and his colleagues were surprised to see a scene in a room. There are dozens of cocoons hanging on the wall, swinging in there. Outside the building, 3 members of the Bug Reaper organization were waiting, an organization that specializes in cases involving Insector. Besides the familiar inspector named Pyo who had investigated the case in the alley and at the school, there were 2 new young men who appeared, one named Tae and one named Sam. After waiting for a while, there was indeed a message of support. Looks like this corner arrest case is really related to Insector. Up here, the police chief and his subordinates were hastily cutting off the cocoons. They knew their opponent was Insector, so they didn't dare wait until the Bug Reaper arrived to act. They had to make the most of every second or the children's lives would be in danger. After taking everything down, they began to open the cocoons. Luckily, the children were still breathing. But that's where the trouble started. When a police officer cuts open a cocoon, what awaits him is not a cute baby, but an arrow shot through his head. A hideous creature that looked like a fly flapped its wings and emerged. It turned straight to the sheriff and questioned, "What are you doing with my children?" The sheriff was so nervous that he didn't know how to respond. The fly screamed again, "I ask you, what are you doing, you lowlifes?" This fly looked so fierce. The police chief didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His subordinate raised his machine gun, but the fly was already flying towards him. Its speed was faster than lightning, and its nose was made of metal, sharp as the tip of an arrow. Boom! The fly's nose was instantly bent to one side. The police chief was stunned. It turned out that Sam of the Bug Reaper had been using a sniper rifle to attack from the distant tower across from the building. He missed his shot a little because the fly was moving too fast. The breaking of the iron nose made him even more furious. What are you doing? You dare shoot at me? What are you doing with my money? Angry once again, it rushed forward with the speed of an arrow. This time it was aimed at the sheriff. But before its claws could reach him, a stick blocked them. Luckily, Tae came to the rescue. The fly was stunned. Not thinking that there was anyone in this world who could block its attack, Tae was so angry that he used his stick to hit him with a heavy blow. The fly was swatted flat and stuck to the wall. Inspector Pyo ordered the policeman to take the children away. He did not dare to delay even a moment. The fly screamed angrily and wanted to chase after him. Where did you take my money? But Pyo didn't give it a chance to do so. He exhaled a puff of blue smoke. The fly immediately staggered, unable to fly high anymore. It turned out that this was the real effect of the insect-killing cigarettes that Pyo often smoked. You will be intoxicated by this smoke and obediently tell where the children you captured were sold. Damn it, the black ant didn't show up and was instead followed by flies. The fly decisively broke its nose. Tae looked visibly annoyed when a fly called him a fly. It madly shot many arrows at them. Pyo took a deep breath of smoke, then exhaled a green smoke to continue controlling the fly. Meanwhile, Tae was busy using his stick to deflect the arrows. The fly took advantage of this chaos to run out. From the walkie-talkie, a painful sob rang out. Sam was shot. The two of them ordered him to hold on, they would be there soon. And so their three-man party failed to hunt the Insector this time. Back at Kami-sun School, the order to close the school has been issued, effective for a week. The memorial service for the lost children continues. No Soo-young, the first person to report the appearance of Insector and Bug Reaper, received the Citizen of Courage Award. Life is full of twists and turns. Meanwhile, Bang Sae Jean had to undergo surgery because the fall caused her a traumatic brain injury. Cho Ara has a short vacation but has to be an unwilling nanny for her mischievous younger brother. Today, they went to the park to play. Her younger brother accidentally bumped into Kami-sun, who was on her way back from buying a bunch of ice cream. So the three of them sat down together to eat ice cream to avoid the heat. Cho Ara suddenly remembered Inspector Pyo's question that day. When picking up the bodies, Cho Ara clearly remembered telling the inspector about Kami-sun being able to leave early that day. She was afraid she would tell too much, so she timidly asked if anyone had come to see him that day. But Kami-sun calmly said no. At this moment Cho Ara was able to relax a bit. Her little brother finished his ice cream and then went off with the other kids to play soccer. Cho Ara noticed at this time. Kami-sun started to bite continuously on the ice cream stick, acting as if she was uneasy. The two children in front suddenly shouted. Their balloon flew away. The two children crawled through the hole in the fence to look. Kami-sun quickly stood up. I'll go help them find them, you stay here. Kami-sun crawled through the hole in the fence. He caught Cho Asio first and threw the boy across the fence to his sister. Only the strange boy was left playing soccer with his younger brother. Just like his previous uneasy feeling, this child was not normal, although he was small. He did not seem to be afraid of an adult like Kami-sun at all. This is my territory, Kami-sun exclaimed. It turned out to be the same kind. Seeing him stay silent, the other kid continued to speak. I almost caught him, but because of you I missed. Not only that, yesterday I was robbed of everything by the Bug Reapers, but oh well, my mood is fine. Seeing the boy keep talking, Kami-sun silently removed the ergo bandage on his neck. Immediately, the swarm of black ants rushed out in overwhelming numbers. The kid's eyes widened. Perhaps it didn't think that someone who had just awakened not long ago like Kami-sun would have such formidable abilities. The black ants began to gather, forming Kami-sun's solid black armor territory. What the hell are you talking about? The boy began to panic. He was so angry that he crushed the ball in his hand. Kami-sun's complete appearance made him even more certain that this person was the recently famous cannibal, and he swore that he would beat him to a pulp, like getting justice for breaking Insectors rules and eating his own kind. Just take the head and the larvae will hatch immediately, and I will also become heavenly insects. The other boy's body has completed the transformation. It turned out to be the same talkative fly from yesterday. It flew straight towards Kami-sun's head. The old man charged at this lightning speed. causing his helmet to crack a little. Riding on the victory, the fly continued to attack everywhere, wanting to completely destroy his black armor. It laughed with glee, seemingly completely engrossed and proud of its speed. What? Can't catch me? Are you just standing there watching? Are you frozen, you useless thing? Too noisy. Kami-san lost all patience. He waited for the right moment when the fly flew past his face, then decisively punched it until it fell flat on the ground. When Kami-san returned, the Choaseo sisters were already waiting. Brother, did you find the ball? You found it, let's go home. Choaseo kept praising Kami-san for being so good. Choaseo grabbed his hand and asked for another ice cream. This little doe was so adorable. Kami-san also found herself unable to resist its cuteness. Choaseo stood by and watched, feeling extremely surprised. I didn't expect that someone who is cold all year round like Kami-san can also smile. In the woods next to the park at that time, the body of the fly was surrounded by a large swarm of black ants. Obviously, its fate was no different from that of the Insector teacher. A week later, the children returned to school. Like Cho Aseo's third grade class is temporarily closed. The school did this so that the unfortunate victims in her class could rest in peace. Cho Aseo was temporarily transferred to class 5. She was extremely depressed because Bang Sae Jean never replied to her messages. Since the surgery, she has not allowed anyone to visit. What makes Cho Aseo even more upset is that she has to transfer to the same class as No Soo-young. If it weren't for this bastard, Sejin wouldn't have had a traumatic brain injury. And yet he still had the nerve to make up a story and receive a certificate of merit. At this moment, a few kids were gathered around No Soo-young. They all wanted to hear her recount the story of Insector. No Soo-young also kept talking non-stop because of that. Her voice echoed throughout the class, making Lee Yeo-jin, a problem student, extremely uncomfortable. Lee Yeo-jin didn't say anything, just walked over and kicked No Soo-young in the stomach. While No Soo-young was still screaming, the other kids hurriedly apologized to Lee Yeo-jin. The reason they did that was because she was the real deal in this class. No one dared to touch her. Lee Yeo-jin finished dealing with No Soo-young, and then kicked the door open and left the classroom. The students didn't find anything strange. After all, Lee Yeo-jin just came to check in and then skipped class every day. She reached the door and ran into Kami-san. They exchanged an unfriendly look. Kami-san squeezed her way into the classroom, then walked straight to Cho Ara's seat. She happily recounted how No Soo-young had just been kicked by Lee Yeo-jin for being too noisy. This made Ara feel extremely happy. Kami-san was not very interested in the story. He took out a bag of chips from his bag as usual, then opened it and started nibbling. During math class, Kami-san suddenly discovered something unusual. Seeing his expression so bad, Cho Ara thought he was hungry. But it was actually Kami-san who discovered Insector. So, as soon as the school bell rang, Miseong was gone. Cho Ara was about to ask him out for lunch, but when she turned around, he was gone. Kami-san jumped over the wall and ran at lightning speed. Coincidentally, Inspector Pyo and Tae were also near the school searching for that fly. While going to the intersection, the two were hit by Kami-san. But he was in such a hurry that he didn't even bother to look back at them, let alone apologize. Tae looked at Kami-san's figure angrily and said he was definitely a rude kid. How did he know he was rude? It was just experience. Their purpose today was not just to wander around looking for that crazy fly. They came to school to look for the student who was absent from the last trash pickup. Cho Ara said he went home because he was hungry. Tae was now dumbfounded. Could it be that rude kid who bumped into us just now? Pyo was also at his wit's end. He took out a Bug Reaper business card from his pocket and gave it to Cho Ara. Then he carefully told her to give this to that friend. After finishing the instructions, they went to the hospital where Sam was being treated. Cho Ara kept looking at the business card. She never expected that this eccentric-looking, chain-smoking uncle would be the captain of the Insector extermination team. At the same time, Kami-san went to a deserted bridge. As he predicted, there was an Insector here. Is it a praying mantis? But it looks very ugly anyway. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, Kami-san immediately approached as soon as he appeared. It's always best to strike first. Kami-san wants to punch him first before doing anything. But unexpectedly, that mantis was no pushover. Kami-san's punch was easily deflected by it. Furthermore, it had more arms than Kami-san. So, in a moment of carelessness, he was also beaten back painfully. The mantis saw that he was at a disadvantage and revealed a sly smile. Its limbs were not idle either. The two sides once again pressed against each other. This time it was Kami-san who hit. His punch was too strong, to the point of making the other person dizzy, lightheaded, and have ringing in their ears. But Kami-san was sure he didn't need to take brain tonics anymore, because this movement looks like it was intentional and not caused by being beaten. He tried to observe, but discovered that above the opponent's head was one of his black ant hanging. To clarify the doubts in his heart, Kami-san immediately threw a swarm of black ants at the opponent. The ants clung to the mantis and began to climb up its head and neck. The group began to climb higher, seemingly into the air but in reality clinging to very thin threads attached to the mantis body. The upper end of this thread weaves its way into the ceiling. There was another insector there. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, the strange insector took the initiative to cut these threads. The mantis body immediately lost control and fell to the ground. Kami-san went to take a look. He found the threads to be like puppeteers. But before he could understand what was happening, the mantis suddenly turned its head and looked straight at him. Then it opened its mouth, revealing a gun barrel. Kami-san knew something was wrong, but he couldn't avoid it anymore. The muzzle of that gun was no ordinary one. Immediately after, a powerful explosion occurred. Kami-san was blown back, his whole body covered in injuries. The ant armor was also badly damaged. He looked extremely miserable right now. So wonderful! A delighted voice came from somewhere. Black Ant, the hunter of his own kind. This must be the first time he's been caught, huh? Kami-san's eyes widened at this moment. He knew he had fallen into the trap of the insector in front of him. The insector walked over and used one foot to step on Kami-san's shoulder. It seems they planned very carefully to catch you today. It turns out that this gang and that fly are the same gang. They sell baby meat to those who need it, and Kami-san's hunt has caused quite a bit of damage to their business. Another insector appeared, looking even more hideous than its companions. In its hand was a large cannon, looking like it was about to blow Kami-san to pieces. The other insector angrily kicked Kami-san's head off. But unfortunately, the main character cannot die that easily. What remains is just the shell. The remaining one shouted to be careful above, but it was too late. Kami-san rushed forward like an arrow. His two hands were covered by black ant into extremely sturdy armor. First, he threw a punch that made the yellow insector roll his eyes. Then he took the opportunity to rush towards the brown insector and gave it a series of punches. The brown insector was extremely angry after being punched and kicked. He took advantage of the moment when his arms and legs had an opening to open fire. Kami-san holds his hands in an X shape to protect himself from artillery fire. After the dust cleared, he wanted to attack his opponent again. But Kami-san's fist stopped just a hand's breadth away from the brown insector, because his two arms were tied tightly with countless silk threads. And the person holding the other end of the line was the yellow insector who had just been stunned by his punch. Use your head, you're too arrogant, he kept pulling the string. What the hell can you do in human form? There's no denying that in his insector form, he's much stronger than Kami-san. Kami-san tried to struggle free from the binding threads, but to no avail. The yellow insector spun around in the air to gain momentum, then kicked down. If this kick hit, Kami-san would return to his ancestors. Luckily, Kami-san used both hands to block it, but the force of the kick was still too great. He only avoided the tragedy of having his teeth in one place and his gums in another. His entire body was still kicked away. Kami-san struggled to kneel on the ground. The green insector's gun barrel was coldly pointed straight at his head. At this moment, Kami-san opened his eyes wide and gave a familiar command. Move. The black ants immediately rushed towards him from the armor. The hunt was over. The black insector coldly opened fire. Boom, a huge explosion, part of the bridge was blown away. Obviously, this move went astray because Bug Reaper's Tay had already appeared. With the same bamboo stick, Tae changed the direction of the cannon's barrel, saving Kami-san's life. Setting off fireworks in the park will result in a fine. What's so expensive about insects? Leaves? This provocative appearance of Tae made the brown Insector extremely annoyed. He retreated back, meeting up with the yellow Insector. Inspector Pyo also arrived. As usual, he lit another cigarette. Smoke began to spread out with a murderous aura. Pyo and Tae, one in front and one behind, surrounded the two Insector. As for Kami-san, it seemed like he only had his armor left. Looks like he used the cicada shedding trick again. Finish them off at once, Pyo coldly ordered. The brown Insector smirked, then took out something from the cannon barrel that made the other two's faces change color. It was a bomb. It was thrown firmly towards Pyo. But it turned out to be just a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of this chaos, the two Insectors carried each other and ran away. Tae gritted his teeth in anger. The winged Insector was really annoying. Pyo was about to request helicopter support, but Tae said that they had already caught a black one anyway. Pyo then remembered Kami-san's presence. But when the two turned back, he was gone. These two were known as the Insector extermination team, but they seemed a bit stupid. Kami-san had already run away a long time ago. Unfortunately, this time he was too badly injured. Mi-sun dragged his heavy body along a deserted road home. With each step he took, blood seeped out into small puddles. It was very difficult to get home. Today he was starving because of a failed hunt. The grandmother felt extremely heartbroken when she saw her grandson eating so greedily. She kept wiping away tears because she knew that her grandson had failed in hunting today and had been beaten up badly. After filling her stomach with a table full of delicious food, Kami-san returned to her room. He leaned against the door and slowly slid down. Kami-san's whole body ached. There was no place that was not injured. His head was filled with chaotic thoughts. He remembered the evil teacher at school, the fly that kidnapped children, and the two Insector today. They all questioned him why he ate his own kind, why he protected humans. But they don't understand. Kami-san does it for herself. He took off his uniform, revealing terrible wounds all over his body. Kami-san was in so much pain that he screamed. He knew he had to keep hunting, had to keep eating them. Otherwise, you'll be the one getting eaten back. Late that night, at an abandoned house on the outskirts of town, a blonde girl was struggling to drag cocoons across the ground. She opened the door to a room, or more accurately, a cold storage room. The inside is also filled with such cocoons. She skillfully threw each new cocoon inside. But the person in the cocoon suddenly opened his eyes and called for help. However, her actions did not stop. After finishing packing all 3 cocoons, she coldly slammed the door of the cold storage. Damn it! The sound of digging echoed from inside the abandoned house. Should have caught that black ant so the heavenly insects would notice. Who would have thought that the bug reapers would appear there? The one pointing was an old man in brown. He wanted to increase the human cargo, but the blonde girl objected. Surprisingly, this girl is the problem student Lee Jeon-jin in grade 5. They were the 2 brown and yellow Insector that had just attacked Kami-san. After Lee Jeon-jin took off his protective suit, the old man suddenly noticed something unusual. Her school uniform is exactly the same as the black ant they just lost. The old man suspected that Lee Jeon-jin knew the Ant-Man's true identity, but she immediately denied it. How the hell am I supposed to know who that guy is? Lee Jeon-jin angrily shook off the hand that was grabbing his shirt, but the old man didn't care. If they were schoolmates, he wanted Lee Jeon-jin to hunt down and massacre the black ants. But Lee Jeon-jin struggled. She didn't want to do dirty things like taking human lives. Hey, my purpose in coming here is because... Lee Jeon-jin hadn't even finished his sentence when his throat was already squeezed. The old man seemed very upset when he heard her say that the task she assigned him was dirty. His 2 hands kept exerting strength, as if he really wanted to crush Lee Jeon-jin's throat. At this moment, suddenly there was a loud barking sound. It was a man in a cocoon who escaped. The old man let go of Lee Jeon-jin. He looked through the window. Then through the surveillance camera, the cold storage door was wide open. Did you forget to lock the cold storage door? No way, Lee Jeon-jin affirmed. That's good. If you make a mistake, I will not forgive you, because people are often ignorant. The old man's right arm began to transform into its insector form. He continued the unfinished conversation with Lee Jong-jin. She said that she wanted to end their partnership. The old man just let out a cold "oh" and then snapped his fingers. The man who was running away immediately stopped. His body was burning hot, and something was gradually glowing on the right side of his chest. That's right, it was exactly like the bomb in the mouth of the praying mantis insect. Just a second later, the man was blown to pieces. Inside the house, the old man was still facing Lee Jong-jin. The explosion just now was like a warning from him to her. You see, I always know how to deal with things that get in the way of my work. Lee Jong-jin's body also suddenly lit up. There was no doubt that she was also implanted with a bomb similar to the man just now. And if he doesn't want to be blown to pieces, Lee Jong-jin has to obey this old man's orders. He'll say it one last time, "Go catch that black ant for me." The next day, the students were making noise downstairs during lunchtime. No Soo-young and her friends were bargaining with the teacher in charge to give them an extra sausage. But she refused because the first-year students weren't allowed to eat that today. The two of them were bargaining to no avail, when they noticed Kami-sun eating like a hungry tiger not far away. The trays of rice he had eaten had piled up, but Kami-sun still didn't feel full, because of yesterday's failed hunt. The ants in his body had nothing to nibble on. They were constantly biting and tearing Kami-sun into unbearable pain. Seeing this, Ra was extremely worried. She even thought that Kami-sun had eaten too much and was bloated, but No Soo-young was very upset because she couldn't eat sausage. So she went to find trouble. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? It's hard for a kid to even get an extra sausage, and yet someone here is eating rice so carelessly? Or is your dad the school principal?" Choa Ra grumpily yelled at No Soo-young to shut up. Even though Kami-sun ate a lot, he had already paid enough for 10 servings of rice. Seeing this, No Soo-young started teasing him in another way. She teased that Kami-sun's appetite had far exceeded human limits. "So you are Insector." This one sentence from No Soo-young made the whole dining room silent. Many eyes started to turn towards Kami-sun. Even Lee Jong-jin started to notice. Choa Ra became even angrier. This bastard seems to have no problem with making fun of him. No Soo-young still won't shut up. He thought that on the day teacher transformed into Insector, only Kami-sun did not come because they were accomplices. And the fact that the drug addict uncle in a white vest came to school to find Mi-sun further proved that his identity was not normal. Kami-sun didn't have the energy to care about this madman. He was being torn apart by the black ants. The pain made Kami-sun's face pale. She kept sweating cold and her whole body trembled. But this expression of his caught No Soo-young's eye and made her even more suspicious. She kept nagging next to Kami-sun. "Look at her now, isn't it suspicious?" At this moment, another black ant bit into Kami-sun's flesh. He was in so much pain that his mind went blank. Kami-sun stood up, cut No Soo-young's mouth and lifted her up. The whole restaurant immediately became noisy. Choa Ra screamed in fear, telling him to stop. Kami-sun immediately threw No Soo-young away. She fell into a girl who was passing by and collapsed, food falling all over her head. Kami-sun immediately ran away, and all of his actions were seen by Lee Yeo-jin. Kami-sun ran out of the cafeteria. He was still so hungry, his stomach still not filled. With this hunger, the black ants were no longer under control. They rushed out of the hole in Kami-sun's neck. The ergo bandage couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground, causing the ants to rush out. But Kami-sun could not bear it anymore and cried out in pain. "Hey Insector, you're advertising everywhere that I'm Insector black ant." A female voice rang out. It turned out that Lee Yeo-jin had followed him out of suspicion. But looking at this situation, her suspicions were confirmed. Honestly speaking, Lee Yeo-jin had no ill feelings towards Kami-sun. But if she doesn't catch him, that old man will blow her to pieces. On this side, Kami-sun was still losing his mind. As soon as he saw the person in front of him was Insector, he crazily rushed forward wanting to eat him. Lee Yeo-jin calmly took out her signature weapon, the silk threads, facing Kami-sun who was charging towards her fiercely. In her mind, there was only one thought left: go back to your ancestors. When Kami-sun woke up, his body was crawling with black ants. The limbs were locked by giant black ants. Kami-sun was both in pain and scared. He kept begging the ants to leave him alone. How much more blood do you want me to shed? In desperation, Kami-san could sense a black ant approaching. Its sharp, strong mandibles looked like they could rip his head off his neck at any moment. Still not enough. Kami-san really wanted to close her eyes and give up, but at the moment when he was most desperate, a red ant suddenly appeared, ferociously tearing apart the bodies of the ants that were holding him. Mi-sun was bewildered. This was the first time he saw this strange red ant. Then he woke up again. He didn't know if what happened earlier was a dream or reality. But the pain had lessened a lot. The ants were no longer biting his body. But Kami-sun couldn't remember anything after meeting Lee Yeo-jin on the rooftop. The ants were so quiet that Kami-sun wondered if he had dealt with her or not. As soon as he entered the living room, his grandmother was eager to serve dinner. But today Kami-sun did not feel hungry. Grandma also thought that yesterday you caught Insector again. But Kami-sun himself did not know about it. He asked his grandmother how he got home yesterday. Don't you remember? A short-haired girl carried you home, the blonde girl. Kami-sun was drinking milk and had to stop. Grandma also said that at that time his whole body was covered in blood. Looking at Lee Yeo-jin carrying him back, it was also very difficult. Hearing this, Kami-sun's heart was in turmoil. He immediately thought that Lee Yeo-jin was probably not a bad person. But if she was still alive, why didn't the ants bite his car anymore? While he was deep in thought, Kami-sun suddenly changed color again, because he felt the call of an insector, that brown-shelled insector. A feeling of great unease arose from deep within. The old man was now questioning Lee Yeo-jin. It looked like there was no longer any good part of her body. But the old man still blamed her for not bringing Kami-sun's body here. Lee Yeo-jin got angry when he heard that. You bastard, you can still say that when you see me like this? If you want to beat him like that, why don't you, the old man, come out? That crazy guy is a real monster. As soon as Lee Yeo-jin finished speaking, the brown old man Insector's expression changed. Here he is, his eyes boring into the darkness. Lee Yeo-jin followed his gaze and was also startled and on guard. Just then, a night train passed over the bridge. The light from the train clearly illuminated the person standing below. This Kami-sun in Insector form. The old man also immediately changed his form. Lee Yeo-jin had no choice but to follow him. She rushed forward and kicked Kami-sun fiercely. He raised his left hand to support it, and Black Ant followed his command and moved up to reinforce his right arm. As a result, Lee Yeo-jin was hit with a powerful punch. Just this one blow was enough to completely destroy her outer armor. But Kami-sun didn't continue to hit her and walked straight past her. Lee Yeo-jin thought he wanted to run away, but unexpectedly, Kami-sun walked straight towards the brown insector. The old man gave Lee Yeo-jin a contemptuous look. Useless thing. Suddenly, Kami-sun's foot was grabbed. It was Lee Yeo-jin. Wait, what are you doing now? Just because I helped you once, you're feeling sorry for me now? Don't look down on me like that. After all, if I don't catch him, my goal of revenge against the heavenly insects won't come true. Kami-sun seemed to understand Lee Yeo-jin's wish, but the way she was crawling on the ground and tightly holding onto his legs made the insector named Jang Yeol extremely disgusted. Once again, that old man Jang bluntly criticized her as useless. He slowly walked forward step by step. Lee Yeo-jin immediately realized that Jang Yeol's actions were extremely unusual. Wait, what are you going to do? Stop, don't do that. Jang Yeol laughed loudly several times. You are so stupid. Do you think I will really help you get revenge? Lee Yeo-jin felt like she had been slapped hard in the face. She had always followed Jang Yeol for revenge. But now he said that she always endured, doing the dirtiest things he ordered, all to take revenge on the heavenly insects. But now he said that it was all meaningless. No insector could stand against the heavenly insects. In Jang Yeol's hand was a detonator. If he just pressed his thumb down, Lee Yeo-jin's body would explode. He believed that was the perfect ending for useless people. You won't be going alone, hold on tight. Lee Yeo-jin could no longer think of anything at this point. But Kami-sun is not that easy to bully. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared right before Jang Yeol's eyes. While he was still looking around, a huge explosion occurred right next to Lee Yeo-jin. Jang Yeol immediately laughed heartily. He criticized Kami-sun for moving too clumsily. The explosion just now was because he stepped on a mine. But ahead is also a field full of mines. No matter where you step, it will explode. Kami-sun's target now is that bastard's hand. And he had to speed up, faster enough that he couldn't see him. Kami-sun kept jumping back and forth, making the opponent dizzy. Even though he stepped on mines several times because he was so fast, he didn't have to suffer the consequences of being blown to pieces. Seeing him getting faster and faster, Jang Yeol started to feel uneasy. This is too fast, he can't keep up with his steps anymore. At this time, Kami-sun approached Jang Yeol. He thought he would break his arm to get the detonator. But what Kami-sun broke was this bastard's head. What the hell kind of power is this? Lee Jong-jin thought to herself. The situation had changed so quickly that she couldn't believe her eyes. Kami-sun stood proudly in the darkness, his entire black armor now emitting a red light. Kami-sun let go, and Jang Yeol's head rolled away. His body also fell down. The ants left his body one by one. They began to perform their familiar task of digesting food. Jang Yeol's body was covered with black ants. Lee Jong-jin was still in shock and couldn't stand up. Kami-sun coldly walked past her, threw her an unknown look, then left. When he had gone some distance, Lee Jong-jin suddenly shouted loudly, calling him back. She wanted to know why Kami-sun saved her. You have a plan too, right? Do you have a reason to fight against the heavenly insects too? Kami-sun did not answer. Instead, he asked Lee Jong-jin what happened yesterday. The girl was bewildered. Could it be that this idiot didn't remember anything after beating her up yesterday? Thinking back to that time, Lee Jong-jin felt very lucky to have escaped the life of a vegetative person. The black ants swarmed Kami-sun but did not transform into his sturdy armor like usual. Instead, he seemed to be controlled by them, transforming into an extremely terrifying half-human, half-insector form. Lee Jong-jin had never heard of, nor seen, this type of insector. She was beaten flat on the ground and the ant head once again launched its attack. But the moment Lee Jong-jin was about to be bitten by it, Kami-sun screamed and stopped. The black ant head did indeed stop, but Kami-sun's condition wasn't very good. It seemed like he was struggling to gain control of his body with the ants. I said, "Don't do as you please," Kami-sun groaned. Even his words were broken. The black ant head no longer attacked Lee Jong-jin. Instead, it turned around and wanted to attack Kami-sun himself. And at that moment, Lee Jong-jin did something extremely disadvantageous to herself. She used her threads to tie up the ant head, preventing it from harming Kami-sun. This action was completely unconscious, but seeing that Kami-sun's Insector had a will of its own, she really didn't want it to harm him. Lee Jong-jin used all her strength to try to restrain his head. Deep inside Kami-sun's chest, he also started to feel hot. He let out a loud scream, and then the black ant's head exploded. The ants started to calm down and crawled back into the hole on Kami-sun's neck. As for him, he had completely fainted. Lee Jong-jin sat down beside him, panting at that time. She had been thinking for a long time. Now was a good opportunity to take down Kami-sun. Otherwise, she could sell him to his enemies for profit. But suddenly, a thought came to her mind. If he was a freak with such terrifying power, maybe Kami-sun could destroy the heavenly insects. At that time, he became the only trump card she could possess. In the end, just like what her grandmother said, Lee Jong-jin decided to spare her life and bring Kami-sun home. According to Lee Jong-jin, Kami-sun has now also become a target of heavenly insects. Since that bastard Jang Yeol has gone to meet his ancestors, the supply of human flesh will be greatly reduced. If we look deeper, it will only be a matter of time before the heavenly insects find him, and of course he will be targeted by them. At that time his family, friends, everyone who had ever met him, even if only in passing, would be affected. They would hunt everyone down, including those who knew Kami-sun and those he knew. "I will help you, and you, please fight with me," Lee Jong-jin begged. She believed that if it was just her or Kami-sun fighting alone, it would be very difficult to win, but if they joined forces they could definitely do it. "Are you helping me?" Kami-sun's voice was filled with sarcasm. No, it was just that he had nothing and wanted to find someone to cling to. Kami-sun did not care nor bother about the heavenly insects. He approached Lee Jong-jin, raising his hand full of black ants to cover her eyes, as if covering her last ray of hope. Kami-sun was not afraid of those heavenly insects, because whatever it is, you're going to eat it all. A second later, Kami-sun reached out and covered Lee Jong-jin's mouth. The ants from his hand started to crawl and attack her. It seemed that even though Lee Jong-jin had saved his life, she still couldn't escape the same fate as Jang Yeol. The next morning, Kami-sun went to class as if nothing had happened. When the homeroom teacher called the roll, Lee Jong-jin was absent. This was really strange, because even though she seemed eccentric, she had never missed a single class. The teacher worriedly asked any student who was close to Lee Jong-jin to try calling her. But the whole gang shook their heads because the hooligan girl had absolutely no friends. Hey, you know what? I heard there was an accident in Naemin yesterday. No Soo-young started gossiping again. Oh, is it Jong-jin? I saw him there a few times. If that's true, then we're the real deal of this class now. Another kid joked along, but his dream of making a real deal in class didn't come true, because right after that, Lee Jong-jin kicked the door open and entered the classroom. She had heard everything the two kids had just said. You two stay after class. The two kids were still laughing and joking happily. Now their faces were drained of blood. They thought to themselves, oh shit. Lee Jong-jin leisurely walked to the roll call. Kami-sun didn't even bother to glance at her. But in his mouth, he unconsciously muttered the two words, heavenly insects. The next day, police and Bug Reaper were at the scene under the bridge yesterday. Today, the new soldiers came to investigate, and they found a prosthetic leg. This was of course Jang John's. Tae had mentioned an Insector with a prosthetic leg that could shoot bullets, therefore this prosthetic leg needed to be brought back to the organization for further study. But this young man wearing glasses while picking up the leg accidentally discovered something like a pill. It fell out of the hollow of the prosthetic leg. You can't go in here. Before he could even get a good look at what it was, he was drawn in by the commotion on the other side. A tall man wanted to rush into the scene, but was stopped by the staff. The long-haired young man who was smoking a cigarette ran out to stop him. He put his hand on the tall man's shoulder and said in a teasing tone, "Hey buddy, this is a dangerous area." But before he could finish his sentence, the arm that was on his shoulder was broken. The remaining Bug Reaper sprouts immediately started to panic. Being Insector, they immediately drew their weapons. At the same time, they reported to headquarters that a new Insector had appeared at the crime scene. However, those were the last words they spoke in this world, because right after that, their heads were ripped off their necks. Even though the other Insector hasn't transformed yet, its power is still higher than all of these future Bug Reaper seedlings. After wiping out the group, the man snatched the pill from the young man's hand. He called a contact named the Evil Girl to report that the sample was secured. Let's play this time. Lee Jong-jin sat in class and made a device to shoot Kami-sun a piece of paper. Inside was a note asking him to meet him at the back gate after school. Kami-sun came to see her on time. The two talked like two real men. Thinking back to that time, Lee Jong-jin thought she was dead. The swarm of black ants from Kami-sun's hand continuously poured into her body through her mouth. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself still alive. Moreover, he could even vomit out the bomb that the old man had planted in his body. Kami-sun saved her life once more and left as if nothing had happened. But after this time, Lee Jong-jin's desire to cooperate with him became even stronger. The purpose of her asking Kami-sun out today was also to propose this cooperation again. But the young man's attitude seemed much tougher than Lee Jong-jin had imagined. Don't be mistaken. You're just a reserve food. One day I'll eat you too. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps. Are you that bad? Lee Jong-jin started to panic when she saw Kami-sun remove the bandage from her neck. She deliberately repeated what she said the day before. That one day Kami-sun would also become a target of heavenly insects. They are always aiming to eliminate humans and climb to the top of the food chain. To do that, they will feed their bodies and deal with everything that gets in their way. She was sure that if Kami-sun continued to be alone like this, it would be only a matter of time before she would be killed. But Kami-sun did not care about that at all. He still maintained his uncooperative stance. And the two of them standing under the gate haggling like this was seen by Cho-Ra. A feeling of jealousy arose from deep within. She doesn't know when the two became close. Looking back and forth, I still don't see any similarities. In another development, Bug Reaper is researching and developing a type of armor to fight Insector. And the person being tested is handsome Tae. This is also because Bug Reaper has suffered huge casualties recently. They were forced to increase their resilience to minimize casualties as much as possible. After Tae finished putting on the armor, DR Man, in charge of the technical department, began the test. They did not allow Tae to use any weapons, instead only a short sword attached to his right arm. Preparations complete, a captured Insector is led in. Pyo outside ordered him to fight Tae with all his might. This made the Insector extremely excited, because it had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of choking someone's neck. After transforming, the beetle blinked and disappeared, then reappeared behind Tae. His punch missed its target because Tae was quick to escape. He gave a satisfied smile. This armor increases physical strength up to 80 times that of a normal person. The feeling was really different. Pyo outside reminded Tae not to be careless, because the opponent in this test was the Insector beetle with a moving speed of up to 300 kilometers. Tae also tried his best to concentrate. Both sides could be said to be evenly matched. After hitting him back and forth for a while, Tae finally succeeded in giving him a kick. But this kick caused minor injuries. Tae was also punched twice in the same place. The armor on his arm was starting to show signs of cracking. In the blink of an eye, the Insector rushed forward again. This time he successfully strangled Tae's throat. Just when he thought he was about to die, the ugly beetle started to twitch. Don't worry. If it gets hit by this attack, that Insector will be shocked by 100,000 V of electricity. Pyo's voice rang out from outside. Damn it, why did you say that now? Tae was angry. The experiment ended, and the Insector was captured and locked up again. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Tae a challenging look. Let's play again next time. Pyo stood silently to the side, thinking the recent incident had caused the Bug Reaper organization to lose 3 members in a row. Most importantly, that Insector was still in his pre-transformed state. He wasn't sure if he transformed. Would that armor help them change the situation? Because this happened so suddenly, Pyo locked himself in the library all day to search for more information. But he read until his eyes popped out and still couldn't find anything useful. Just as he was about to give up, Pyo suddenly saw a book called The Ant's Nest Campaign. Flipping through the book for a while, Pyo saw a name that shocked him. On this side, Lee Jeonjin is still trying to convince Kami-sun to cooperate with him, and her saying the name of the leader of the heavenly insects made his attitude change 180 degrees. Coincidentally, those two names are the same, the leader of the celestial insect, Kajjima. Kami-sun was stunned. Painful memories of the past began to appear. The image of his mother dying in tears and the image of Kajjima, even though it had been a long time ago, were still too clear. It was because of this name that Kami-sun agreed to cooperate with Lee Jeonjin. The next day, after school, Kami-sun was naturally surrounded by Lee Jeonjin, who put her arm around his shoulder like a close friend. She wanted to invite him out to dinner to celebrate the day they officially became allies. Kami-sun originally did not intend to go, but as soon as he heard the word meat, his expression changed. Meat? Cannibalism? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't eat human flesh. Lee Jeonjin kept waving his hands. Why would you make a silkworm like you eat human flesh? But he'll buy you some super delicious meat. Let's go. The word meat was already appealing enough, and the meat was super delicious too. Kami-sun couldn't help but quickly run ahead. Not forgetting to urge Lee Jeonjin to hurry up, the two went to a barbecue buffet restaurant. This girl also knows how to choose a restaurant. Bringing Kami-sun here will ruin the boss business. Sure enough, the staff was not pleased to see 2 students taking a pile of meat. He was afraid that they wouldn't finish it, but the boss remained calm as if nothing had happened, because even if the customers left leftovers, they would still be fined for the amount of leftover meat. But the attitude of the other employee quickly changed, from anger to surprise. The reason is because Kami-sun is eating as if he hasn't eaten meat in 1,800 years. Lee Yeojin is no pushover either. Seeing that the other party was only focused on stuffing meat into his mouth, Lee Yeojin was forced to start a conversation first. How did he know about Kajjima? I'm not sure either. Kami-sun answered vaguely as she was still focused on chewing the meat. What? He must have touched your family, right? The reason Lee Yeo-jin guessed that was because both her father and mother were killed by Kajjima. Until now, she still can't forget the words he said when he let her live and left. I do not kill my own kind, but I do not need the inferior things my kind awaken. It was a sad story, to be sure. But Kami-sun didn't seem to mind. He was now stuffing a whole piece of meat into his mouth. Lee Yeo-jin had to order 2 more portions of meat. She even asked for an extra grill because the speed at which the meat was cooked couldn't keep up with Kami-sun's chewing speed. The owner and staff were starting to panic. Were these 2 really students? In the end, they had to make a decision to preserve their business. That was to kick them both out. If I get kicked out from eating, I'll go drinking instead. While Lee Yeo-jin was ordering drinks, a crowd passed by Kami-sun, and he heard the conversation of a young couple in love. The young man was luring his girlfriend to his house to eat her up. The word eat her up had too many connotations. But Kami-sun's intuition told him that the young man was an insector. He was eager to follow him. But Lee Yeo-jin insisted on going with him. Meanwhile, Cho-ra just took the bus to the city center hospital. Bang Sae-jin has been in the hospital for quite a while now. She still doesn't want to see anyone today. Cho-ra sadly left the gift at the door and left first. There's a reason why Bang Sae-jin became like this. She had already passed the audition and was preparing to debut as a youth idol. But this incident forced Bang Sae-jin to have surgery and shave his beautiful long hair. Bang Sae-jin had waited for this debut opportunity for a long time, but just like that, he missed it. On her way home, Cho-ra meets an extremely beautiful nurse. But other than exclaiming how beautiful she was, she didn't pay any attention to the other person anymore. Cho-ra came back without expecting that this beautiful girl would directly ruin Bang Sae-jin's life. Late that night, she entered Bang Sae-jin's hospital room. She was furious that someone had come to visit her without permission. But the woman not only did not get upset at being scolded, but also laughed happily. She took off her nurse uniform, revealing her true form as a very stylish older sister. Are you angry with everyone, you brat? She leaned closer to Bang Sae-jin, then opened her mouth. On the tip of the tongue was a golden insect wrapped in a pill. If you can't control your anger like that, then do you want to kill all those who annoy you? The woman touched Bang Sae-jin's chin, then gave her a passionate sisterly kiss. After that kiss, the pill containing the insect was also unconsciously swallowed by Bang Sae-jin. Just seconds later, her body started to convulse. Bang Sae-jin's eyes widened. She screamed and then started to struggle on the bed. But this image of Bang Sae-jin struggling made the woman very excited. She laughed happily, thinking to herself, I'm really looking forward to it. Back to the couple that Kami-sun met on the street. The gullible girl really did follow the young man home. There is also a large swimming pool in the house which makes the girl extremely happy. Suddenly, the young man appeared from behind and kicked her into the water. The innocent girl thought her lover was playing with her. Even though the pool was 3 times deeper than her height, she still didn't feel anything unusual. The girl swam back and forth a few times, only to find that her boyfriend had disappeared. Little did she know that he was now standing at the bottom of the lake, waiting for her with a sinister smile. After playing around, the girl wanted to swim to shore, but suddenly something grabbed her ankle. She was dragged to the bottom of the deep lake by her boyfriend. After a while, the lack of oxygen and choking on water caused her to faint. The other guy saw that and pulled her to a shallower place. He looked at the girl like she was a delicious dish, then clasped his hands in front of his chest and started complaining. How boring. But whatever, let's fill our stomachs first. He opened his huge, hideous mouth wanting to take a bite. But at this moment, his actions stopped, because out of nowhere, a black ant was leisurely wandering on his face. The guy didn't know, but I knew that the ant was released by Kami-sun. The man turned his head and saw a tall black shadow through the glass door. Kami-sun had also finished transforming by now. He broke through the glass door of the pool room and went straight in. The man was both nervous and confused. He didn't know where this guy came from and broke into his house. But Kami-sun of course did not have time to greet him. He ran a few steps to gain momentum, then kicked the bastard into the water like he did to the girl. Not stopping there, Kami-sun also kicked him straight into the wall. The series of cracks that appeared on the wall showed how strong this kick was. The man immediately became angry. He used all his strength and anger to counterattack with a punch. Kami-sun was hit, it hurt, but not much. And Lee Yeo-jin appeared at this time. She used her silk threads to bind the other person tightly. The man was wrapped into a cocoon, leaving only his head exposed. Lee Yeo-jin used her silk to catch the girl and bring her out of the water. Luckily, she was still breathing. Lee Yeo-jin put her aside with peace of mind. Who are you to interrupt other people's meal? The bastard was wrapped tightly in the cocoon and started to scream. You bastards! How dare you touch me? Can you bear the consequences? Are you confident? The veins on his face kept throbbing. This showed that the other party was very angry. But Kami-sun didn't care who he was. Kami-sun only knew that this thing was edible. When Kami-sun was about to advance, preparing to let Black Ant tear the opponent apart, she was stopped by Lee Yeo-jin. She wanted to get information from this bastard to find out something more. At this moment, that bastard also recognized Kami-sun. I remember now, are you that bastard? The hunter of his kind? Although Eve only heard rumors. But you look more of a bastard than I thought. The other party started laughing loudly. Then, his transformation began. The silk cocoon that Lee Yeo-jin thought was the strongest in the world was torn apart by him in the blink of an eye. The entire pool room began to crack and hot lava flowed out. The water in the lake was also boiling. Very quickly, the opponent completed his transformation. Just hunted some small fry and dares to touch a member of heavenly insects. That bastard's tone was filled with pride and contempt. Well, he's the Zigna water spider, a somewhat prominent member of the heavenly insects. Try hunting me. Kami-sun and Lee Yeo-jin could sense that the other was not an easy opponent. So they don't dare to act alone anymore. The two coordinated well and rushed forward together. But unfortunately, Zigna was very calm when taking on two, and could easily neutralize their attacks. In turn, Zigna uses a sword kick combined with extreme speed. His sword blade clearly only swung once, but its changes were complex, as if it had slashed hundreds of times. But it was actually Zigna condensing the pool water into blades that attacked the two. A normal person who gets hit by this move would definitely become minced meat. Kami-sun and Lee Yeo-jin are not normal people, but they are no better than minced meat. Kami-sun was seriously injured and fell into the lake. Immediately after, Lee Yeo-jin was also blown away. The two of them tried to calm down and gathered together. Zigna's attack just now was too strange. He could control water. This quickly put both of them at a disadvantage. Since Zigna was standing in the middle of the pool, this was his home ground. It was already difficult for them to approach him, and even if they did, they would still be killed by the attack just now. As expected of a member of the heavenly insects, they were overwhelmingly strong in the Insector world. Lee Yeo-jin just didn't expect this bastard to be this strong. While she was still busy thinking of a countermeasure, Kami-sun had already rushed forward. The silk house on the water went. Hearing his request, Lee Yeo-jin had no choice but to follow. These threads allowed Kami-sun to fly on the water. He remembered his previous battle. That red ant and the mysterious red power had made Kami-sun many times stronger. He wanted to unleash his full speed, to unleash that power once more. Kami-sun started to play his old trick. He flew across the water, his speed getting faster and faster, so fast that it makes the opponent dizzy and unable to keep up. He kept approaching Zigna, then backing away. Each time he advanced he gave him a punch. The two swords he was holding in his hands were the most troublesome. Kami-sun wanted to deal with them first, and indeed, he hit Zigna so hard that he dropped the two swords. After winning, Kami-sun continued to hit his opponent with a few more punches. Zigna just stood there and took the blows, but that didn't mean he was too weak, because the scene that followed made Lee Yeo-jin, who was observing from afar, gasp. When Kami-sun attacked again, half of his helmet was slashed off. He himself was surprised by this sudden turn of events. Do you see the two black bags decorated on my back? Zigna slowly spoke, then he pulled out two swords from behind his back, and his two legs also transformed into two sharp swords. For swords in total, this is my true appearance. This guy is too strong. As soon as he drew his sword, he hurriedly unleashed his ultimate sword carving move. The sword danced through space, drawing a giant X. There was no doubt that Kami-sun was hit. How about it? This tastes great. Zigna's voice carried an air of arrogance and extreme domineering. The sword in his hand was suddenly tied up by several threads. Zigna was not flustered at all. Even though he knew Lee Jong-jin was attacking him from behind, she arranged countless more threads, circling around Zigna's face. Lee Jong-jin pulled the ends of the threads tightly with both hands. He then used his knee to kick Zigna. His mask was half broken. But Lee Jong-jin was also turned into a sword by the lake water that pierced straight through his body. But even though the pain was so bad that she thought she would faint, she still tried to hold on to the two ends of the thread. Zigna impatiently used his sword to give her another slash. But because of that, he was careless with Kami-sun. He was now rushing forward at lightning speed, holding Zigna's own sword in his hand. When he turned around, his chest was pierced by his own sword. This bastard, Zigna roared. He frantically slashed with his sword. Kami-sun had to use her left hand to block the attack. Zigna's blade had already sunk deep into the bone. His right hand still struggled to hold on to the blade that was piercing Zigna's heart. Along the way, the black ants began to swarm into Zigna's body. They went straight into his chest and began to bite and tear madly. The bastard now felt real pain. He let out a savage scream. Kami-sun was sure that he had one. But then, a voice rang out again. What the hell is this? Kami-sun turned around and immediately received a punch. It was the tall, muscular man who had used his bare hands to wring the necks of several Bug Reaper members on the other side. The guy punched Kami-sun flying, sending him crashing into the opposite wall. Lee Yeo-jin was still lying unconscious on the lake surface. The other man picked Ziegler up, then gave a sly smile. These guys are interesting, I always welcome the strong. He flicked out a red business card. It flew straight to where Kami-sun was lying, pinning it to the wall. On it were written a few simple words, club, 6-shot. Before taking Ziegler away, the man didn't forget to remind him to come back and visit. Life goes on as usual, but Bang Sae-jin has turned into a demon. Today she made an appointment to meet a fat guy online in a small alley. That lustful bastard saw that his date was a high school girl and wanted to bring her home to discuss having children right away. Especially when he saw Bang Sae-jin's beautiful face. He became even more infatuated. But who is the rice and who is the chicken is difficult to judge by appearance. Bang Sae-jin tiptoed, disgusted but still gave the fat guy a kiss. But he was allowed to do such a thing, so he didn't push her away. But just a few seconds after their lips touched, he felt something was not quite right. The big guy started to struggle, but Bang Sae-jin did not let him go. The longer the kiss lasted, the more the other guy was sucked dry until he shriveled up. Bang Sae-jin only stopped when he turned from a fat man to a skeleton. She opened her mouth to reveal a long tongue, the tip of which had 3 sharp, poisonous fangs like a cobra's. Is it delicious? Our little school girl, that beautiful woman appeared again, her tone extremely excited. She gently hugged Bang Sae-jin and asked her how it felt to taste human for the first time. Bang Sae-jin smiled contentedly and nodded. It was delicious. At the same time, on a subway train, there was a man in a formal suit who revealed a very strange expression. He kept apologizing to the passengers in the cabin and said he was so hungry. At first, everyone thought this guy was crazy. But as time went on, his expression became more and more terrifying. I'm sorry, but I'm so hungry. I'll eat well. The man opened his mouth wide. A long tongue appeared, just like Bang Sae-jin's earlier. The tongue with 3 fangs began to sweep the entire cabin. Very quickly, blood was splattered everywhere, and there were no survivors left at the scene. That day, Cho-Ra went to school as usual. On the way to class, she caught sight of Kami-sun's back. The little girl happily ran towards her. But when Kami-sun turned around, his face startled her. His face was swollen. His eyes were purple and his nose looked like it was about to break. Cho-Ra was extremely surprised. Kami-sun simply explained that she went to fight. She was originally winning, but now she lost, leaving Cho-Ra speechless. All the way to class she kept nagging. Until Cho Aare saw Bang Sae Jean in class. She had completely forgotten about Kami-sun's existence. The little girl rushed to hug her best friend, not knowing that her friend had now turned into a monster. Seeing Bang Sae Jean discharged from the hospital safely, Cho Aare cried tears of joy. Bang Sae Jean shyly explained that his hair was so bad that he didn't want her to visit him recently. Bang Sae Jean looked around the class, saw Kami-sun's bruised face and kept evaluating. Then she looked at the empty chair next to Cho Aara's desk. Ah, this seat belonged to an entity named Lee Yeo-jin. Cho Aare explained. Why an entity? Well, it was someone who only showed up to class to take attendance and then skipped class. Lee Yeo-jin was lying at home, recuperating, when she suddenly felt an itch in her ears. She was sure someone was talking badly about her. Just as I was about to close my eyes and go back to sleep, I saw a new message from Kami-sun. His recovery speed is truly remarkable. He can still go to school normally today. Meanwhile, Lee Yeo-jin was still lying in bed. Unable to get up, in her free time, she picked up the business card that the burly guy left behind and looked at it. At the same time in class, No Soo-young had already gone to school. This itchy-mouthed brat immediately teased Bang Sae Jean as soon as he saw him. Oh, he cut his hair so short that I almost didn't recognize him. Former idol trainee here, already in school? This question really hit Bang Sae Jean's sore spot. This bastard really has no shame. If he hadn't pushed Bang Sae Jean down that day, she wouldn't have come this far today. Cho Aare originally wanted to let it go. But No Soo-young was really a bastard. His mouth couldn't keep still, constantly teasing Bang Sae Jean. She couldn't stand it, turned back and glanced at the other person. But the murderous aura she emitted made Kami-sun, sitting nearby, startled. Before he and Bang Sae Jean could react, Cho Aare, who was known for being gentle and kind, threw a punch. No Soo-young couldn't react in time and got punched in the face. Bang Sae Jean was stunned, and Cho Aare was already in tears. She loudly questioned No Soo-young, really not understanding what was wrong with that bastard's personality that he could be so shameless. A guy who threw you away and ran away just to survive still has the nerve to say so much. Hurry up and apologize to Sae Jean properly. No Soo-young was beaten to the point of being dumbfounded. She stuttered an apology for throwing Bang Sae Jean down and ran away. Then she picked up her glasses and put them on, still muttering curses. Cho Aare ignored her sore hand and turned to ask her best friend. Kami-sun was deep in thought. The strange power he had been feeling since just now was not stable enough to be called an Insector. But there was clearly something unusual about the Bang Sae Jean in front of him. Back on the train, the man, after eating all the passengers in the train car, turned into a big worm. Bug Reaper also quickly appeared. The people who came this time were the Loco brothers, two of the main combat members. The hideous worm turned around when it heard the movement. Younger had to let out a curse. It was the first time he saw such a disgusting thing. What's with this guy? Brother Ko also walked in right after. His momentum was no less than his younger brother's. Larvae? These don't just have adult insects but larvae too? Bro, I can't see any difference between him and the others. I'll deal with him or let him live. Brother Ko asked his younger brother not to act rashly. With strange creatures like this, he had to capture them alive and bring them back to DR Man's headquarters. Surely that old man would be very happy with this fruit. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the worm started attacking Brother Ko. But before it could even scratch his skin, Younger shot him with a special gun. Don't overdo it, the less damage you do the better, don't you know? Brother Ko impatiently reminded his younger brother. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by the tail of the ferocious worm. Brother Ko was sent flying towards the train window. Younger was very worried when he saw that. The worm also wanted to kill his younger brother. But its strength was not enough to crush Younger. Don't underestimate your father. Compared to that weak brother, I'm much stronger. This sentence seemed to activate Brother Ko's fight switch. He immediately rushed forward and decisively slashed the worm. Which brother is weak, you brat? No, you said it wrong. Younger sighed deeply. Just now his brother had asked to capture the worm alive. Now he had cut the worm in half. Two people are preparing to pack up its body. Then suddenly Brother Ko discovered a small yellow worm slowly crawling out. Before he could react, the worm flew towards him and pierced his forehead. Brother Ko's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Younger thought his brother had a stroke. After a while, Brother Ko's body calmed down. Underneath his forehead, there was a worm that was constantly moving, but Brother Ko spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. Let's go back to headquarters." The two of them returned to Bug Reaper Branch B. As soon as he arrived, Younger loudly called the doctor to come out and receive the goods. But unexpectedly, before the two returned, two other members, Tae and Sam, had already caught the larvae and brought them back. Younger was not satisfied at all. He shouted that if they had not stopped at the rest stop on the way back, it would have been faster. Tae was speechless. What kind of idiot would go to a rest stop during work hours? But how could he look down on kimchi noodles? Tae glanced at the bag on Younger's shoulder and continued to tease. After all, the larvae they caught were still intact. Compared to the Loco brothers' cute-and-half caterpillar, it was still a bit more research-worthy. But Younger didn't care about what he said, directly pulling half of the worm inside. Younger also did not understand what the hell was wrong with his brother. The news of their capture of the larva reached Dr. Man, but he was already busy in the dissection room dissecting the thing Tae had brought back earlier. After working tirelessly, Dr. Man found the small worm hidden deep inside the body of the larva. Back in class, Bang Sae Jean was about to leave when Cho Ra pulled him back. Two people go to a hot pot restaurant. But what Bang Sae Jean didn't expect was that Kami-sun also followed. Cho Ra felt that there was something strange between these two people. Specifically, the bullet-shaped gazes they exchanged. But she didn't know why. More important things like eating and drinking came first. After a short meal, Kami-sun still followed the two girls home. Suddenly Bang Sae Jean received a text message. Her expression changed instantly. She used the excuse that she had to go to extra classes to say goodbye to Cho Ra. But Cho Ra did not suspect anything. So she went back with Kami-sun. Just looking at Bang Sae Jean's back, he still felt a bit wary. On the way back, Cho Ra suddenly remembered that she had not given her best friend the historical documents. Because she had to submit her assignment tomorrow, she was eager to go back. But at this moment, Kami-sun suddenly grabbed Cho Ra's wrist. "Don't go." Bang Sae Jean was now dating another man. This time it was a middle-aged man driving a white sedan. As soon as she saw him, Bang Sae Jean couldn't help but lick her lips. It seemed like she was used to cannibalism. As for Cho Ra, her face was red from that handshake. Kami-sun said that Bang Sae Jean had just been discharged from the hospital, and that even if he didn't turn in his work, the teachers would understand. He wanted to go straight home. Cho Ra felt that it made sense and nodded in agreement. The scene of Bang Sae Jean getting into the other man's car was seen by No Soo Rang and his friend. At first, the boy thought it was her father, but No Soo Rang knew full well that Bang Sae Jean didn't have a father. He immediately smiled wickedly. "Now you're done for, Bang Sae Jean." In another development, tonight Lee Jeon-jin dressed very nicely and went to a bustling neighborhood. To be fair, Lee Jeon-jin is quite pretty, and wearing clothes like that attracts a lot of attention. She went to the club called Six Shot, which was much bigger than she imagined. At the door, the guests were already lining up. Lee Jeon-jin silently sent out an SOS. She texted Kami-sun asking him to get dressed and come here. But he only replied briefly that he was eating. Lee Jeon-jin gritted her teeth in anger. While she was still scratching her head, a man came up to talk to her. "Hey, is this your first time here? Why does that voice sound familiar? I wonder if we've met somewhere before." Lee Jeon-jin was startled. Because the guy who was joking around before her eyes right now was the celestial insect Zigna. He had a pretty cool human name, Park Min Jaeun. Seeing this bastard, Lee Jeon-jin only had one thought left in his mind. This is over. Lee Jeon-jin really wanted to refuse, but Park Min Jaeun was too enthusiastic and pulled her inside. As soon as she entered the club, Lee Jeon-jin was overwhelmed by the disco lights and loud music. This club was so flashy, Lee Jeon-jin reached out towards the disco ball. She was a silkworm, very vulnerable to light, But maybe she just put on this passionate act to distract Park Min-jaeun. I don't know who is the chicken and who is the rice in this match. Seeing her beautiful appearance, Park Min-jaeun wanted to invite Lee Jeon-jin to go down there and have fun together. He thought that with this image, Lee Jeon-jin could make the dance floor go crazy. But Lee Jeon-jin was in no mood to play around. She knew that on the surface this was just a club, but deep inside it was a dangerous organization. And to get information related to celestial insects, she had to take a little more risk. In order not to waste any more time, Lee Jeon-jin took out the business card from his pocket. Actually, I was invited here. Park Min-jaeun glanced over and exclaimed, "So you are their guest? Then let's enjoy it together." He led Lee Jeon-jin around in a dark hallway. As she started to get impatient, Park Min-jaeun pointed to a large door. He said, "Just come in here and go down to get to where you need to go." It was Lee Jeon-jin's first time seeing such a large elevator, so she doubtfully entered with Zigna. He explained that since this was a Vipenly space, it was a little more special. Not everyone is lucky enough to receive that red business card. You must have some kind of affinity with the boss, Park Min-jaeun tactfully probed. That must be it. I'm the type of person who attracts people's eyes. Lee Jeon-jin also followed suit. After awakening, what kind of person is she? A butterfly or a mantis? It's not surprising that Zigna recognized Lee Jeon-jin as an Insector, but it seems that he still hasn't recognized her as one of the two crazy people who attacked him the other day. He even generously introduced himself to Lee Jeon-jin as a giant American water spider. The elevator moved for a while then stopped. "Well, here it is. If you see it, you will love it." Lee Jeon-jin was a bit expectant. After all, this was where the Insectors gathered. The banquet was probably already set up. But what Lee Jeon-jin heard were excited cheers. Park Min-jaeun introduced this as the VIP room of Six Shot Club. But it was more like an arena. There were a lot of spectators in the stands. And below, there were people madly rushing at each other. To be more precise, it was a few bald men stabbing and slashing at an Insector. This place is called Lawless Heaven and Earth. Just like its name, this place is a battlefield beyond the laws of nature. Lee Jeon-jin opened his eyes wide, only to see a giant beetle suddenly appear below. The insect roared, then it trampled the bald men in one step. Immediately, in the stands, the cheers grew even louder. Lee Jeon-jin was still confused. What? How could it be human? She couldn't finish her sentence. Park Min-kyung was also excited by her unexpected expression. Lee Jeon-jin could tell that people were betting on a battle between humans and Insector. This scene made her extremely nauseous. The beetle under the pedestal is called Queen Jack. According to Zidon's introduction, it is the top star of Lawless Heaven and Earth. It has no rivals in terms of strength and race. Of course, exceptions can also happen. As soon as Park Min-kyung finished speaking, a large hole was pierced through Jack's body. And the author of this work is a guy named Red. Immediately, a frenzied curse rang out from the stands. "That bastard Red. I told you to go easy on me. What's gonna happen to my money? It's definitely over. Take it down." This cruel scene made Lee Jeon-jin want to vomit. She turned to Park Min-kyung and asked what was the point of promoting violence like this? The bastard seemed surprised by her question. Because violence brings excitement and pleasure to humans, and heavenly insects will receive great honor. Honor? Lee Jeon-jin thought he heard wrong. That's right, Park Min-kyung affirmed firmly. It's the envy of all other humans and the chance to become heavenly insects. Park Min-kyung kept talking without paying attention to Lee Jeon-jin's expression. Just thinking about how this bastard also went through that disgusting process to climb to the position of heavenly insects made her want to vomit. As if reading Lee Jeon-jin's mind, Zigna took out something from his pocket, the pill containing the little worm. "There is another way to become a heavenly insect. Are you interested?" He threw the pill into Lee Jeon-jin's hand. She was completely clueless about this. But before he could ask, he was startled by a man coming to find Zigna. He heard that the boss was looking for him. Seeing that, he told Lee Jeon-jin to wait here for him for a moment. But she quickly ran into the elevator. "Hey, where are you going?" Zigna called out impatiently. Lee Jeon-jin made up an excuse that he had a stomachache and wanted to go to the bathroom. The elevator just closed. She tiredly leaned against the wall. Facing that bastard was so tiring. Zigna saw her hurriedly running away and sighed. Hick. What a waste of effort. The subordinate was unreasonable and continued to urge Zigna to go see the boss. This made him lose his patience and wave his hand. I said I'd leave right away. I don't need to say anything about that subordinate's fate. The next morning, Lee Jong-jin dragged his exhausted body to class. As soon as she saw Kami-sun, she jumped up and kicked him. Kami-sun dodged quickly, but Lee Jong-jin was still not done. She continued to punch and punch, but unfortunately, none of them landed. Do you know how hard it was for me yesterday? I couldn't even swallow my rice. After a while of exhaustion, Lee Jong-jin gave up on attacking Kami-sun. She wanted to tell him the shocking news she had just obtained. But suddenly, Lee Jong-jin felt something strange in class today. The students were gathering in a group to gossip about someone. They kept saying how dirty he was. When Bang Sae-jin and Cho Aare arrived at class, even these classmates did not hold back and looked at the two with eyes filled with contempt. What are you guys doing this early in the morning? Did something happen? Cho Aare spoke first, but those eyes were still fixed on them. Or more precisely, they were glued to Bang Sae-jin. Cho Aare could vaguely hear them talking about some uncle, criticizing Bang Sae-jin for being shameless. After all, he was a trainee but had a chaotic life. Bang Sae-jin didn't say anything, but Cho Aare felt hot inside. She didn't understand what her classmate was saying, but it was obvious that it wasn't anything good. Today was also the first time Lee Jong-jin saw Bang Sae-jin. Seeing the whole class so evil, she just discovered that this school is also full of terrible people. Looks like I skipped too much school, so Eve never been in any drama. Seeing that the situation was not good, Cho Aare wanted to pull Bang Sae-jin out, but No Soo-young would not leave them alone. He stood up, loudly mentioning that he saw Bang Sae-jin getting out of a luxury car yesterday and even bluntly poked fun at her not having a father. This brat kept asking if that was his father? But how could someone without a father drive his father's car? I'm really worried about you because his face looks so fierce. Cho Aare was stunned on the spot. She didn't understand what No Soo-young was saying. But according to him, yesterday he took a taxi to follow that white car. And it even captured Bang Sae-jin and that uncle entering the hotel. Things have come to this point. Bang Sae-jin with 10 mouths can't deny it. No Soo-young is dirty, but she doesn't make things up. He shoved that photo in Bang Sae-jin's face. He bluntly criticized her for being an evil idol with a shitty personality. Lee Jong-jin and Kami-sun were eating melons in the classroom. Actually, Lee Jong-jin had always been annoyed with No Soo-young. She really wanted to beat that brat up again. But towards Kami-sun, he could feel a strong wave of unsettling emotions, along with that negative energy. Kami-sun felt that danger was approaching very close. Cho Aare, who had been biting her lips and staying silent, finally spoke up. Hey No Soo-young, are you crazy? As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to throw another lightning fist. But this time, Cho Aare was stopped, and the person who stopped her was Bang Sae-jin. Get out of here. Bang Sae-jin's voice was very soft. She then smiled and told Cho Aare that she would take care of this herself. Cho Aare was pushed out of the classroom. Bang Sae-jin firmly closed the door. No Soo-young was completely unaware of the danger approaching. She even planned to report Cho Aare for school violence. But suddenly, Bang Sae-jin threw back his head and laughed loudly. I wanted to stay a little longer, but it seems impossible. This attitude of hers immediately turned on the alarm switch of the two Insectors at the end of the class. The two stupid kids had no idea that their fate was near. They just thought that Bang Sae-jin was going crazy from the shock. So, he apologized to her in a very joking tone. That bastard even asked Bang Sae-jin how much she was paid to go with that man. I've been closing a lot of deals lately and need a pretty big amount. He jokingly put his hand on Bang Sae-jin's shoulder. They'll text you the number. The 2 words account number hadn't even been uttered yet. That guy was scared to death by Bang Sae-jin's scary face. Lee Yeo-jin's face turned pale. Before he could react, Bang Sae-jin swung his arm and punched the bastard, knocking out several of his teeth. The whole class became noisy. Everyone wanted to escape, but Bang Sae-jin blocked the door. Cho Aare is still locked outside, unaware of what is happening. Lee Yeo-jin wanted to take action but was stopped by Kami-sun. There were too many witnesses here. If they took action, their identities would be exposed. No Soo-young. Bang Sae Jean spoke. This sound was like the call of death. Come out here. No Soo-young was so scared that she almost peed her pants. None of the students dared to shield him. They all backed away. No Soo-young's legs trembled. But even if it didn't move forward, with his stretchable hand, Bang Sae Jean could still easily grab its neck. The phone in No Soo-young's hand fell to the ground. It was lifted up by Bang Sae Jean. All her resentment and bitterness seemed to have been released today. Bang Sae Jean kept roaring. It's all because of you, and it was true, because of No Soo-young. She missed out on becoming an idol, her dream was trampled. This bastard didn't even have the shame to accept the title of brave citizen. Bang Sae Jean opened his mouth, and his long tongue started to stick out again. No Soo-young was still fearless until her death, continuously calling her a worm. As soon as you no longer exist, Bang Sae Jean's tongue shot forward. But at this moment, someone suddenly stood up and stopped. It was Kami-sun. While all the students were scared and retreated, he stood up and asked Bang Sae Jean to stop. He even walked closer to her step by step without any fear. After doing this, how did he plan to face Cho-ra? Bang Sae Jean was indeed stiff. Outside, Cho-ra was continuously knocking on the door, calling her tone extremely worried. No Soo-young saw that and turned to her classmate and shouted, "Hey you damn bastards just standing there watching. Report it quickly. Do you want to get your heads chopped off too?" The students all avoided No Soo-young's eyes. Now that Bang Sae Jean had become like this, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone report. No Soo-young has not seen the coffin yet and has not shed tears. She keeps struggling and cursing Bang Sae Jean as a worm. She smiled faintly, then turned to Kami-sun. "Hey Kami-sun, no matter what happens, don't report it, okay, thanks to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Bang Sae Jean's arms stretched out. No Soo-young was slammed into the wall by her. This tragedy started exactly that day, when Teacher Im transformed into Insector and No Soo-young pushed her against that rock. He bravely accepted interviews and even received the title of Brave Citizen. Bang Sae Jean had to undergo surgery, was on the verge of death, and lost her spot as an idol. Her life fell into darkness, and No Soo-young did not repent of her sins. While Bang Sae Jean was crying in despair, No Soo-young was laughing happily with her friends. Sae Jean reached into her bag and picked up a handful of larvae. She wanted to give No Soo-young a taste of the horror that was as painful as she had been. Seeing this, both Mi-sun and Yeo-jin were surprised. Sae Jean squeezed Soo-young's mouth. She brought up the larvae she had just grabbed, preparing to stuff them into Soo-young's mouth. Soo-young immediately kicked her hard. His mouth was squeezed open by Sae Jean. Every single larva fell into his mouth. Sae Jean slightly raised his lips in satisfaction. A wave of pain hit Soo-young. His mouth emitted a blue stream of air. Soo-young screamed in pain, her body began to twist. Soo-young's body gradually changes in a terrifying way. His face slowly transformed into the shape of Insector. The students in the class were horrified by this horrifying scene. Yeo-jin looked like she remembered something. She remembered the larva that Min Jae-eun had given her. Soo-young was now almost completely transformed into a hideous larva. In Yeo-jin's mind, he understood, is that the purpose of use? Sae Jean said in a low voice, "How is it?" She sat on the windowsill and looked at Soo-young, the feeling of becoming something that was once extremely disgusting. Her face was filled with satisfaction. "To you, people are no different from insects, so there's no difference." Opening the door, a scream came from outside. The teacher stood outside urging the students to open the door. Sae Jean felt he had to say hello to Ra. No, it was better not to see her again. Now she hates humans very much. Sae Jean said goodbye and leaned out the window. Sae Jean jumped down. The chair blocking the door was also thrown out, falling right next to Soo-young's best friend. He slowly opened his eyes, not knowing what the sound was. The teacher also opened the door, angrily telling the class to be quiet. What caught their eyes now was an Insector. Needless to say, the teacher, Ra, and Soo-young's friends were shocked. Soo Young's best friend was scared and quickly stepped back. It was Bang Sae Jean. It was Bang Sae Jean. He quickly took out his phone. This was his chance. He would also become a brave citizen. But Ra grabbed his phone, not letting him make a call. The two sides struggled back and forth. Finally, the phone slipped from both of their hands. The phone flew in front of Soo Young. Pick up the phone. This is Bug Reaper. How can we help you? You called to report about Insector? Soo Young was a little stunned when she heard the report. But who was she reporting to? He looked at himself through the glass door. The glass door showed his disgusting Insector image. He used his head to break the glass door and shouted, "Impossible." The broken glass pieces all reflected his image. Soo Young angrily swung her tail. Yeo Jin immediately hugged a classmate to avoid his tail swing. Soo Young's tail swung towards Ra. Mi-sun quickly hugged her and lay down to avoid the tail. Soo Young went crazy. It's not like that. There's no way I could become something like an insect. He broke the window. Soo Young on the ground looked extremely anxious. I have to escape. I absolutely will not die. I will live, I must live. There was silence in the class. Ra also burst into tears at this time. Mi-sun looked at Yeo Jin. Yeo Jin signaled him with her eyes. They both ran outside. Mi-sun wondered, "Heavenly insects, Sae Jin?" Yeo Jin replied. She seemed to be in cahoots with heavenly insects. The medicine she forced Soo Young to swallow, the same one she got at the bar, said to be the way to become a heavenly insect. They both said in unison, "Chase me." Before Bang Sae Jin jumped down, I had already attached the ant to a thread. They both looked at each other and immediately sped up. Scene change. Mi-sun looks around the place. It's close by. Yeo Jin was so tired that she was panting. The two of them also found Sae Jin. Sae Jin turned around. She was crying. Mi-sun and Yeo Jin walked back and forth. Yeo Jin said to Sae Jin, "Wait, we have something to ask. Let's talk for a while." But at that moment, a woman appeared and hugged Sae Jin. "Stand still." She revealed herself. Her voice was warning. "I'm here. I hate it when someone dares to touch my things." Her face was full of murderous intent. Then who was it? Which damned person touched my things? Yeo Jin quickly explained, "We don't understand what you're talking about. We just have something to say to that girl." Sae Jin looked at the girl, said softly, "Hannah." Hannah suddenly disappears in front of Mi-sun and Yeo Jin. Something very fast is moving. That thing was aimed at Mi-sun and Yeo Jin. Hannah kicked Mi-sun hard. Mi-sun was kicked away by her. Hannah then changed her target, swinging her fist up. She threw a punch at Yeo Jin's face. Yeo Jin quickly used both hands to block it in front of her chest. But Hannah suddenly grabbed Yeo Jin's chin. She moved behind Yeo Jin. Killing her would be a waste. Hannah bit Yeo Jin's ear. A purple liquid immediately flowed out from Yeo Jin's ear. Yeo Jin threw her hands back, asked her what the hell she was doing. Hannah wiped her mouth with her hand. It was a bit surprising that Yeo Jin was already an Insector. Yeo Jin gradually transforms into Insector form. She swung her hand down. From her fingertips shot out threads. Hannah moved extremely fast to avoid Yeo Jin's threads. She assessed silkworm, not bad. She turned to look at Mi-sun. If that was the case, then that person must be Insector too. Mi-sun also rushed forward. He swung a powerful punch down, but Hannah easily dodged it. Mi-sun turned to look at her in disbelief. Hannah's tone was somewhat contemptuous. She couldn't be caught with such stupid moves. She raised her voice. "My skill is to disappear right before your eyes." She is an unidentified heavenly insect. Her human name is Hannah. Yeo Jin didn't know what to do either. She couldn't touch her at all. Mi-sun replied, "Try charging in again." Sae Jin's expression was filled with surprise. He didn't expect Mi-sun to be an Insector. Mi-sun jumped up, ordered to move. He charged at Hannah and raised his fist. Hannah looked down on him, stupid charge. But at this moment, a thread appeared behind her and cut a line right behind her neck. Yeo Jin casts a shining star, spreads a six-pointed star-shaped silk net to surround Hannah. Hannah's anger rose. How dare he? Mi-sun seized the opportunity, throwing a powerful punch at Hana. Hana took Mi-sun's punch to the face. A large needle appeared in her hand, sharp and pointed. She used it to stab Mi-sun because she dared to use those other things to make her bleed. Mi-sun coughed. Hana then realized something was wrong. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. She asked him what he was. Why was the blood red? Yeojin saw Mi-sun in danger and rushed forward. Hana punched Yeojin. A long, sharp object from the broken jaw attached to her hand stabbed into Yeojin's shoulder. Yeojin gritted her teeth. What? She kept charging. It didn't hurt at all. She licked Mi-sun's blood off her weapon. What did human blood taste like? The places where she stabbed Mi-sun and Yeojin suddenly swelled up. Explode. Hana said in a commanding voice. Yeojin's shoulder and Mi-sun's chest exploded. The two of them held their wounds. Hana's tone was low, exhausted already. No, don't joke like that. She raised her right hand. I haven't even started yet. Sae-jin quickly stood in front of Mi-sun and Yeojin. Tell Hana to wait. There's a misunderstanding. These two are guests. She told Hana. They wanted to know about that medicine, so I told them to come here. Hana leaned close to Jin's car. Was it serious? Sae-jin replied with an aha sound. Hana glanced at Mi-sun and Sae-jin with an appraising look. She smiled at Sae-jin again. Then you should have said it sooner. She walked past Sae-jin, laughing and talking happily. I almost killed both of them. She picked up the larva. Now she only had one left. Mi-sun got straight to the point. He wanted an explanation first. Hana said slowly, this is a special medicine that can gain great power just by absorbing it. On the contrary, if humans eat it, they will turn into mutant larvae. If you eat that larva, it is of course 100 times more effective than taking medicine. Yeojin was surprised. What, you mean eating larvae? At this time, there were two young men walking by, so Hana will let them see for themselves. Hana called the two young men back. She put the larva into the mouth of a young man. The young man instantly transformed. In an instant, he had turned into a larva. Yeojin was surprised. This form again. Hana looked at them. This is an apology gift for the unfortunate incident just now. Eating it will make you stronger. So enjoy your meal. She led Sae-jin away, telling the two of them to find Hana at 6 Shoot Club if they were satisfied. Sae-jin still did not forget to look back at them. Yeojin is in a hurry. It's a big deal. What should we do? The larva now intended to attack the young man. But Mi-sun managed to punch Insector, saving the young man. He used both hands to hit the larva like using a hammer to hammer a nail. Mi-sun still didn't stop. Yeojin was startled and told him to stop. Mi-sun opened his hand in front of the Insector, preparing to eat it. Yeojin immediately grabbed his shoulder, asking him, are you crazy? Stop, what are you doing now? Are you planning to eat this? Wake up. This is not like this. Mi-sun replied in a low voice, testing. He ordered the ants to eat and then return. The black ants flew from his hand into the Insector. He also returned to his old form. Yeojin's face turned pale, while Mi-sun's expression remained calm. The young man was even more terrified when he saw the swarm of ants surrounding the Insector's body. Yeojin didn't understand. Did she have to do this? She was still a healthy human just now. Mi-sun replied, not now. Yeojin was a little angry. She knew he thought differently from other Insector, but he was also crazy about power. So what's the difference between you and those heavenly insects? Mi-sun coldly told her to be quiet and look. The young man's expression froze. Yeojin's eyes filled with surprise. The Insector gradually transformed back into the form of a young man. His whole body trembled, coughing with difficulty. Yeojin was surprised. What was going on? Mi-sun's expression was serious. Ever since Sae-jin's matter he had been paying attention. This existence always gave him a feeling of unease. The young man who was transformed into an Insector screamed in pain. There was a worm crawling out of his mouth. He vomited the worm out, and the black ants surrounded the worm. Yeojin was stunned. It was the Insector in the pill. This was their true form. She wondered, but would it be okay for the ants to eat that? Would it affect his body if the ants ate that? Mi-sun also doesn't know. He will know when they return to his body. The ants also finished eating the insect and returned to Mi-sun's body. Immediately, Mi-sun felt a shock in her body. His whole body was shaking. Mi-sun urgently told Yeo-jin to stay away from him. The hole in his neck had fierce red veins bulging out. Mi-sun screamed in pain. The black ants also covered his body. Scene changes to 6-shoot club. Inside a room there was a tall man. On both sides of him were 2 beautiful young girls. The staff said to him, "Boss, the person has arrived." The man ordered, "Let him in." Hannah entered the room with Sae-jin. Hannah's breath was uncomfortable. She still needed someone else's permission to enter. That man is Celestial Insect. Human name is Kong Dae-jun. Hannah picked up a bottle of wine. She did not hesitate to drink this bottle of wine. Hannah asked Dae-jun if he wanted to drink. Dae-jun was fed by a girl. He slowly said, "I heard there's a pretty famous guy these days and we're short on players," but Hannah didn't care at all. What's the point of looking for her? Dae-jun's face was full of smiles. Why was she in such a hurry? Yesterday a large amount of medicine disappeared, about 50 pills. Hannah frowned. 50 pills, is that really stealing? What kind of management is that? Dae-jun stood up. If she got angry with him, it would be awkward. He slowly walked forward, the culprit. Then, he quickly rushed over and grabbed Sae-jin's face. It was this little girl. The broken glass door startled the people in the club. Dae-jun squeezed Sae-jin's face tightly. She was the one who dared to steal his medicine. He shouted angrily, "You are a fearless puppy. I will chew you up without leaving anything behind." At this moment, a sharp object was pointed straight at Dae-jun's neck. The 2 girls serving Dae-jun immediately rushed forward. Their hands transformed into weapons like swords. Hannah sat on Dae-jun's shoulders, holding her weapon to his neck. The 2 girls serving Dae-jun held their blades to Hannah's neck on either side. Hannah's face was full of murderous intent. Touching me meant death. Dae-jun smiled slightly. So who is holding that pile of medicine? He squeezed Sae-jin's face even tighter, making her tremble. He shouted, "Tell me, where is the medicine?" Hannah stabbed her iron bar into Dae-jun's neck. She yelled angrily, "Get off, you bastard." Dae-jun increased the force of his grip on Sae-jin's face, as if he wanted to crush her face. Sae-jin grabbed his hand and said loudly, "No, Soo-young. I'm the one who did this, to get revenge. The medicine was all eaten." Dae-jun suddenly burst out laughing. So boring. His face was fierce. He knew everything. He knew where she took it and what she did. Sae-jin's eyes were filled with surprise and fear. He also let Sae-jin go. Hannah immediately supported Sae-jin, asking if she was okay. Dae-jun laughed heartily. How did she come up with such a crazy idea? Compared to her master, she was even more naughty. Sae-jin couldn't believe it. He knew everything. Hannah glanced at Dae-jun. He knew and still acted up. What a bad guy. Dae-jun's arrogant look. Last night when he found out her pet was the culprit. I followed it. They should be here by now. He licked his lips greedily. 50 drugged ones. He'll eat them all. Scene change. This is Team C. Everyone is chasing the larvae. Insector is on the run. A larva is running for its life from the pursuit of the bug reaper. This larva is Soo-young. Report, the larva is molting. Soo-young seemed to see something at this moment. Then he was stabbed by members of bug reaper. Soo-young cried out in pain. He was furious. Damn it. Why am I alone? At this moment, Pyo swung a slash at Soo-young. Soo-young immediately fell down. Pyo felt uncomfortable, noisy, shouting loudly. He ordered his members to capture it. But the ground suddenly appeared strange phenomenon. The bug reaper members are slowly sinking into the ground. Pyo asked coldly what they were doing. Take your things and go first, he's too strong, a young man said. Then attack together. What's this about going first? A boy replied. Park Min Jaeun. Celestial Insect Zigna appears. Next to him was a boy. He said, let's finish it quickly. Pyo slowly drew the sword out of its sheath. On the sheath was the red bug reaper emblem. Zigna and that Insector boy were a little surprised. Pyo calmly took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke. The staff's tone was urgent. The speed of being buried was faster than we thought. Now was not the time to act leisurely. Pyo carefully assessed its antlion. Why are you different from other larvae? The bug reaper emblem on Pyo's sword sheath turns blue. He said in a low voice, open it and you will know. Insector antlion is surprised to see Pyo still idle when his teammates are about to go meet their ancestors. Pyo's members are slowly sinking deeper into the sand. Zigna seemed to see something. Pyo took a defensive stance, pointing his sword out like he was playing billiards. A blue energy source shot straight at Insector antlion. Insector antlion immediately fell down. Zigna's anger surged, and he gradually transformed into his Insector form. Pyo took another shot. He charged forward, firing a beam of energy. Zigna swung his sword, redirecting the energy source in another direction. Even so, he still took the full brunt of the energy Pyo released. Zigna was shocked. Even fighting back was useless. Pyo's members also stopped being sucked into the ground. Pyo moved forward quickly and shouted, there must be a reason for these guys blocking. The larvae must be retrieved. Pyo fought Zigna. Pyo's face was gloomy. So you brought a dangerous item. It's you. Zigna pulled out a sword from behind his back, his expression arrogant. He slashed Pyo's arm. What an arrogant guy. He was pleased. What, 2 swords are too much? Zigna uses 2 swords to attack Pyo. Pyo was at a disadvantage, only able to use his weapon to block his sword. He puffed out his cheeks, blowing a cloud of blue smoke at Zigna. The smoke surrounding Zigna made him lose his vision. He didn't know what this smoke was. Zigna swung his sword into the smoke, but Pyo was nowhere to be seen. A blue electric bolt appeared behind him. He turned his head to react but was slashed by Pyo. Zigna couldn't help but be shocked. This arrogant human name. Zigna said in a low voice, I will capture you along with the larvae. The ground beneath Pyo's feet moved as if something was about to rise up. He immediately jumped off the ground. Under the ground appeared a monster with 2 very long and sharp fangs. 2 members of Pyo immediately used their weapons to block these 2 teeth. Suddenly, something red shot up from the ground. That thing pierced through the chest of a member of the Bug Reaper. It was a monster tongue. That monster tongue pulled that member away. The member was dragged to the ground. The sinkhole began to move again. Zigna was a little smug, finished pretending to be dead. Antlion also appeared. His voice was resentful. What was he? The guy with glasses, what was his true form? He was the splendid hunter Antlion. Larva Musher. Musher said to Zigna, there's no time now, isn't it necessary to collect the items first? Zigna replied, I told you to collect them first. Musher was a bit surprised. So now it's my fault. Su Young is now also stuck in the pit of death. Zigna put his 2 swords behind his back, ordered to go back to the club. Pyo surprised. Club. 1 member shouted loudly, they are about to run away, we must catch them. Another member continued, but ahead is the sinkhole. Pyo gripped his sword in a defensive stance. But his sword was out of battery at the moment. The surrounding buildings were cracking at this moment. They immediately collapsed. The staff said urgently, Captain, we have to retreat. Pyo also gave the order to retreat, but he suddenly ran forward. Zigna was a bit surprised by Pyo's action. Pyo jumped in front of the Musher. Musher threw Pyo's member that he pulled down to Pyo and told him to take it away. He slowly sank down, growling, next time we meet. The eyes on his head lit up in warning. I was gonna do it for real then. Pyo heard that and gritted his teeth, looking annoyed. He also quickly retreated. The sinkhole stopped completely. The injured member was supported by 2 other members. Pyo's face was full of murderous intent. Order. Investigate all the clubs nearby. Now it's our turn to hunt. In the dead of night, an Insector was running away in fear as if being chased by something. A familiar figure followed him. Insector turned around. His face showed fear. Miseong slowly walked closer to him. The Insector was horrified. Please stop. Several black ants appeared in front of him. Miseong went in front of him. Another Ant-Man walks around. The Insector was terrified. Why are there 2 hunters of the same kind? The next second, a miserable scream rang out. That Insector died at the hands of 2 black ants. The next morning in class, a white chrysanthemum was placed on Soo Young's desk. A student even wrote a line on his desk calling him a monster. Soo Young's friend looked at himself in the mirror. He had 2 broken teeth. He would probably have to spend all the money he earned from delivering goods on his teeth. Yeo-jin and Ah-ra's faces were both cold. At this time, 3 girls were gossiping about Sae-jin. "Hey guys," Ah-ra's voice said. Ah-ra's tone was cold. "He's not a monster, he's my friend. Watch your words." Ah-ra's action made Yeo-jin gasp in surprise. Ah-ra turned away, angry inside. A bunch of people like to talk behind his back. Yeo-jin asked Ah-ra if she was okay. Ah-ra replied with an She asked Yeo-jin in a low voice, "Yeo-jin, you were in the class at that time, right? Is Sae-jin really a monster?" Yeo-jin replied calmly, "Her friends, other than Soo Young, didn't hurt anyone. They weren't monsters." Ah-ra's lips pressed together. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. "Really? I'm actually very scared." While standing outside, I heard screaming. I could see the situation inside through the window, but I didn't dare look at all. Ah-ra said while crying, "I'm afraid that Sae-jin will turn into Insector." Me. Ah-ra did not say anything more, but tears fell down. She wiped her tears. Didn't want to see. A strange feeling arose in Yeo-jin's heart. Don't worry, because there is a way. The scene changes to a building under construction. Ant-Man is in the process of eating Insector. Ant-Man tears a piece of flesh off Insector's body. Miseong stood still, silently observing. There was something complicated in his head. After absorbing the larvae, the number of ants increased to the point that they overflowed from his body. So, after several failed attempts, they created a new body. He sent that body to hunt. The ant body stood up after eating, but the ants remained the same as before. The ant looked at him and cried out for food. Miseong told it to stop eating. The ant's body opened its mouth wide in a ferocious manner. Miseong thought to himself, if they weren't full, they would rush in again. Miseong punched the ant's body in the face. Miseong raised her hand and sucked up the ants. The ants were immediately sucked into the hole in his hand. Miseong felt something at this moment. There are other Insector around here. There are 3 of them. This is a good chance for you to test your strength. Miseong jumped down. Miseong quickly covered his body to form an armor. Miseong moved immediately. Something broke. Miseong immediately sensed something was wrong. In a flash, one of the guy's aura disappeared. Miseong moved forward. He stood with his back against a wall. That bastard Red. An angry voice came out. An Insector yelled angrily, "You called me here for this." At his feet was an Insector with its head crushed. Ladybug Insector Red was a bit surprised. "Huh, you want me to wring the necks of these bastards?" "He is Ladybug Insector," Red said in a disgruntled tone. "Lately, because of Un Yongjin's control, I can't do anything to you as I please. Be my punching bag today." Red took a boxing stance, stand firm. Rhinoceros Beetle Insector Bara stomped his feet on the ground. "You lowly Ladybug Insector want to crawl on my head and sit?" He is Rhinoceros Beetle Insector Bara. His tone is full of condescension. "In Lawless Land I only played with you once and then never saw you again, right?" He charged at Red, pointed his horn at Red, told Red to die. Bara crashed into the wall behind Red. Red sneered. "What a hopeless name." Bara continued to walk towards Red. Red looked down on him. "Do you think you can beat me just by stabbing around with that big body?" Red prepared to swing his fist. "What a bunch of stupid bugs." Bara's face showed pain. Red punched him hard. Bara spat out blood. He lay on the ground. Red's fist was still stained with Bara's blood. Red looked back. His voice was low and husky. "Hey, you've been watching this whole time." He looked at Miseong. "You should play a game too." Miseong slowly stepped forward. He looked extremely powerful. "If you want to fight, I will indulge you." On the bridge, vehicles raced to move. Under the bridge, a match between Miseong and Red is about to take place. Red raised his hand. Bloodthirsty visual, "What's your name?" But Miseong didn't answer him. He charged forward before dying. "Shouldn't one leave a name?" He threw a quick punch at Miseong. Red felt something was wrong. An ant head from Miseong's shoulder bit his fist. Red immediately backed away. He was filled with surprise. Ant, black ant. Miseong raised his voice. He continued, that was the last name he heard before he died. Red laughed, he recognized him. It was the crazy guy who turned Zigna into a mess. He threw a punch at Miseong, he wanted to fight him. His fist came in front of Miseong, he challenged, show me your strength. He kept throwing punches. Miseong kept tilting her head left and right to avoid his extremely fast punches. A ladybug Insector appears on Red's punch. He is arrogant, I also want to test my skills. He threw another powerful punch, hit it properly. Miseong took a defensive stance, he leaned down slightly. Red seemed to realize something. Miseong put his hand behind him. He swung a quick punch in front of Red. Red took a defensive stance, said disdainfully, what was that useless fist? Even if he closed his eyes, he could still avoid it, but if he said it first, he couldn't step through it. He was punched in the face by Miseong. Red was punched away. The bridge also experienced slight vibrations. In the smoke, Red knelt before Miseong. He felt confused. What was that just now? He had clearly seen the path of that punch just now. But that speed and power broke all his preconceptions. Bastard. Red cursed in his heart. He looked at Miseong standing tall in front of him. His name. Miseong asked him briefly. Red was surprised. What? Miseong replied, before dying. Must one leave a name? Red was filled with anger. His two punches collided, creating a source of light. Miseong now swung his fist. His fist hit Red's red defense. His expression was a little startled. Red growled, damn it, he didn't want to come to this. A source of power erupted from Red. Miseong immediately backed away. There is a car running on the bridge. There was a glowing crack in front of the car. The crack widened. The driver was startled. He quickly turned the steering wheel to avoid it. Miseong and Red go out to fight. Miseong threw a punch. Red immediately used his hand to block his punch. The bus just now was about to fall off the bridge. Miseong immediately responded. Use your clone to deal with Red, and run towards the bus. The bus is teetering and about to fall. The people in the car panicked even more. Miseong jumped. He stood in front of the car. Use your strength to lift the car up to prevent it from falling. Arrogant name. Red said with disdain. He grabbed his ant head. You think you can stop me with this nonsense? He let go of the ant head and lifted the car with Miseong. The car was lowered safely. The people in the car rushed out. Red looked at Miseong intently. Miseong looked at Red straight on. Red was a little angry. Arrogant guy. Leave me here and go do something else? He charged. The second match began. Miseong remained calm. He raised his hand. Slap Red on the head and he falls head first to the ground. The helmet on his head was broken by Miseong. Miseong choked him, lifted him up. His ant head appeared too. The ant head opened its mouth wide, ready to eat Red. Miseong now seemed to be thinking about something. He let him go, making the ant's head jump. Red looked at Miseong resentfully. Miseong turned and walked away. Damn it, black ant. I will definitely smash you to pieces. Red swore in his heart. Miseong still walked away coldly. Ra was walking outside. She called her mother and said she was exercising. Ra's mother replied, what exercise? I heard it all from Asio. Every day after school, I go find Sae Jean. Ra denied, I really wanted to find Sae Jean too. But not now, I really went out to exercise. Ra's mother's tone was harsh. She didn't care, go home now. Ra sighed. That's it for today. At this moment, someone called her back. Celestial Insect Musher. Human name is Cheon Youngyo asked Ra. Sae Jean is talking about Bang Sae Jean that I know. He looked puzzled. Are they friends? It was already dark. And in the woods. Youngyo led Ra into the woods. Ra asked Youngyo, do you really know Sae Jean? Youngyo replied, I know. Ra asked again, what is their relationship? Youngyo answered hesitantly, Senior. Ra immediately answered, Senior Insector. Youngyo was startled. How did she know? Ra asked Youngyo, Is Sae Jean still okay? Youngyo replied indifferently. Hana was so attached to her that it was considered a kind of illness. Sae Jean smiled softly. Hana clung to him. Sae Jean meant he was still healthy. Hearing that, Aare felt relieved. She told Youngyo to stop here for today. She smiled and said, maybe Sae Jean has made some good friends too. Youngyo chuckled. He turned around. Now she was saying friends? Why so romantic? How embarrassing. He emphasized, oh, because I'm hungry. I brought you here to catch and eat you. Aare's face flashed with fear. The creepy grubs appeared on the tree. If that Sae Jean girl knew I ate her friend. Youngyo said slowly. Aare stepped back in fear. Behind Youngyo was a swarm of hideous larvae. He continued, what would the mood be like? Aare carefully backed away. What was he talking about? Youngyo frowned. Now him? Since when did he dislike Sae Jean? He ran away a lot to survive. He was hunted down and eaten by humans. Finally found out the original is an antlion. And now he has reached this location. Meanwhile, Sae Jean was kept by Hana and spent comfortable days in this world. Aare now hurriedly ran away. Youngyo gradually transformed into Insector form. If he ran now, it would be too late. Aare is slowly sucked into the ground. The larvae immediately rushed over. Aare closed his eyes tightly. He screamed in fear. But the larvae now had their heads taken away by a thread. Its two heads fell before Aare. Yeojin flew over. Musher was startled when he saw her. What? Yeojin dived down, flipped around like a ball and kicked Musher in the head. Musher got kicked in the head and his brain was about to explode. At this moment, a thread of silk wrapped around Aare's body, slowly pulling her up. Musher was furious. What is going on? What are you? Yeojin stands on a few threads. She said softly, an old man who looked like some kind of ant called me by that name. She emphasized silk. Aare was also pulled up at this time. The thread immediately released her. Aare is released. Run away, Yeojin said urgently. She gritted her teeth. Hurry up. Aare thanked Yeojin and quickly ran away. The larvae rushed forward one after another. Yeojin used her thread to tie them up. In a flash, she used her threads to tear the larvae into pieces. The blood of the larvae poured down on her. Musher didn't understand why she suddenly appeared and ruined other people's meals. Or let him bury her alive. Yeojin is a little disdainful, so cute. What a joke, you are like these things and other existences. Yeojin asked if he was also a celestial insect. Musher made a no sound and replied, that's right. And now he knew she was that girl, right? The one who killed Zigna had heard there were two of them. Was she okay on her own? Yeojin took out the pill. He was right if he fought Celestial Insect head on alone. Musher was surprised to see that she had it. Yeojin thought to herself, this is the only power she can use. She was also a little worried. They couldn't eat. This was for her to eat. Musher was startled and asked her what she was doing. He asked her to put that down. Yeojin immediately put the pill in her mouth. Musher immediately extended his four pincers and charged at her. Yeojin also took the pill. Musher's four pincers also rushed forward. Smoke and dust rose up. Musher was a little surprised. Eating just one pill was too much. Eating one pill wouldn't change his mana that much. But at this moment, his four pincers were already chopped into pieces. Musher was stunned. What was this? Not eating larvae but pills? Yeojin said slowly, the fake like people absolutely do not know true power. She upgraded to silkworm silk foam form. Musher was horrified. This is real power. You are a fake, Yeojin said with disdain. She charged forward, kicked him in the face. Her kick was as if she wanted to break Musher's face. His two arms were also taken away by her. Musher was scared. He quickly backed away. No, he was not a fake. The person had already recognized him. He opened his mouth, his monstrous tongue shot out. He shouted, I am the only larva. His monster tongue bit Yeojin's neck. Musher was pleased. Got it? But Musher's tongue couldn't bite Yeojin's neck. Her outer shell was woven of steel. His trivial bite could do nothing to her. Yeojin grabbed his tongue. Musher's eyes widened in horror. Yeojin's threads wrapped around his tongue. She would mince it finely, her threads wrapped around his tongue. This bastard is too strong. Is this real power? Musher thought in fear. His tongue was cut off by Yeojin's thread. Musher screamed in horror. Stop talking nonsense. He didn't admit it. He immediately jumped to the ground. Yeojin looked down at the ground. Her expression was a little surprised. Musher was digging a hole and moving underground. This time she was dead for sure. He wasn't running away. He will become stronger and take revenge because he still has the ability to evolve. But at this moment, a silk net appeared right in front of him. He was cut into pieces. Yeojin pulled the net up from the ground. She looked at her hands, exhaled. This was amazing. She clenched her fists. Celestial insect. She caught one too. Now it really began. A voice that was both strange and familiar rang out. Then let's get serious. Hearing this voice, Yeojin was startled. Zigna appeared. Yeojin looked at him. Why when Black Ant wasn't around? No, with her current strength, she can still do it alone. Zigna's tone was questioning. Oh, acquaintance. Where's that Black Ant that left her alone like this? He pointed the hilt of his sword at his chest. The ants he put inside me are still crawling inside me. If I don't kill him, this will never stop. Yeojin calmly replied. She knew that uncomfortable feeling too. That pain. She manipulated her hair like blades to attack. Let her take care of him for him. Zigna remained calm in the face of Yeojin's attack. Alright, let's see. He used his two swords to block Yeojin's attack. Yeojin's hair even cracked his sword. Zigna was surprised. The power of the medicine was indeed not to be trifled with. His two swords were shattered by Yeojin's hair. If he let his guard down, he would be done for. Yeojin flew in front of him. Zigna took out two swords from his back. He used two swords to block Yeojin's kick. Zigna gets kicked in the face by Yeojin. In his head, he started counting down from 3. Yeojin kicked him. He counted to 2. Yeojin charged. Zigna counted to 1 in his head. Yeojin swung his kick up in front of Zigna. It's over. Yeojin's eyes suddenly widened. She knelt down. The long hair was now gone. Her powers returned to their original state. The duration of the drug's effectiveness is very short. Zigna held his sword to her neck. He ordered her to follow him obediently. Scene changes to Mi-sun's house. Mi-sun is watching TV with her grandmother. TV is currently interviewing Sung Chiang, the youngest athlete of the Indochina boxing tournament. In the last title defense, he didn't give his opponent a chance to score. What caused the wound on my right cheek? The reporter asked Chiang. Chiang replied, I was bitten by an insect. Unexpectedly, world-class player Sung Chiang was also attacked by insects. Could it be Insector? The reporter asked again. Chiang immediately denied. If it was Insector, then how could I be sitting here? Next was the 9 o'clock news. Mi-sun's phone lit up at this moment. It was a text from Ara. She asked if he wasn't going to school tomorrow morning either. Mi-sun thought he still had no control over the crowd. It was still early for school. Ara texted again. Yeojin skipped school today too. The homeroom teacher is very angry. Mi-sun feels worried. What about Yeojin? He immediately texted Yeojin. Scene changes to Lawless Heaven and Earth Arena. The audience in the stands kept screaming. Yeojin was beaten up by the Insector in the arena. She was punched in the face so hard that her helmet broke. Min Jae-yoon looked at her through the screen, wondering where the medicine came from. Turned out it was her. He was a little angry. So rude. At this moment, Yeojin's bag suddenly vibrated. He opened his bag and took out Yeojin's phone. An expression of interest appeared on his face. Mi-sun sent a message. What are you doing? Are you going to bed? Grandma asked Mi-sun. Mi-sun replied, yes, Grandma, I won't go to school tomorrow. Grandma said he could do whatever he wanted. It wouldn't make any difference if he didn't go to school for a week. Mi-sun's phone lit up again. Yeojin sent him a photo. Mi-sun's face immediately stiffened when she saw the photo. That's Yeojin's insect helmet. On the helmet is also a business card of Club 6 Shot. At 6 Shoot Club in the cells. A young man walks through the prison cells. He looked into a cell. Yeojin was in the cell, sitting with her back against the wall, covered in injuries. Was she dead? Why was she so powerless, disappointing the customers who had paid her? Min Jae-yoon spoke up. Yeojin weakly told him to go away. Min Jae-yoon said slowly, as for the medicine, it seemed like the pill she skipped out on that day was the last one. What should she do? That medicine was gone now. Some little larva stole it all. Min Jae-yoon's tone was calm. He thought we had a deep connection. What the hell are you doing? What's your purpose? Yeojin replied coldly, destroy harmful insects. Min Jae-yoon's face was full of confusion. Damn. She's a bug reaper? What's the point of doing that to an insect? His face darkened as he looked at her. He didn't let her live for no reason. There was something called love between fellow countrymen. So he let her live. Min Jae-yoon told her, the next match is about to start. Get ready. He turned and walked away, deliberately emphasizing, because this is a special match for you. Scene changes to the arena and Insector MC excitedly speaks up. Now, you guys came at the right time. Now for the main event. Only one person survives at the end of the 10 contestants. It is called the Race of Hell. Insector MC declares, now it begins. He is Stick Insector, MC of Lawless Heaven and Earth. Oh well, the first contestant is the main character of the Hell Race, the hot new guy. Silk entered. MC loudly introduced. He continued to introduce the rules. Hell Race follows the rules of Hell Race Royal Rumble, in which the opponents are added every minute. If you don't kill an opponent within a minute, the enemy force will continue to increase. He exaggerated the emphasis and went for the brutal. Player number 2 enters the field. He is a dung beetle. The dung beetle immediately charged at Yeojin ferociously as soon as it saw her. Yeojin looked at him calmly. Scene change. Red throws a punch. He kept punching the air and then pulling it back. Min Jae-yoon stood in front of his punch, asked if he wasn't prepared. Min Jae-yoon said to Red he was number 1. Red immediately retorted, who told me to join such a ridiculous game? Red stated his opinion bluntly. I'd rather be the main character, then I can cooperate. Who are you being so rude to? Kill all the players and ruin the business. He threw a punch at Min Jae-yoon's face. His punch was just a little bit away from Min Jae-yoon's face, or you enter Kong Dae-jun. Min Jae-yoon gave a devilish smile. Even boss, what an insolent name. The two faced each other. Min Jae-yoon snapped at Red. Since you're a player, Eve let you off the hook. But perhaps I should teach you a little about order. Red challenged him, do it now. At this moment, Min Jae-yoon's phone received a call. The other end announced that something big was happening. The staff hurriedly said, the thing is, the elevator that takes VIPs down has disappeared. Min Jae-yoon's face darkened. He quietly told Red to get ready. He turned back to look at Red with cold eyes because your opponent has arrived. Cha-Cha's expression was full of surprise. What's going on? Yeojin fought bravely. Despite his injuries, he won against his 4th opponent. Yeojin knelt down. But Queen Jack's number 5 player was standing behind her. Jack screamed. Yeojin immediately jumped up to avoid his kick. Even so, she still spat out a mouthful of blood due to her severe injuries. Jack took the opportunity. He punched her. Yeojin was punched away. She rolled a few times on the ground. She coughed with difficulty. Another contestant enters the arena. What a surprise, now players 6, 7, 8 are entering the arena one by one. Let's not say it's cowardly. Everyone here hasn't forgotten the truth called lawless heaven and earth, right? Cha-Cha said loudly. Yeojin was surrounded by Insector. Cha-Cha is excited. Come on. Let's get to the pinnacle of death. The clock counted from 1 second to then the clock went back up to 6. Cha-Cha immediately turned to look up. Expression of surprise. He shouted angrily, who would show up at this moment? At an entrance to the arena, someone was coming. He was contestant number 9, but his head fell off at this moment. Another person stepped out. This person stepped on the head of player number 9. Father was so shocked that he was speechless. You are... Mi-sun stepped out. His ant head was tearing apart the corpse of Insector player number 9. Who are you? Cha-Cha asked him loudly. Min Jae-yoon stood from above looking down at the arena. His expression was full of delight. It really came. Yeo-jin slowly raised her face. Her vision was blurry, but she still recognized Mi-sun. Cha-Cha yelled. You are an unregistered contestant. He swung his fist down on Mi-sun's head like a hammer. He ordered him to get out. Mi-sun said in a low voice. It was noisy. The ant head immediately flew to Mi-sun's hand. It formed a gun in Mi-sun's hand. Mi-sun fired a shot. The energy bullet hit Cha-Cha's arm. Cha-Cha's arm instantly melted. Mi-sun lowered the gun. He gritted his teeth. I won't say it twice. His face was as dark as a cloud. Where is Lee Yeo-jin? Let me there. The countdown timer was also damaged. Bring him here, Mi-sun ordered. The gun in his hand gathered energy. A shot was fired by him. The bullet hit an insector, causing his body to melt instantly. Yeo-jin was surprised, idiot, looking at the insector melting before her eyes. She didn't know when he learned that terrifying technique. Yeo-jin shouted. She was also caught up in it. Here, Yeo-jin spoke up. But suddenly, a sword was placed at her neck. Min Jae-yoon sat next to her. Smug expression. Long time no see, little ant. Mi-sun pointed the gun at him. Min Jae-yoon curled his lips and asked him, why? Shoot. But Yeo-jin was next to him, making it impossible for him to shoot. Min Jae-yoon orders the Insectors in the arena to do their job. Kill him. The Insector gang charged towards Mi-sun. Mi-sun immediately entered combat readiness. He fired a shot. The bullet hit an Insector. Mi-sun raised the gun, prepared to fire another shot. Jack walked back. Mi-sun fired a shot. Jack grabbed the head of an Insector. He threw that Insector away. That Insector was hit by Mi-sun's shot. Jack raised both hands, ready to strike down. Mi-sun responded immediately. Jack slammed his hand on the ground. Mi-sun has disappeared. Min Jae-yoon was a little amused. Oh Jack, you know how to use your head. Don't worry too much, you'll die. He ordered Jack to bring Mi-sun here. But Zack did not react at all. Min Jae-yoon was a little impatient. He asked Jack what he was doing, or else hurry up. Jack suddenly melted like a candle. A source of energy was released from Jack. Min Jae-yoon's eyes were filled with surprise. Mi-sun was fine, Jack was killed by him. Min Jae-yoon exclaimed, you're stronger than before. It seems like you can absorb even just larvae. Yeo-jin's expression was happy, good job. The audience was stunned. They didn't know who Mi-sun was. Give me that kid, Mi-sun growled. Yeo-jin was annoyed, you just called her name. Mi-sun replied, this is my backup food. Min Jae-yoon's face was challenging, it was funny. Look at that. An audience member was upset. Are you the manager here? They're all dead, what about our money? I bet Jack 2,000,001, is this how you do business? He gritted his teeth. Veins stood out on his face. On the subject of humanity. Min Jae-yoon turned around. On behalf of the board he apologized he would return the money. So he suddenly shouted, shut up. Put your bet back, you bastards. This angry attitude makes the audience scared. Mi-sun's aunt head spoke up. I will kill you right now. Mi-sun cursed, bastard. Min Jae-yoon arrogantly told him not to be complacent. Because his opponent was behind him, the 10th player entered the field. Mi-sun turned around. I see you. Black ant. A deep voice rang out. Red appears. Mi-sun asks him if he wants revenge. Red admits, yes. Immediately, Red charged forward. Mi-sun's ant head immediately opened its mouth. But Red moved behind Mi-sun at lightning speed. He suddenly punched Min Jae-yoon in the face. Min Jae-yoon was stabbed by Red and sent flying. Thanks to that, Yeo-jin escaped. Min Jae-yoon got a nosebleed from Red punch. Min Jae-yoon stabbed the ground with his sword to keep himself from being blown away. He wiped his nose. Red, you brat. Mi-sun and Yeo-jin were all surprised by this scene. Why are you biting your own side? Red said in a low voice. I saw it all up there. I was in tears. Red turned around. A tear fell from his eyes. Tell them to go. Red clapped his fists together. I was impressed with your friendship. We'll deal with revenge later. Leave it to me and go, comrade. Hearing this, Mi-sun was stunned. The ant head looked at him and burst out laughing. Yeo-jin covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. Mi-sun suddenly carried Yeo-jin on her shoulder, telling her to stay there. He heard and immediately jumped away. Yeo-jin was embarrassed. He couldn't take her out like this. Mi-sun immediately yelled at her loudly. Min Jae-un also transformed into his heavenly insect's Zigna form. He slowly said, "So you were trying to create trouble, that's right, Eve had enough of cleaning up your after-party." Red stepped forward and laughed. "He did a good job anyway, so I saved him. If he's not useful, I'll kill him." Zigna laughed in response. "What an arrogant brat." "So be it." Red brought his fist up to Zigna's chest. Zigna also brought his sword up to Red's chest. Zigna's voice was low. "Let's end this day." Mi-sun took Yeo-jin away. Yeo-jin asked him how he got down here. "Do you have a key card?" Mi-sun replied briefly. "No." Yeo-jin asked him, "So what should we do?" Mi-sun quickly replied, "Smash." Mi-sun brought Yeo-jin to the entrance he had dug. Yeo-jin's voice was filled with shock. "Crazy." She sighed. "Okay. I'm dead. Get out." Mi-sun stepped forward with one foot. But at this moment, a few small stones fell from the ceiling as if something big was coming. Mi-sun was startled. Dae-jun rushed over. He threw a punch at Mi-sun's face. His lips curled up in satisfaction. Who was responsible? His punch shattered Mi-sun's helmet. "Vandalism, obstruction of business, no answer but kill you. Isn't that right? These bastards," Dae-jun said with anger, full of fear. A while ago, Dae-jun drank a whole bottle of wine. It was really good. A larva was brought before him. His expression was filled with delight. "It's a 50-egg larva. Where should I bite?" A girl spoke up. "That, boss," her mouth was watering. "Did that person know about this too?" Dae-jun was a little annoyed. So what if he knew? Scared to the point of stealing what he had eaten. The girl bit her finger. "But, it's better to tell that person first. Wipe your saliva and talk." Dae-jun reminded her. Dae-jun picked up the larva, Kajjima. "That person is already at the peak of Insector, so this is unnecessary." He chuckled. How cool would it be if he had that power? He opened his mouth wide, prepared to eat the larva. He had to climb up to that position to see. But at this moment, the ceiling suddenly shook, forcing him to stop. The staff ran in to report. There was an intruder. Dae-jun asked the staff, "Is that intruder strong?" The staff hurriedly said, "Because of the intruder, the VIP elevator had disappeared. He was now heading towards lawless heaven and earth." Dae-jun let go of the larva. It wasn't broken or destroyed. It was gone. He used his fingertips to touch the employee's forehead, grinning. "So be it, the person who came to ask me to deal with that guy." The employee quickly replied, "First we have to catch up with that person's whereabouts. After all, he is heading to lawless heaven and earth." Dae-jun questioned, So this person is not strong enough to stop him." He used his finger to stab the employee's head. The employee died instantly. Dae-jun's face was filled with murderous intent. Maybe he should exercise a little before eating. Back to reality. Dae-jun is strangling Mi-sun's neck. Yeo-jin's face was filled with fear. What? Dae-jun's expression gives people a sense of terrifying intimidation. Yeo-jin was terrified inside. After Kajjima, this was the first time she felt this overwhelming terror. Dae-jun smiled and said to Mi-sun, "Don't be afraid, he doesn't intend to take money." Instead, he was silent for a moment, then excitedly said, "Let's fight happily." Dae-jun punched Mi-sun, sending him flying. Mi-sun's back hit the stone wall. Dae-jun quickly rushed to Mi-sun and kicked him. He kept kicking him. He said happily, "Look, be strong." Mi-sun's face was full of pain. Dae-jun continued to slap him in the face. He grabbed his head. His expression was crazy. "Show him your strength." At this moment, his black ant clone appeared behind him. The ant clone punched Dae-jun in the face. Then, the ant clone grabbed his neck and opened its mouth wide. Dae-jun immediately raised his fist, preparing to punch the ant clone in the face. But at this moment, his hand was held back by several threads. Yeo-jin used her thread to hold his hand. She frowned, already the strong in human form. Even if she released all her threads, she wouldn't be able to resist. Dae-jun was a little annoyed. What a bunch of nosy bastards. He was excited. "That's right. That's it. Be more brutal," Dae-jun said in an excited voice. He pulled Yeojin back, at the same time squeezing the ant head of the clone. Scene changes to the arena. Red's fist was also covered in blood. Red was still standing, but Zigna was badly wounded. Z stood in front of him, raising his middle finger to challenge Zigna. The wall behind Red suddenly had a hole. Misun and Yeojin were thrown out from this hole. Both of them quickly regained their posture. "You're here, Zigna," a deep voice said. Zigna immediately recognized this voice. Daejun stepped out. Zigna immediately explained, "I have no face left no matter what I—" Daejun angrily shouted, "Don't say such weak words. You are Kong Daejun's subordinate." Zigna immediately lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Yes, boss." Red was a little surprised. "Kong Daejun?" The audience was also stunned when they saw Daejun's figure. Daejun immediately raised his hand to greet the audience. Introducing himself as the manager here, he asked the three of you, "Have you finished eating yet?" He had to come out while it was mealtime. There were many guests, he had to entertain them. Daejun called Zigna again, telling him to go eat. Zigna was surprised. "What do you mean? Let's talk about that later." Daejun's face was full of murderous intent as he ordered it to be opened. Faced with this terrifying sight, Zigna was startled. He jumped up. The ceiling opened. Yeojin and Misun had no idea what they were up to. Something fell down. It was a man. Daejun stepped forward, telling everyone to not be so polite. The person who had just fallen had turned into a larva. Looking very weak, Daejun approached the larva. He said proudly, "It was unexpectedly delicious." Red also felt the chills. That bastard in the end. Larvae from the ceiling fell down one after another, and the arena floor was instantly filled with larvae. Daejun took a bite of the larva. Misun, Yeojin, and Red looked at him. Daejun's face was full of cruelty, his mouth still chewing on the larva's meat. "Let's start the meal." The larvae stood up. Yeojin and Red felt nauseous looking at this scene. But Misun said, "Very good." His eyes were sharp as knives. "This is your chance. You guys have already prevented that guy from absorbing the larvae to the maximum." He emphasized, "Leave the rest to me." Yeojin looked at him. It was true that he had to stop it, but how to stop it? Red asked Misun. "Us." Red's tone was steady. "Just leave it at that. By the way, who are you guys?" Yeojin and Red introduced themselves. Daejun asked them, "What are you doing with the food in front of you?" He tore off a piece of the larva's flesh and told them to eat it and stop hunting. Even if they wanted to eat it, they wouldn't be able to find it again. He ate with relish and finally found it. That was the essence of the larva. He caught the larva. Red saw that and immediately ran in front of Daejun. Yeojin panicked. What was that idiot doing? He was crazy. Lee Yeojin. Misun suddenly called her. He told her to run quickly. Yeojin felt confused. "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Misun replied, "He said he was here to save her. Leave this place to him, you go." Yeojin's face was filled with surprise. She slightly curled her lips. "What? He wasn't that emotional." She told Misun not to talk nonsense. Just endure until he absorbs the larvae. Misun agreed. Yeojin continued. She couldn't endure for long either. Yeojin immediately rushed forward. Misun's ant head appeared. He said to the ant head, "Just eat that pile." The ant head immediately flew towards the larva. The ant head opened its mouth wide, preparing to bite the head of a larva. Misun also ordered the ants on his body to eat and then returned. The ants that formed his armor immediately scattered. They rushed towards a larva. Misun looked at the remaining ants in her hand. This was all there was left. "Kong Daejun!" Red shouted. He swung his fist in front of Daejun. Daejun immediately bit Red's hand. Red immediately swung his remaining punch up, but he also blocked that punch. Did he know he was eating? Daejun screamed. Red was immediately thrown up into the air by him. The audience in the stands was also full of surprise. But at this moment, some threads appeared to hold Red so that Red would not fall into the audience. These threads are like a bowstring that pulls Red up. He suddenly had a familiar feeling. Yeojin shouted, "Run, let me help." Red relied on the elasticity of the threads. rushed towards Daejun as he was putting the larva into his mouth. He was angry. Why don't you let others eat? Red raised his fist, executed barrier punch, punched Daejun hard in the face. He threw a series of punches at Daejun. Red was delighted. These threads were strong. He had made a good friend. Red swung his fist. This punch was packed with power. Red's punch directly sent Daejun flying. Daejun also quickly regained his momentum to avoid being thrown away. But in the end he still ate the larva. The power he offered, that's right, this was the taste. He looked fierce, ready to throw a punch. Red was surprised too. A punch at that distance. Red immediately erected a protective shield against his punch. The force from his punch seemed to blow away the wall behind Red. Yeojin was shocked. Impossible. Most of them were wind-powered. But the destructive power of this punch was terrifying. Again in a state of no stimulation, Daejun wiped his lips with his finger, smugly asking Red if he wanted to try again. But he turned and walked away. Red immediately rushed up from behind him and swung his fist. Yeojin screamed. No, she had no thread left. Daejun immediately turned around and punched Red. Daejun's punch seemed to want to break Red's internal organs. Daejun continued to kick Red in the face. Red was sent flying into the wall after that kick. He was seriously injured. His armor was also broken. Yeojin fell to her knees. Her face was filled with fear. She was wrong. There was no way to beat this guy. This bastard is a real monster. Daejun aimed at the larva in front of him. He reached out, intending to catch the larva. He picked up the larva. This was the fifth one. His body was getting hot now. He had to stop. But the face of this larva is very strange. It is gradually turning into a human face. A caterpillar crawls out of the larva's mouth. Go back. Miseong ordered in a low voice. The black ants on the larva immediately moved out of the larva's body and into Miseong's hand. Miseong was holding a larva in his hand. The last one. I will eat it. Miseong spoke. Daejun stared at Miseong in disbelief. Miseong held the larva in his hand. To be exact, he put the larva in his mouth. It was the 10th one. Miseong swallowed the larva. Daejun's face was filled with curiosity. Did you eat it all? You? His eyes widened in anger. You bastard. The people who were turned into larvae and were saved by Miseong ran away in fear. Daejun looked like a demon right now. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. His expression was terrifying. Before they were digested. I will chew you up. Black ant? Miseong spoke up. Black ants spread out from beneath his feet. Come here quickly. Miseong continued speaking. The black ants formed bodies. The black ants also gathered on Miseong's hand to form a gauntlet. Go there and chew it all up. Miseong pointed that arm forward and continued. Straighten that brat. Majestic Miseong, standing among his army of black ants. This scene left Yeojin stunned. Daejun's face was filled with interest. You're asking for more. This is getting interesting. There are about 11 of them. There's no other way in my condition, Daejun said loudly. Miseong raised her hand towards him. He ordered his army of ants to go there and devour him. His black ant army immediately charged forward. Daejun laughed with delight. At this point, he would tear them apart without leaving any trace. The army of ants rushed before him. Daejun punches an Ant-Man, shattering the Ant-Man. Every punch he threw at Ant-Man shattered Ant-Man. At this moment, 2 Ant-Men held his arms tightly. Daejun loudly scorned, use force, clinging on like this is no fun. He crushed an Ant-Man with his foot. An Ant-Man split into 2 parts. Another Ant-Man runs to help. 2 fighting arms are formed by the ants. Ant-Man clenched his fists and raised them above his head. Then, Ant-Man slammed Daejun's head down as hard as hammering a nail into a pillar. This blow caused Daejun's head to bow low. But this just makes it more exciting, right? Struggling a little more. He clapped his hands together, making Ant-Man smash him to pieces like he was swatting a mosquito. But at this moment, a beam of light shone straight into his face. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. In front of him were 2 Ant-Men aiming guns at him. 2 Ant-Men are preparing to fire. Miseong clenched his fist and gave the order to detonate. The two ant-men immediately fired their guns. 2 bullets flew in front of Daejun. He looked down. There was contempt in his eyes. He got hit by 2 bullets. 2 ant-men increased the power of the bullet stream. The energy from the bullets shot out seemed to blow Daejun away. The next second, an explosion occurred with black smoke billowing up. Yeojin was surprised. It's over. The 2 ant-mans also stopped firing. Misun watched silently. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a sinister smile. Misun's eyes were filled with surprise. A tall creature stepped out of the smoke. Okay, this is it. Daejun transformed into his celestial insect form. Scarab beetle Insector. Insector Ijiojitu. Misun's face was alert. Ijiojitu admitted, "You're good, hit him in his original form. He likes you, you must die in his hands." Misun waved her hand. "Tell him to come." 2 ant-men leap into the air, preparing to shoot Ijiojitu. The 2 ant-men opened fire. Ijiojitu charged. 1 punch blew the 2 ant-men apart. The wall behind Misun was also cracked by the wind from Ijiojitu's punch. Misun raised his hand, ordered to assemble. He urged, "Hurry." But Ijiojitu was already in front of him. He used his shoulder to hit Misun, but Misun used both hands to block it in front of her chest. The wall was about to collapse. Yeojin screamed in horror, "Kami-sun." Misun was pushed into the wall by Ijiojitu until a big hole was made. Ijiojitu put his hand on his chest. He was proud. The price of 10 larvae was this. He continued to push Misun back. Then he grabbed Misun's head and threw him to the ground. Misun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ijiojitu grabbed his head and pulled him up. His whole body was unable to move. Ijiojitu's tone was sarcastic. "It's over already. The original form looks so inconvenient." His tone is disdainful. Who wouldn't collapse after death? "Oh well, there's no other way. I'll take the remaining 10. Misun weakly spoke, "You eat." Ijiojitu's face was surprised. "What?" Misun continued, "You eat me." "Gather," Misun ordered. Ijiojitu looked down at the ground. He sensed something was coming at a very fast speed. The black ants rushed over one after another. A black ant bit Misun, pulled him out of Ijiojitu's hand. The black ants rushed at his body like crazy, as if they wanted to eat him. 2 pools of blood also appeared at Misun's feet. Ijiojitu was puzzled. "What is this? Are you trying to kill yourself?" An ant head turned around, mouth open. It aimed at Misun's head and prepared to bite. In a flash, Misun's entire body was covered in an extremely powerful combat armor made from black ants. Misun now screamed ferociously. Ijiojitu laughed. "What kind of form is this?" He curled his lips. "Good. I've been waiting for you to appear." Then they both charged at each other. The staff told Zigna, "The boss has escaped from the arena." Zigna's mind was filled with thoughts. Was he provoking the awakening of the boss? "How strong are you?" "Insector, black ant." Zigna turned away. "Not now. This situation must have been reported to the higher-ups, right? Then he would definitely come." Celestial insect Hisapita. Zigna ordered the staff to take the money and leave. Today was the day the 6-shoot club disappeared. At this moment a man appeared, with a complaint. "What a nuisance." Zigna was startled to see him. The man told Zigna to take him with her. The distance between him and this lowly place was quite far, so he could not find a way out. He had a menacing look on his face. "Show me the way." Scene change. Ijiojitu throws a punch at Misun. The force of the wind from his punch caused the wall behind Misun to cave in. Misun also responded to him with a punch. Ijiojitu grabbed Misun's shoulder. Both sides exchanged punches with each other. Ijiojitu punched Misun in the face. Misun was also punched away by him. A beam of energy appeared and flew past Ijiojitu's face. A hint of surprise appeared in Ijiojitu's eyes. Behind Misun's back, a scorpion-like tail grew. His whole body was bent down close to the ground. His hands touched the ground. His appearance now was no different from a scorpion. Misun's tail fired a beam of energy at Ijiojitu. Ijiojitu used his arm as a shield to block his energy beam. He charged forward. He used his shoulder to hit Misun's tail. The tail was deflected. A beam of energy shot up from the tail. It flew through the stands. An explosion occurred immediately. Yeojin didn't expect Misun to still be fighting until now. She quickly told Red to calm down. This was not the time for this. Red spat out a mouthful of blood. He said he was fine. Ijio-jitsu used his shoulder to block Misun's attack. Misun threw a punch, but it grazed his face. Ijio-jitsu swung his punch. No one could stop him, no one, he shouted. Ijio-jitsu's 5 punches directly destroyed one of Misun's arms. Misun bit one of his hands. His other hand swung down. It collided with the man's body, causing sparks to fly. Ijio-jitsu's voice was full of contempt. All your efforts, and your struggles in the final moments, he glared. I will trample on all of them. He threw a punch at Misun's head, causing his head to separate from his neck. Ijio-jitsu glanced back. He saw ants flying up. Misun's head and arm that had just been severed from her body are being reattached. Ijio-jitsu clenched his hands into fists. That's right, just keep charging forward. No matter how many times he tries, he will destroy everything. Surprise! One of his arms fell off. Ijio-jitsu's eyes were filled with surprise. The arm fell to the ground. The inside of the arm was completely empty. His expression was one of disbelief. Why? This? No way, what are you doing? You worm! How dare you? He shouted. How dare you do this to me? He threw a punch so hard at Misun that his body was instantly shattered. He kept punching him like punching fog. Ijio-jitsu also felt that something was wrong. He had clearly used all his strength to crush him. But the more I try to destroy, the more it feels like I'm being eaten alive. Ijio-jitsu was full of pride. Someone like you dares to eat me? How ridiculous, I am the ultimate carnivore. The hunting should be mine. But at this moment, both of his legs were severed. Ijio-jitsu shouted angrily. You bastard. He became even more furious. You bastard. How dare a lowlife like you do this to me? Misun stood before him with a face like a ferocious god standing before a weak species. Ijio-jitsu's eyes were filled with fear. This feeling, pressure, tension. It was as if when facing that guy, it was a feeling of terror. His face was filled with fear. Help! Help! Hungry! A terrifying voice rang out. Misun's head was exposed in the monster's mouth. His eyes flashed red. So hungry. The next second, the monster had eaten Ijio-jitsu. The monster stood up and roared. Yeojin and Red also came forward. Misun also returned to human form at this moment. An unspeakable fear rose on Yeojin's face. Misun turned to look at them. His eyes were red. A creepy smile appeared on his lips. He was so hungry. Yeojin's expression was surprised. Misun was smiling. Red asked her, "Is that something to be concerned about now?" Misun's eyes turned red. She was clearly crazy. Before the two of them could react, Misun had already arrived in front of Yeojin. Red shouted, "Be careful." Before Yeojin could react, Misun strangled her. The ant head from Misun's shoulder also bit Red's shoulder and pushed him away. Red gritted his teeth, this again. Misun lifted Yeojin up. His lips curled up. Yeojin's eyes were filled with fear. "Kami-sun, you." Misun grinned. "Let's eat." Luckily, Red was able to punch Misun in time. Thanks to that, Yeojin escaped from Misun's hands. Yeojin urgently told Misun to wake up. Didn't he recognize her? Red continued to swing his fists. Their touching friendship ended just like that. Red punched Misun in front of him. So disappointing, Black Ant. Red's punch and Yeojin's leg had just reached Misun when they were surrounded by black ants. Erosion. Misun ordered in a low voice. His face was filled with a fear that made people shiver. Ants crawled up Yeojin's legs and Red's arms. They wanted to eat them. In a flash, the black ants were crawling all over Yeojin and Red's bodies. Misun also radiated a dense dark energy. His eyes were still blood red. In his mind, Misun's hands were behind his back and tied. He knelt down. The black ants stood around him. He looked at them. He was fed up now. Misun told them to come and eat. But at this moment, a sudden roar rang out. Something huge was coming. Mi-sun immediately recognized this thing. It's you again. A red foot stepped on the head of a black ant. Red ant appeared in front of Mi-sun. Mi-sun ordered it to stop. You're bored too. Living? A deep voice rang out. A light suddenly appeared above Red Ant's head. Mi-sun's eyes immediately showed surprise. A woman's figure appeared. Mi-sun's face was filled with surprise. You finally... The sound waves emitted by Red Ant repelled the black ants. The Ant-Man gang rushed forward but was also defeated by the woman. The power of the sound wave seemed to blow Mi-sun away. He blocked his face with both hands. His eyes were also tightly shut. Must live, that voice rang out again. Mi-sun was pushed away. He wanted to hold on to the woman standing on Red Ant's head. Wait a minute. Could it be? Mi-sun held her head in agony. The ants on Yeojin and Red also dispersed. Yeojin's eyes widened. A flash of surprise appeared. Mi-sun screamed in pain. Yeojin was startled. The armor on his body melted. Yeojin quickly caught Mi-sun. Tell him to calm down. Are you okay? A drop of water fell on Yeojin's shoulder. Mi-sun's tears fell one after another. He sobbed and cried out, "Mom." Yeojin felt confused. Why did Mi-sun suddenly go crazy and cry? Even though she didn't understand. Mi-sun was about to ask about the situation when Yeojin spoke first. Tell him not to worry. It's all done. Red wiped his nose with his finger. Between you two, I know, more than friends. Too bad I have no place to step in. The cave suddenly shook. Yeojin told everyone to get out of here. This place was about to collapse. Red carried Mi-sun. The three of them turned and left. Ah, what a bother. A voice said. A man appeared behind them. Yeojin and Red quickly turned around. Following the man were Zigna and two of Daejin's girls. The man stood up. He asked Yeojin's group, did you guys do it? Red hands Mi-sun back to Yeojin. Tell her to get Mi-sun out of here quickly. They're pretty strong. The man frowned. Since I want to finish the job quickly, don't do any more nonsense. He said he came to pass on the news. Before he could finish, Zigna interrupted. How dare you touch my boss? He and two of Daejin's girls charged towards them. The man's tone was full of annoyance. He really wanted to go home. This was an office worker who was forced to stay and work overtime after work hours. The man immediately rushed forward. One blow took care of Daejin's two girls. Zigna was grabbed by the head and pressed to the ground. Zigna immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The man's expression darkened. This is because you dared to interrupt me. Make me repeat myself, he emphasized. Listen carefully. I've come to deliver a message. This is a message from Kajjima. He is the celestial insect hexagon du Junal. I'm watching you. We'll meet again soon. Until then, stay alive. Number 1. Red and Yeojin both felt confused by these words. Junal reminded them not to call him by his name. It wouldn't end with them getting hurt. Yeojin was harsh, asked who he was. He was also celestial insect. Red replied, I came here to directly convey the words of leader Kajjima. Could it be that you are one of the 6 leading powerhouses of celestial insect? 6 Kajjima outriggers. Junal frankly admitted that Kong Daejun also has enough potential to climb to this position. But what a pity, Yeojin was surprised. He was stronger than that monster, except for Kajjima. There were 6 others. Junal crushed a piece of Daejun. It was expected that he would be punished soon for his actions against Mr. Kajjima's ideals. Red wondered. Punish? Didn't you guys not touch each other? Junal replied, even if you have excellent abilities, you don't need to go against Mr. Kajjima's logic. He said slowly, Insector is an evolutionary product that only the chosen nobles have. Ignorant people try to achieve that nobility with trash like drugs. Mr. Kajjima's grand plan is for Insector to become the top of the food chain with the celestial insects at the top. Kong Daejun is just a bug. Nothing more, nothing less. Celestial insect is fighting fiercely against humans, ending in human destruction. I want to kill all those who hinder that plan immediately, but I have a proposal for you. Join celestial insect. His offer surprised Yeojin and Red. Yeojin shouted, why did she risk her life? It was to take revenge on Kajjima. Before she finished speaking, Junal shouted and shut her mouth. He told her to answer carefully, to consider merits and demerits. Well, my answer is no, Yeojin said, become a member of Celestial Insect, Red continued. Yeojin and Red's faces darkened. They both raised their middle fingers. Damn it. Their attitude made Junil furious. What? Red stepped forward. What war? Human destruction. He pointed his finger at me. Son, you guys probably don't know the situation when we fought with them just now. I can only fight strong people, understand? Red is a bit arrogant. I can fight people stronger than Kong Dijuna. Don't give up even if it means fighting to the death. Yeojin was harsh. If you came to discuss business, you came to the wrong place. Tell her to join the people who killed her family. Her expression filled with anger. I'd rather choose death. Junil suddenly burst out laughing. He covered his mouth with his hand. He asked, what nonsense are you guys talking about? Are you sober? It's been a long time since I laughed this loudly. You guys are always making up nonsense. I know what you want. Let me laugh and then I will repay your love. Junil threw Zigna at them. He gave him back to them. Zigna spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood. Yeojin was full of surprises. What is it? Use this name to repay. I heard from Mr. Kajjima. Junil said. Behind him appeared an insect. One of you has to eat Insector to survive, Junil continued. He turned and walked away. Either way, that loser is for your people to eat or kill as you wish. He disappeared. See you later. The air became silent. Red recognized him as Celestial Insect Hexagon Dynamic 2. Let's go now. They quickly flew out. Red and Yeojin landed on the ground. There was silence around them. Yeojin snapped, asking Red why he dragged that guy along. Red replied it would be a shame to leave him down there. Besides, the place was about to collapse. He was going to use him as a punching bag. At this moment, a group of people ran over. Bug Reaper appeared before them. Insector was found in the underground lobby. The 6-shoot club outside was also destroyed. Sam, contact headquarters. This is number 3. We are entering the 6-shoot club building. After the location is confirmed, the floating position. The Bug Reaper members charged. Yeojin immediately sprayed silk on her face. She also sprayed webs on Miseong and Red's faces. They quickly ran away. A member of the Bug Reaper opened fire on them. Red uses his body to shield Yeojin and Miseong from bullets. Red raised his fist. Don't get in my way. He punched the ground, sending rocks flying towards the Bug Reaper members. Headquarters contacts Sam. Insector is fleeing outside the building. Yeojin and Red break the wall, fly out of the building. On Yeojin's face, Miseong and Red were both wrapped in silk to cover their faces. Sam fired at them, but they flew away. Sam was a little surprised. He couldn't believe it was Insector. Zigna was also captured. He is presumed to be the only one left at the scene. Pyo took a drag on his cigarette. He was one step too late again. The other end of the phone replied, I'm sorry I'm late. The Bug Reaper meeting is about to begin. At the Bug Reaper headquarters, the members all sat at the conference table. Branch D, Trung Nam, branch manager 6 spoke first. Suddenly calling a meeting of leaders like this, I was curious as to what was going on. Branch A, Jyeongi, branch manager Woon continued, no more than that, Jean or Pyo summoned us. Of course, this is the work of those in higher positions. See, Jeonnam branch manager Jo said slowly, in group activities, hierarchy is necessary. The branch managers are also very disappointed with the current situation. Branch E, Ganyugun, branch manager Min is a little upset with Jo. What a lecturing person. Jean and Pyo have different ranks after all. He was demoted when we were agents and is no longer the branch manager. His rank is director after all. Don't be so harsh. How about we listen to what everyone has to say? F. Jyeongnam branch manager Nan spoke up. It's not just a matter of rank. I heard that recently there were 2 cases where the 2 of you were in charge of a lot of events, incidents, and also lost quite a few members. Thanks to that, Bug Reaper's image became very bad. B. Seoul branch combat team leader Jean said, we know what people think of us. That's why we're here to formulate countermeasures to prevent future sacrifices. Woon's lips curled up slightly. A countermeasure to prevent useless sacrifices. What was that? Even if the disciple had left his embrace, he still had to call him back. Woon's tone was a bit playful. What? That's right, his subordinate had received the insect element and was promoted to the position of combat team captain. Nan immediately reminded Woon, talking about that friend in front of Jean was a bit much. Woon replied, what if I said wrong? He signed up for an unknown life or death experiment to protect his master. Now he is riding high on the battlefield as a special agent. Yet someone coldly turned their back on him. What's wrong with getting the insect element? It's not like I'm jealous of them, is it? You've been opposing me all this time, Jean spoke up. His tone was calm. This was where the bug reaper's insector catchers gathered. But why were there insects buzzing around? Jean's eyes glowed red. At the same time, he emphasized, "Must kill it?" Min heard that and covered her mouth and laughed. Woon was angry. What insect? This bastard. Jeju branch. Branch manager Yun with blue hair looks tired. Shut up for a moment. Finish it quickly. Branch B, Seoul, Captain Pyo spoke up. Branch manager Yun is right. Both of you stop, let's get to the point. He said slowly, as everyone knows we have been losing to insects all the time. But we are not here today to reflect on that. We are here today to prepare for the insect attack and to prepare for a possible all-out war. Branch manager Joe was a little puzzled. Prepare for an all-out war. So the insect army has made a new move? Pyo replied, yes, the insects have been acting strangely lately, they seem to be acting individually, but they have come together with strong and intelligent individuals at the center and have formed a group called Celestial Insect. In fact, it seems they have formed a systematic organization. The purple-haired and branch chief wondered, Celestial Insect, piercing the sky. So they intend to climb to the top of the creatures? Branch Chief Min was startled. Aren't insects able to fly in the sky? Branch Chief Sixtone was serious, he had fought celestial insects before. He was sure they were completely different from normal Insector. Branch Chief Woon was a bit sarcastic. Did those idiots have brains? Pyo took a book out of his shirt. To be able to fight Insector, we need to have their enemies. The book Pyo took out was called Ant Castle Project. The project is called Ant Castle. Branch schools see pictures in the book. Captain Jean looks at the book. 002 Kajjima. He asked Pyo, what is this book? He'll explain, someone spoke up. Dr. Man walked over, he told Pyo, although he didn't know where he got it, to stop reading it. He personally had a very painful experience with it. Pyo sounded surprised. Is this book from the doctor? Dr. Man replied, it is his disciple. Pyo asked the doctor, how much do you know about this project? Are you directly involved? Dr. Man replied, of course, because he was always standing by to watch. He calmly said, the Ant Castle project was a secret project that was established when Bug Reaper was a simple research group before becoming the fighting team it is today. This was a research project to create 3 enemies of Insector. The research was very successful and resulted in the creation of 3 enemies of Insector. One day, an unexpected explosion occurred. The explosion swallowed everything. Only a single specimen was ever recovered from it. Pyo's eyes showed surprise. He asked the doctor, where is the test subject now? Why is this information not made public? Dr. Man shook his head, that was all he knew. The rest was because his superiors had given him instructions, so he didn't know. Pyo turned away, the specimen remained. But, Dr. Mandip continued, he spoke slowly. If a power equal to Insector was needed, there seemed to be no other way. There was something very perverted about his face, besides the insect factor injection. The whole conference room fell silent after hearing his words. Jean's eyes were fierce. Dr. Man said excitedly, in contrast to the fierce competition between Jean and the members, the results of those injected with insect factors were very good. It has been proven that Woon's branch also has a specialized team that has completed the insect factor injection. Is that all? He was talking about that friend, Jean's disciple, who was acting as a special member of the organization. He was already very strong. But through that experiment, he became even stronger and was now considered the next branch head. Isn't that great? Participating in the experiment was more dangerous than it is now. Now that he has that friend, the insect factor injection has become more stable. But Jean suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the table top to crack. His face looked extremely unsightly. The crack on the table spread. Finally the table broke in 2. Jean called out to the doctor. Dr. Man replied yes. Here, Jean said. Dr. Man saw Jean's attitude and also broke out in a sweat. A murderous aura emanated from Jean. Jean's hands clenched. Enough. That's it. The branch managers stood up. Branch manager Woon still did not forget to mock. After all, pretending to be a noble person was very hard work. Human dignity? How many more people would die because of that stubbornness? He went to Dr. Man. Doctor, don't be discouraged because I strongly support your research. Branch manager Woon put one hand on DR Man's shoulder, the other hand made a like button. Asked when the team enhancement experiment that we discussed last time would be carried out. The branch managers and DR Man left. Pyo came in front of Jean. Jean apologized. But don't say anything about that kid. Let's go back to, Pyo said. Scene changes to Bug Reaper branch area B. Younger was stabbed in the body. Fresh blood splattered. The one who stabbed Younger was Brother KO. His blade was still stained with blood. Brother Ko's eyes were red and terrifying. Thump. Brother KO stabbed the knife into Younger's body. Brother KO coldly turned away. Before him was the forbidden door of the Bug Reaper. Brother KO touched his thumb to the fingerprint scanner. The door opened. A huge creature gradually appeared. Go and get him, Brother KO said loudly. Brother KO now has 5 eyes. All 5 eyes are glowing red. In waiting, the huge creature stepped out. Lord Kajjima, Brother KO said. Kajjima goes out. Brother KO is excited. Mr. Kajjima, please help us. He knelt, bowed low to the ground. Awakened at all costs. Kajjima reached out and grabbed Ko's neck. Ko's face was filled with joy. Awaken, you mutants, Kajjima said in a low voice. Stop joking around, Kajjima said and crushed Ko's head. Blood splattered all over the wall. An emergency announcement rang out. This place was the secret weapons storage area A. Insector intrusion warning. All team members wear masks and spray CS insecticide. Security guards appeared in front of Kajjima and pointed their guns at him. Younger was seriously injured by Brother Ko's sword. Or else Kajjima will crush my head. The security guards simultaneously fired at Kajjima. An employee was surprised. How did he get in here this first time? Could it be that they got past all the anti-insect equipment outside the base? Bullets were fired at Kajjima, but he was unharmed. He said hoarsely, Case, where is it? The other employee was stunned. What? Kajjima waved his hand. These security guards were all cut in half as if they were swept by a sword. An explosion occurred. Kajjima slowly walked out. Scene change. There is a car driving extremely fast on the road. Tae, Pyo and Jean are on their way to the base. Younger calls Pyo to hurry. There is only one Insector infiltrating. He emphasized the name Kajjima. The 3 Pyo were surprised. Jean asks Pyo, isn't Kajjima the result of the Insector battle? But how? Pyo seemed to lose his cool. Damn it, how was I supposed to know that? Tae shouted. Oh, we'll be there soon. Just hold on a little longer. They finally arrived at the base. Pyo's eyes flashed with horror. That pillar of fire. Could it be? 3 beams of light appeared from the fire. A huge explosion occurred. The car's vision was now filled with the red of fire. The 3 Pyos were all stunned. Tae punched the steering wheel. Damn it. Pyo was also stunned. Kajjima stepped out of the fire. Jean's eyes turned serious. That bastard is Kajjima. Pyo quickly opened the door and got out of the car. He growled and ordered Tae to return to headquarters. Tae shouted, I will fight too. You are not a combatant, go away, Jean said. He stood tall. His hands gripped the hilts of his swords. That bastard. I'll kill him. Pyo said in a low voice, I don't need you. Pyo's face showed killing intent because I also had to kill that bastard. The 2 of them got into a fighting stance. Kajjima's tone was contemptuous. How trivial. Jean and Pyo rushed to attack him. The scene changes to a villa. Jean looks around the house and sighs. What a beautiful house. Why is it that except for her, all the Insectors are living so well? At this moment a bright golden light shone on her face. A pile of wrestling trophies came into view. Jean looked at the frame. No one could touch it. Sung Chiang was invincible, WBC champion of the East. Chiang said in a low voice, if he participated in a bigger tournament then it would be hard to avoid a blood test, so this was enough. He told Jean to take a shower too. She smells a bit. Jean pouted, you said you were sucking honey, you lived in the attic, you beat humans and then you can earn money, isn't that great? Chiang replied, you always beat Insector to earn money. Also, do you know how hard it is to beat just enough humans so they don't die? Jean replied, I know it. Chiang asked her, have you ever beaten a human before? Jean hummed. A medical kit was placed down. Mi-sun is still lying unconscious on the sofa. But Mi-sun's side angle is beautiful. Yeo-jin saw that Mi-sun seemed to be fine. He was a quick recovery guy. Chaeng suddenly frowned. Not that. The floor was full of black ants that made Chaeng want to jump up. Yeo-jin disinfects Mi-sun's wound and tells Chaeng. The rich champion should understand him a little. He lives with his grandmother. If she sees him like this, she'll faint. Chaeng rubbed her forehead. Why don't you take Mi-sun to his house? Yeo-jin replied. She hadn't cleaned up yet. Chaeng's face was calm. He pointed at Mi-sun's face. It's different from us, right? Look over there. Blood is red too, Yeo-jin replied to Chaeng, probably. Chaeng felt that perhaps the message Kajjima left behind was the same. It was a message aimed at Mi-sun, the number one existence. What were those two to each other? Yeo-jin was also quite curious. But anyway, it didn't matter. She had seen it. Mi-sun's eyes were filled with anger when she mentioned Kajjima. Kami-sun was the one who wanted to kill Kajjima more than anyone. The blade swung down, the sword tip stabbed straight in. But Pyo and Jin's attacks did not injure Kajjima at all. Kajjima raised his hand. A slash was released. Jin and Pyo immediately backed away. Kajjima waved his hand again. Pyo and Jin immediately separated to the sides, dodging his slash. Jin looked at the black dots in front of him. Those were ants, they were black ants. Pyo replied, a literal ant castle. Jin twirled a blade in his hand. Truly visual. This tiny insect was beyond our imagination. He threw the spinning sword away. Pyo also rushed forward, urgently told Jin to run. The sword that Jin threw out flew like a spinning disc straight towards Kajjima's chest. The blade touched his chest with a piercing sound. Jin charged forward, swinging the remaining sword in his hand. He slashed down hard on Kajjima's shoulder, causing blood to splatter from Kajjima. Jin's face was full of anger. Look, what the hell are you? An insector or a great devil? Kajjima's voice was full of contempt. Do you think cutting me like this will defeat me? Jin's eyes filled with nausea when he saw Kajjima's blood. What a disgusting color. He raised his two swords. Charged like a bird flapping its wings. Let me dye your entire body with that color. The blade aimed straight at Kajjima's neck. Jin launched a series of slashes at Kajjima. Kajjima's blood splattered all over his body. Kajjima remained standing, saying this body belonged to the Insect King. Jin's expression showed a hint of surprise. Standing on top of all species, Kajjima said with a smug tone. The next second, one of Jin's arms and one of his legs were cut off by Kajjima. I am Kajjima, he said proudly. Pyo screamed in horror. Jin was filled with anger. Bastard. He swung a slash at Kajjima's arm, successfully took off his arm. Jin grabbed his arm and fell to the ground. Kajjima looked at Jin. He admitted he was no ordinary man. But was this all? This was the limit of humanity. Jin urged Pyo to run away. Kajjima walked in front of Pyo. Pyo's face was full of surprise. Kajjima asked Pyo if he knew Case. Pyo's expression became fearful. What was Case? He had to look around, take the time to find even the slightest hint. Pyo quickly replied, Case, if you ask like that, must be a top secret. What do you want to know that for? Kajjima warned Pyo not to try anything in front of him. Case, the box that holds the power. As long as he has the boy, Insector will be immortal. Pyo's eyes were filled with surprise. What was that thing? Suddenly, the car hit Kajjima straight on. Tae was furious. Go away, you disgusting insect. Kajjima despised. Resistance was futile. He waved his hand. The car was cut into two pieces. There was an explosion. Tae escaped the explosion. He told Pyo he would buy some time. He quickly told Pyo to run ahead. How long can you hold out? Pyo pressed. Fear filled Pyo's eyes. He was already in monster form. Kajjima slowly stepped out from the flames. Suddenly a bomb flew down. Kajjima reached out to grab the bomb when it suddenly lit up. An extremely bright light flashed. A helicopter appeared in the sky. Captain Tae, are you two okay? Pyo immediately recognized this as Sam's voice. Sam held the gun in his hand. Sorry for being late. He told everyone to get on the plane. He would cover. Tae supported Jin. Jean said to take good care of his arm. The ground is now full of smoke and fire. The helicopter flew away, the bombs were dropped, just retreat. Kajjima looked up, the kid wasn't dead yet. Scene changes to school. Grade 1, 5, in the class there are only Miseong and Yeojin. Yeojin was bored. Miseong was looking at her phone. RA asked him to text him. The teacher is asking if you are going to do field research, are you going to graduate school? Tomorrow is the class field trip. I don't know why the schedule got pushed up, Yeojin yelled. She also wanted to join the fall field trip. Why do you have to move up the schedule without us? I forgot my phone so I can't check the schedule either. Her face was gloomy. If that's the case, then let's go too. Miseong stood up, what if we go to Pahang? Do you have a way? Yeojin curled her lips. If so, leave it to me. The two of them stood outside the school gate. Yeojin was a little smug. Looks like we'll get to Pahang no matter what, don't worry, I can go faster than anyone. An engine noise was heard. A red supercar stopped right in front of them. Chiang got out of the car. What an arrogant bunch. Chiang pulled down her glasses. Tell them to come along. Right before our eyes is how it moves. Needless to say, Yeojin was excited. She sat in the car and marveled. So cool. Truly a successful person. Chiang smiled and said, call me Big Brother. Let's go. Big Brother? Yeojin said excitedly. Miseong turned on his phone, he asked his grandmother. Is it far from here to Pahang? He was going to do some field research. Should I Kim and have he clear the road? The car started. In the sky, a dragonfly was flying after them. But something is not quite right about this dragonfly. There are some dragonflies flying in the sky. A dragonfly landed, perched on a blade of grass. Immediately after, its wings were pinched by 2 fingers, making it unable to fly. The dragonfly was brought up. See my hunting skills, a soldier immediately praised enthusiastically. It's really amazing, Navy officer Kim Hyung-jin. Don't you get tired of catching dragonflies like this every day? A soldier wondered. Hyung-jin replied, it's dragonfly season now, if not now, when will we catch them? He held up the dragonfly. He said it was a seasonal delicacy. Hyung-jin stepped up, said this couldn't be ignored. He held the dragonfly in front of a soldier. Right, Sehue? Soldier Sehue had a frightened expression. Been first? And Sehue, Hyung-jin smiled. Ask Sehue if he thinks it's cool. Sehue screamed in fear. Awesome. Hyung-jin immediately covered Sehui's mouth, angry. He said he was being too noisy. Also, what is abundant? Sehue stuttered, it's abundant nutrition. Yes, protein is excellent, right? Hyung-jin said. His face was gloomy. He ordered Sehue to open his mouth. Sehui's eyes immediately filled with tears. He had no choice but to open his mouth. Hyung-jin immediately put the dragonfly in his mouth. Sehue fell down. Hyung-jin ordered Sehue to swallow it. Spit it out and he shoved it back in. He and the 2 remaining Marines turned away, leaving Sehue struggling. Sehui's tears fell. He still had a dragonfly in his mouth. His expression looked very painful. Scene changes to football field. Sehue stands in the goalkeeper row. He looked very strange, as if he was holding back something. His teeth clenched together. He didn't understand what was wrong with his body. He couldn't breathe. At this time, the opponent also led the ball to the goal. The opponent quickly kicked the ball away. Sehue lowered his head. His teeth clenched even tighter, and that was how the ball went into the goal. Hyung-jin immediately punched Sehue in the face. He kept kicking Sehue. He was kicking and cursing. Do you know this is a military supply station? What kind of business are you doing? You're such an asshole. A guy with glasses put his arm around his teammate's shoulder. Curiously, he asked, hey, why does that brat keep bullying that guy? He's even trying to kick him out of the team. The teammate replied, it's just that he doesn't like the look. Sehue lay on the ground. One of his cheeks was swollen from the punch. He'll come find you later when I work at night, brat. Hyung-jin shouted angrily. The officer stood up high. He spoke loudly. It was almost time for work, so if anyone was sick, raise your hand. No, sir, the soldiers answered in unison. Only Sehui's whole body kept shaking. The officer looked at him in confusion. Over there, the boy was shaking. The officer asked Sehue what was wrong. Hyung Jin stood next to Sehuai and cursed, the bastard commander. Sehuai tried to say he was okay even though his whole body was shaking more and more. The commander asked Sehuai again, "What's wrong with your face?" Sehuai said loudly, "Just injured while playing soccer." Hyung Jin looked at Sehuai with the corner of his mouth slightly curved up. Sehuai was getting more and more uneasy. At night, at the watchtower, Hyung Jin smokes a cigarette. He asked if Sehuai was okay. He apologized for what happened earlier, so Sehuai should relax. He said he wouldn't make him eat dragonflies again tomorrow. But Sehuai remained silent and did not respond. A dragonfly appeared. Hyung Jin was a little annoyed. What was Sehuai thinking? He said he was sorry. That grumpy personality again. The dragonfly became deformed. Hyung Jin waved his hand angrily. "After all, you're a marine, so it's not okay to relax. I have to hit you to make you listen, right?" He waved his hand, but Sehuai dodged it. The dragonfly became more and more deformed. Hyung Jin was harsh when Sehuai dared to avoid him. He shouted again, "I just treated you like a human being and now you act like a jerk? Today you die with me." His eyes suddenly stopped. Sehui's glasses slowly fell off. He had transformed into the dragonfly Insector. Hyung Jin was stunned. Damn it. The next second, a beam of light emitted from the watchtower. Scene change. A bus is speeding down the road. The TV on the car reports a major fire at the B-Bug Reaper branch. TV continues to report that a naval corps in Pahang had a gun accident. No details on casualties yet, but some say the soldier deserted with the guns and ammunition he was holding. Pahang residents are asked to limit going out as much as possible. The passenger asked the driver, "How long until we get there?" The driver replied, "About 10 more minutes." The passenger immediately urged the driver to hurry. Chaeyoung's friend offered a candy to a female friend, but the female friend refused. Aare looked out the window and saw a dragonfly. Chaeyoung's best friend forced a smile since that day. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. His eyes moved elsewhere. He held the candy in front of Aare and asked her if she was going alone too. Would she like to eat this? If she ate this, she had to come with him on this field trip. Aare immediately swung his fist towards him. Chaeyoung's friend was startled and dropped the candy on the ground. Aare warns him not to be rude, before she blows everything up. Suyen's best friend was furious, banging his head on the back of the chair. Damn it, he had gone on this field trip for nothing. Aare saw the candy on the ground and told him to pick it up. Aare bent down to pick up the candy. Outside the window, an Insector flew by. He took out his gun. The people in the car were all shot in the head by Insector, killing them on the spot. Only Aare was able to avoid the bullets by bending down to pick up the candy. Aare was shocked. What happened? Something landed on the roof of the car again. The Insector is now standing on the roof of the car. Chaeyoung's car was running smoothly on the road. The three of them, Chaeyoung, Yeojin, and Miseong, remained silent. The car mirror reflected Chaeyoung's eyes. He spoke first. "Since when were you guys?" Yeojin looked at Chaeyoung. "What, since when?" Chaeyoung replied, "Guys, when did you wake up?" The air in the car fell silent again. Yeojin was a bit confused and asked Chaeyoung why she suddenly asked that. She didn't expect Chaeyoung to pretend to be gentle. But now that they knew each other, she was really nosy. Chaeyoung smiled and replied, "It's nothing. This is the right time to break the ice. Then let me tell you my story first." Chaeyoung slowly said, "During the stormy time of my first year of high school, unlike my peers, I was interested in sports, so I started boxing, was quickly hailed as the new king and was not afraid of anyone. At that time, I was harassed by a rebellious kid in Incheon on the street and I beat him up. Then the next day that brat brought a group of people over and I was covered in injuries." Chaeyoung was filled with anger. "Damn it, so embarrassing. These guys just surrounded me and I'm already like this. I absolutely can't do this. I have to kill them all." The thought of killing everyone appeared in Chaeyoung's mind. Just like that, the moment he couldn't control his anger, he woke up. For the first time, Chaeyoung was surprised that he was an Insector. For the second time, he began to have some doubts about becoming a common ladybug. So after becoming a member of the 6-Shoot Club, he asked Hannah, the creator of the insect medicine. Hannah told Chaeyoung that humans, whether they like it or not, come into contact with about 100 types of insects in their lifetime. This sting, this burning, this eating, is like the genes of a particular individual that cannot be completely absorbed into the body quickly. It just slowly permeates our body. Just like that, humans didn't know that they were gradually infected like insects and their blood was no longer like normal people's. Just like that, they blended into the crowd and lived day by day normally. If each of those triggers were activated, the insect genes would enter their bodies and become their flesh and blood. Becoming completely insects meant awakening. Chiang said a little embarrassedly. Then I realized, so I had eaten or come into contact with a lot of insects, and Hannah, that girl, where did she go after coming to Six Shoot Club? That girl is so pretty. Yeojin thought Chiang was really talkative. Chiang said it was her turn now. Yeojin said slowly, if that was the case, she must have eaten or come into contact with some kind of insect. Her father is a farmer, so she went to help him on his way back. Yeojin stuck her head out of the car window. Her father reminded her, insects are flying in now, quickly close the window. At this moment, a bug flew over. It flew straight into Yeojin's mouth. Yeojin immediately held her neck and coughed violently. Yeojin's father panicked and asked her what was wrong. Yeojin said the bug flew in. Her father quickly asked where. Yeojin pointed to her neck. Her father told her to spit it out right away. But she swallowed it. Yeojin looked out the window. Then a few months later, on the day her parents were killed by Kajjima, that day she woke up. That's how she survived. That guy doesn't kill his own kind. Chiang immediately apologized to her. He mentioned Mi-sun again. It's your turn. When did you wake up? Mi-sun thought for a moment before answering. When he was young. He couldn't remember the specifics. Yeojin nodded slightly. If it was when she was young, she might not remember. Chiang told Mi-sun to think about it. Maybe she would remember a little, just focus on driving. Yeojin shouted. There was a sign for Pohang on the road. Chiang said to Yeojin and Mi-sun, guys, we're here. Yeojin saw something ahead. The cars in front of them were turning around. There were also many soldiers on the road. Chiang raised his hand to salute a soldier. Loyal, the soldier saluted back. Attention, please turn around. Chiang was surprised. What? What's wrong? He quickly explained, the students here had to join the field trip group. Mi-sun felt something at this moment. The soldier replied to Chiang, there are deserters being suppressed ahead, so it's dangerous, go back quickly. A loud noise was heard. The soldier saw that it seemed to have started. He asked Chiang to turn the car around immediately. Chiang wondered, was it a gunshot? Yeojin didn't know what was going on either. What about the students who went ahead? Mi-sun told them to go. Where are we going? Are you saying we should go back to Seoul? Yeojin asked. Mi-sun replied, no. His eyes turned red. Said there was an insector up ahead. Hurry. Chiang then saluted the soldier. Yes, loyal, you've worked hard. Well, turn the car around ahead. Chiang slowly drove the car forward. The rear exhaust pipe of the car emitted smoke. The soldier immediately felt something was wrong. Chiang was excited. He didn't know where this was going. He drove forward at high speed, crashing into the barriers. Scene change. Guns are aimed high and shots are fired. A soldier fires a shot. An insector moved at lightning speed. Dodged that bullet. The soldiers were terrified. In the end, this insector killed all the soldiers. A soldier contacted headquarters, requesting reinforcements. The first platoon had been destroyed. The target is currently picking up weapons. He is very good with guns. Dragonfly Insector picked up 2 guns. The soldier's voice was urgent. Please, we want reinforcements. Please save us. Behind him at this moment a bomb was falling. Something fell before his eyes. An explosion occurred. 2 figures appeared in the fire. The soldier held his head. He opened his eyes to see 2 members of the Bug Reaper in front of him. It's okay. Bug Reaper, branch leader F. Jyeongnam. Nan appeared. She comforted the soldier. If it was Insector, then let Bug Reaper handle it. Assay, Insector spoke. He aimed his gun at her. Continue speaking, Assay. Nan stood up and told him not to be arrogant. Behind her were 2 members of the Bug Reaper. A blue aura emanated from her hand. She asked if it was confident. The dragonfly insect pointed its gun in Nan's direction. Nan despises, it's useless. Dragonfly Insector opens fire. 2 members of Nan used their cloaks to shield themselves from bullets like bulletproof vests. They immediately charged. The dragonfly insect reacted. He used 2 guns to shoot at the same time. 2 members of the Bug Reaper still used their cloaks to block his bullets. From their hands grew a jade-green blade. They threw the blade at Insector. The blades were connected by a string. The 2 blades then took off Insector's 2 arms. The 2 knives also stabbed into Insector's wings. At the same time, they released electricity, causing him to be shocked. Nan charged from between the 2 Bug Reaper members. Being an insect and only using guns like a human, she swung her fist. Then we are not on the same level. Nan swung her fist forward. Her fist emitted a green electric current, maximum power output. Insector was punched in the face by Nan. He was sent flying by Nan. He was also electrocuted. It was her lightning-fast disinfection move. A hole was also punctured on Insector's wing. He sat down on the ground. His whole body was still numb. His eyes widened. Nan was already in front of him. She swung a punch at him. Then, she continuously punched him like a storm. Nan raised her fist. You worm, die. Her action reminded him of Hyung-jin raising his fist to punch him. That bastard. His eyes widened in fear. Nan punched him hard in the face. Private on Sihi, stop, the Insector shouted. He begged weakly, stop, please just stop. Nan's eyes were a little surprised. Insector shouted, Marine Kim Hyung-jin. Nan looked at him. She saw that he still had some sanity left. She ordered her 2 members to capture him alive. Insector's broken hair had grown back by now. He was furious. Kim Hyung-jin, bastard. Memories flooded back. Hyung-jin brought the dragonfly in front of Sehue. Punched Sehue in the face during the soccer match and kicked Sehue. Hyung-jin pinched Seiwi's mouth. Put the dragonfly in Seiwi's mouth. Sehue is now an Insector. He is filled with rage as he remembers what Hyung-jin did to him. From his hand gradually turned into a gun. 2 members of Nan immediately reacted. Insector aimed the 2 guns in his hands at them. Dragonflies were shot out by him. 2 members of Nan were killed by these dragonflies. Nan was terrified. Her body was also covered in blood. 2 of her members fell down. Their heads were also destroyed by the dragonflies. Insector's name is now Insector Dragonfly Assay. Nan was furious. This damn insect. Assay's wings began to flap despite the hole in them. He flew up, pointed the gun in his hand at Nan, executed a charge. Mutated dragonflies immediately swooped down on her. An electric current was emanating from Nan's hand. He was commanding something. Nan releases electricity into the dragonflies. Anger flared in her eyes. I will kill you. Assay flew away. Nan gathered an energy ball in her hand. She definitely wouldn't let him slip away. Nan launches the energy ball. The energy ball hit Assay in the back, causing him to stagger. But he suddenly accelerated and flew away. Nan was angry, that bastard. She ran after him. He'll hunt you down. Scene change. Police ask everyone to back off. Yeo-jin approaches the crashed bus. There is a sticker on the Naman 15 high school bus. Yeo-jin looked inside the car. There was no one in the car. There was only blood everywhere. Chaeyoung's face was filled with surprise. The police told him, I don't know either. When they got to the scene, the bus was empty. Yeo-jin then discovered something in the car. The policeman spoke to his colleague again. He said there was no record of the transfer to the hospital. That was strange, and Chaeyoung shook her head. She made a cross with both hands, signaling Yeo-jin. Mi-sun is running at full speed in the forest. Yeo-jin called to ask if he found that guy yet. Mi-sun replied, Not yet. He was still moving very fast. How are you doing, classmate? Yeo-jin quickly replied that, It's a big deal, I can't find you guys anywhere. Such a large number of people disappeared in a moment. He clearly hid them for food, we must find them before it's too late. Mi-sun replied, I know. Yeo-jin said we need to gather soon. Mi-sun removed the ergo bandage. The black ants immediately crawled out. They surrounded him, forming an armor. Aras's face was filled with fear. Everyone in the car was dead. The scene was horrifying. Ara suddenly heard a noise. Assay went into the car. Ara quickly hid behind a chair. The air in the car suddenly became silent. Aare felt a shiver run down his spine at this atmosphere. She looked at the driver. He was gone. Fear filled her. Whatever was coming out was dangerous. Aare took out her phone. She had to report first. A drop of water suddenly fell on her phone. Aare looked up. Ase was clinging to the roof of the car, looking at her with a lustful expression. He smiled from ear to ear. "Enjoy your meal." He opened his mouth. Then there was a black patch. Aara's eyes were met with the terrifying, bloody face of her best friend Sui-young. Aare was startled. He quickly stepped back. On the floor were the bodies of the victims in the car. Aare trembled with fear. "What is this?" She looked around. Where was this? There was a big hole in the wall. A strange sound was heard. Ase landed on the hole in the house. Aare quickly lay down. "Sure Win, Private Yang will go inside," Ase said. He slowly walked towards the bodies. His face was full of hunger. He was so hungry. Then he sat down. He directly ate a corpse alive. Aare closed his eyes tightly. Ase madly bit the car's corpse. There was a vague strangeness in his eyes. Blood splattered. He stood up. He was covered in blood. He had transformed into another form. Aare covered her mouth. She had to run, or she would be eaten. A ringtone rang. Aare realized it was a phone. Ase remained still. Aare immediately turned off the phone. Why did it have to be now? A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. The caller was Mi-sun. "Cho Aare, are you okay?" "Okay then, wait there. I will come find you," Mi-sun reassured. Aare. Ase was now standing beside her. He was staring at her. The next second, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Aara's eyes filled with tears. She growled at him, telling him to let go. "I said let go," Aare shouted. Memories flooded back. Hyung-jin had strangled him. He had a dragonfly in his hand. Sehue begged Hyung-jin. He didn't like it. "Please let go." Hyung-jin's face was cold. Sehue and Hyung-jin said the same thing. "Bastard. You're giving me orders." Ase squeezed Aara's neck even tighter as if he wanted to break her neck. Aara's eyes were filled with terror. In her heart she begged, "Please, save me. You said you were coming to save me." Ase opened his mouth, preparing to bite her head. In his heart, Aare called out Mi-sun's name. At this moment, a fist punched straight into Ase's face. Mi-sun hugged Aare. Ase's arm that was strangling Aare also broke off. Ase was punched away. Aare turned her head slightly. There was surprise in her eyes. She wondered, could this be Mi-sun? Ase's arm was severed and fell to the ground. Aare seemed to remember something. At that time, this whole black person. Ase stood up. He stared at Mi-sun. Intruder detected. Mi-sun picked up a marble. The ants immediately surrounded the marble. An ant head appeared. It spoke, "Mungten." Ase's arm slowly transformed into a gun. He pointed the gun at Mi-sun. Mi-sun rushed forward, ordered Mungten to protect Aare. Mungten immediately wrapped around Aara's body. Ase fires larval projectiles. The bullets flew to the ant's head. Ase was enveloped by Mungten. A bullet grazed her. She held her head, screamed in pain. Mi-sun quickly ran up. Ase's larval bullets also flew in. Mi-sun is agile. He punches these larvae to pieces. Ase's glasses showed an image of Mi-sun charging and swinging his fist. Mi-sun punched. Mi-sun's punch grazed his face. Ase responded by punching him in the face. Mi-sun counterattacked with a punch to his face. Then he grabbed his wings and hugged him tightly. Ase escaped from Mi-sun's arms and pointed the gun at him. The bullets he fired pierced Mi-sun's body. Mi-sun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ase took off. The mutant dragonflies followed him. Mi-sun quickly raised her face. Ase pointed his hand towards Mi-sun, ordering the dragonflies to gather and surround him. Dragonflies were flying around Mi-sun. The next second, they all rushed in at once, causing Mi-sun's body to be cut in half. Mungten still held Aare tightly. She was scared. What the hell was going on? Mi-sun's upper body was lying on the ground. Ase is flying above. Mi-sun suddenly moved behind him. He raised his hand. Issei was sent flying through the hole in the wall. He fell to the ground, rolling a few times on the ground. Issei quickly regained his posture. Mi-sun immediately chased after him. Issei immediately fired a shot at him. Mi-sun used her 2 arms to block his bullets like a shield. He said in a low voice, "Insector black ant." The black ants formed into swarms and flew up behind Issei. "Assemble," Mi-sun ordered them. Issei looked back. The black ants were like a huge wave. They all came crashing down on Issei's head like a spilled water tank. Mi-sun walked back. But on the ground he was nowhere to be seen. Only a wing and a leg of Issei. Mi-sun was startled. She quickly looked back. Issei had already taken Ra and ran away. Ra screamed in fear, "Insect, let me go." Mi-sun immediately chased after him, called out, "Mungtan, Mungtan was there." Mi-sun immediately scolded him, "This idiot," he ordered him to stick close to him. "Grab him." A pair of wings appeared behind Mi-sun's back. He chased after Issei. Ra looked at Mi-sun with a surprised expression. That person was chasing behind. Could it be? Why? He saved you. Issei suddenly spoke. His voice was sad. Why? No one saved me, why? His attitude made Ra stunned. Issei burst into tears. I hate everything. Mi-sun seemed to see something. At this moment, Issei let Ra down. He pointed the gun at Ra. Mi-sun quickly hugged Ra. Issei fires a powerful insect bullet at Mi-sun. Nan appeared. A blue light flashed behind Mi-sun. Nan releases a powerful electric current. Shoot accurately at Issei. Hey. While I'm still talking nicely, put that girl down, Nan said to Mi-sun. She flew up in front of him. Both hands emitted extremely strong electric currents. He growled, "The girl is hindering my killing." Nan saw it. Just before the lightning struck, the sight of the black brat engulfed her. Was it because he truly wanted to save that little girl? No, there was no reason for that, never, that bug. Issei's whole body was now burnt from the electric shock. He also fell to the ground. Nan clenched her fists. She spoke in a harsh voice. Are you going to take that child hostage? She rushed in front of Mi-sun, raised her fist and shouted, "Don't look down on others." Nan's fist hit Mi-sun straight in the face. Mi-sun fell down. Nan also caught Issei by grabbing her shirt. Nan landed on the ground. She quickly took off her coat and covered Ra. Nan's whole body radiated a fierce energy. She continued to fly up to Mi-sun's face. Issei's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Issei opened his eyes to see several bright spots appearing in the sky. Issei's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with surprise. Nan and Mi-sun are fighting. Nan's hand swiped across Mi-sun's face. Electricity shot out from her fingertips. She raised her fist. Her heart was filled with questions. This bastard. What? He was just defending with no intention of attacking back. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. The lightning gradually weakened. Small electric sparks also radiated from Mi-sun's body. What are you? Nan asked him. She slowly stepped forward. Who the hell are you? Do you really want to save that little girl? Mi-sun replied in a low voice, yes, that's not okay either. 387 people. Nan's voice was resentful. She raised her hand, that's how many of my colleagues were killed by Insector just yesterday. And then, you want to protect humans? She raised her fist again and shouted, do I look like I'm going to believe that nonsense? Her fist came in front of Mi-sun. No, Ra's voice rang out. Nan turned around and saw Ra walking back. The little girl asked Nan not to hurt that person. Mi-sun looked at Ra in surprise. You, Nan wondered. Ra asks Nan is Bug Reaper right? Defeat Insector and save humans. The girl said slowly, he was the same, defeated Insector and saved me. This wasn't the first time either. Ra stepped forward, so then. Nan immediately reminded Ra that's dangerous. Ra stood in front of Mi-sun. His arms were outstretched. Please stop. Nan grabbed Ra's arms. No, listen carefully, that thing is an Insector, they hurt and kill people even though right now it looks like he saved me. But who knows, what if he's hiding something and playing tricks on you? What if your family and friends are all threatened? Can you handle it? Memories flooded Ara's mind. She remembered the moment Su Young transformed into Insector. The passengers on the bus were all shot dead by Insector, and the sight of a dead body lying here on the floor in that house. Ara's face showed fear. She pursed her lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Nan's hand fell. You don't know what kind of guy my teammates had to deal with? I mean, they were killed by an Insector like that. Nan's eyes looked at me son coldly. Seriously, Insector was just a child. In order to protect humans, they were all killed by the Insector that was created for humans. They were all killed by Kajjima who opposed the Insector. In Mi-sun's mind, Kajjima was shocked. Kajjima beat up the bug reapers? But why? Because they got in the way. Even so, there was no need to directly act. It was highly likely that he acted directly because he realized his existence. He discovered his existence and beat up the bug reapers. How could it be? Nan immediately pushed Ara aside. She asked Ara if she understood what she said. Now move aside or else you will get hurt. Mi-sun's hand rested on Ara's shoulder. He pulled Ara towards him. Stop it now. Ara was filled with surprise. Recognizing this voice, Mi-sun's helmet slowly melted away. I said I would save everyone. The armor on Mi-sun's body gradually melted away. Nan's eyes were filled with surprise. Mi-sun said in a low voice, leave it to me. He asked Nan, is the thing Kajjima is aiming for castle? He said he knew about it. Scene change. A young man is sitting on a chair in a dark room. His whole body is tied tightly to the chair. There was a black ant crawling around his neck. Where is he? The young man opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. Bug Reaper transport vehicle drives on the road. In the car there was the driver, Nan and Ara. Ara had a sad expression. Nan called the organization at this time. This is Nan from Gyeongnam sent to Gyeongbuk Medical Department. The Dragonfly Insector has been captured, a deserted Navy soldier. 2 team members were lost in the process. Black Ant, who had information about the case, was also captured. He is currently being transferred to the nearby Gyeongbuk Main Medical Center. Upon arrival, he will be immediately brought in for public questioning. Please prepare for defense. End. Scene change. The car also drove to Gyeongbuk Medical Center. The facial recognition scanner started checking. Nan sat in the car and said to the security guard, I am Nan, head of the Gyeongnam branch. The security guard immediately invited her inside. A red car pulled up in front of the headquarters. Yeojin and Chaeng sat in the car. Chaeng never thought that she would end up at the Bug Reaper headquarters. Yeojin felt anxious. What the hell did Mi-sun want to do? She didn't even know what he was thinking. Some time ago, Yeojin and Chaeng went into the forest together to chase after Mi-sun. Yeojin's eyes suddenly opened wide. She put her hand on Chaeng's neck, telling him to stop. Chaeng hugged her neck. She startled me. What? In front of them was the Bug Reaper. The scene was Mi-sun being captured. Yeojin and Chaeng were filled with anger, preparing to transform into their Insector forms. Chaeng spoke first. They'll take care of that purple-haired girl first. You take care of the rest? Yeojin snapped, telling Chaeng not to order her around. But at this moment, something rushed into Chaeng's face. Chaeng was angry and told Yeojin to calm down. Yeojin yelled, What? She didn't do it. A creature appeared before them. It looks like an ant. The shape is also quite cute. Chaeng wondered, this chihuahua is... Yeojin realized this is Mungtan. A flock of black ants flew up from behind Mungtang's tail. Ants form a line, do nothing. Yeojin wondered, is this what Mi-sun said to us? The ants gathered into another line, following. Yeojin and Chaeng turned away. Yeojin was confused. What did this mean? She was gonna save Mi-sun. Chaeng was a little resentful. How boring. Let's go see. The door opened. Mi-sun and Ara were led inside. The medical staff lined up to welcome Nan. A female employee spoke. The branch manager has worked hard. Are you injured anywhere? Nan pushed Ara aside and gave orders. Tell them to take care of Ara first. She was the survivor at the scene. The nurse said gently to Ara, Can you go? Let me take you to the treatment room. Ara looked at Mi-sun. Hey, Nan is calling Mi-sun. She asks you to come to the interrogation room now. Follow her. The nurse led Ara away. A loud voice suddenly rang out. It was so noisy. Ara looked into the hospital room. The shouting voice was getting angrier and angrier. Are you planning to graft that thing into my body? Don't do anything crazy. Pyo put his hand on Jean's shoulder, softened his voice. Calm down. Jean, I understand you. This is just the opinion of the researchers and medical staff. Ara now saw that Pyo looked quite familiar. The nurse immediately explained. Everything was in chaos right now because of the accident that happened earlier this way. Ara immediately followed the nurse. After injecting insect genes, then combining with a hybrid of unknown origin, Jean said slowly. He said to Pyo, Pyo, you know me well. Master, I will accept. The voice of Jean's disciple. Jean asked his disciple what. Jean's disciple said firmly, if you want to protect everyone, this is the only way. I will inject insect genes into my body. Please forgive me. Jean said in a sad voice, my disciple was heavily criticized and expelled after receiving the insect gene injection. I don't know if it was all because of me, but now we cannot rely on the power of insects. Moreover, my faith has never changed. Pyo pushed up his glasses, asked Jean if he was going to fight in that state. Jean replied, of course. Pyo chuckled, it was him, even if he only had one arm and one leg. It didn't change the fact that he was the strongest bug reaper. Jean smiled and replied, of course, I'm more useful than you like this, be grateful. At this moment, Pyo received a call. He picked up the phone. Pyo's eyes immediately changed. Pyo turned away, said he was going to smoke a cigarette and then came back. Pyo's steps were hurried. He saw Mi-sun. Mi-sun also looked at him. Nan asked Pyo, is Jean okay? Pyo replied, still very energetic, who is this student? Nan replied, this student is the one who said he knew Kajjima's purpose, the ant castle project that Pyo mentioned. He is the #1 achievement, Black Ant. Pyo's eyes were filled with surprise. The image of the woman and the boy in the book appeared in his mind. In the interrogation room, the doctors were also standing and sitting observing behind the glass door. A thought flashed through Jean's mind. If he was #1, of course he would think of this woman, but was it referring to this boy? Pyo spoke up. He would ask a few questions. Pyo asks Mi-sun about Kajjima, who calls himself the king of Insector, or in other words, the result of the project. Are you the same as that guy? No, don't equate me like that, Mi-sun replied. He spoke slowly, even though my childhood memories are not clear, but I know what kind of person he is. Project 2, the fusion of the strongest insect and the ant castle project. Currently the leader of celestial insect. Pyo asked again his purpose, what is the thing called castle? He thought to himself, the thing called castle is information that even the current high-ranking leaders do not know. Is your information true? Mi-sun replied, a container created to be able to contain everything, and his eyes suddenly turned red. My brother. Nan and Pyo are horny brothers? The doctors also began to talk. Jean asked again, you said you know where he is. Can you take us there? Mi-sun replied, you already called the manager of that place here for the exact location. Pyo's eyes showed a barely concealed surprise. Call the manager? A man walked up to the door of the interrogation room. The doorman was surprised to see him. He quickly greeted him. He asked what he was here for. The man replied, he came to see Kami-sun. The staff whispered into the doctor's ear. The announcement sounded. Interview paused. Pyo and Nan were both surprised. What happened? All the staff stood up. The man walked in. An employee spoke up. The representative was coming in. The man adjusted his shirt. He bowed his head. Please come in. He extended his hand. Respectfully said, Your Excellency. An old lady stepped inside. Thank you, Driver Kim. The old lady asked what everyone was doing. Gathered here to enjoy the view. What was there to see? The staff all bowed to the old lady. The old lady raised her hand to greet everyone. She is Mi-sun's grandmother and also the founder of Bug Reaper, Representative Jean Okjeom. Jean Okjeom smiled gently. My dear, come eat. The researchers were in an uproar. Was that the representative? It was the first time they had seen him. Chairman Kim bowed to Jean Okjeom. Long time no see. How are you? Jean Okjeom smiled and replied, Fine, Secretary Kim is in charge of everything. Oh no, Chairman Kim is in charge, Director Kong is fine too. Chairman Kim pointed at Mi-sun and asked if she came to see him. Jean Okjeom nodded. Yes. She smiled affectionately, "My grandson." President Kim was stunned when he heard that. Nan and Pyo in the interrogation room were also full of surprise. The person he called was. The device holding me son on the chair was removed by his black ants. The handcuffs fell down. Pyo's eyes were filled with shock. Me son stood up. He was sorry, but he had to deal with this for a bit. Nan opened her hand. An electric current appeared on her hand. She told him not to resist. Me son replied, "No. It's just that your grandmother would be sad if she saw it." Jin Ok-jium walked into the interrogation room. She asked him if he hadn't eaten anything. She bought some braised pork ribs. Pyo's heart was in turmoil. He was really the agent's nephew, so the agent also knew about the project. How much did she know? Pyo took his leave to greet Mrs. Jin Ok-jium. "Long time no see." Jin Ok-jium laughed and said, "Everyone must be panicking. I'll explain slowly. For now, let's eat first." Everyone sat down at the table to eat. Jin Ok-jium said, "This is all prepared by me. Please enjoy your meal." Jin Ok-jium told Chairman Kim to sit at the table too. Pyo also said, "Tell him to sit." Me son began to eat ravenously. Pyo and Nan also ate. Jin Ok-jium fed Chairman Kim a piece of vegetable. Everyone had finished eating. Jin Ok-jium also got down to business. Her tone was gentle. This had happened before Bug Reaper was founded. 18 years ago in a company building in the president's office. Chairman Kim was Jin Ok-jium's secretary at the time. He was about to report the first half of 2005's earnings. Jin Ok-jium raised her hand. "Tell him to wait." She apologized as she was talking to her son. She was currently the company president. She called her son and asked, "Son, what do you eat to survive?" Her son replied happily, "What do you eat to survive?" "Of course, I eat banchan." Jin Ok-jium asked her son if he had tried braised pork ribs. Her son replied, "Of course, people in the West are going crazy over it because it's so delicious. It's better than eating the ribs directly at Jin Ok-jium's." Jin Ok-jium replied happily, "The ribs were just normal when they were cooked." "Normal? They'll send you more next time." Her son replied excitedly, "Oh, and it seems like you'll be promoted this time." Needless to say, Jin Ok-jium was very happy to hear this news. Her wish also came true. She said it was good for her son to get promoted, but he had to take care of himself. "Got it?" Her son laughed. "Don't worry. Mom knows him fine." A colleague in the office upstairs called him. "Hey Kim Seong-ti." Colleague said loudly, "There is a murder case. Prepare the car quickly." Seong-ti immediately ran off. He hurriedly told his mother, "Mom, I have to go. They'll call you back later." Jin Ok-jium leads Seong-ti so he doesn't get hurt. "Be careful." Seong-ti hung up. Secretary Kim smiled and said, "You must feel relieved to have a son." Jin Ok-jium sighed. What peace of mind. She was still afraid that her son would get hurt. She said slowly, "I told him to take it easy and take over the business, but he insisted on being a policeman like his father." Secretary Kim said softly, "That means he respects his father very much. The president has developed Golden Pew food very well, but I think she raised her son even better." Jin Ok-jium covered her face. "Okay. Let's see the report." Secretary Kim read the report. "The situation is very positive. Scene change, there is a cicada on the tree." Seong-ti was facing the murderer. On the ground was a headless body. He was terrified. "What are you?" Seong-ti fired, "What the hell are you?" The perpetrator remained unharmed by Kim Seong-ti's bullets. Fear filled Kim Seong-ti's face. "This killer is a monster." He growled, "I will kill you." Cicada on tree molts. The monster charged towards Kim Seong-ti. Seong-ti yelled. He kept firing. A slash was swung out. Fresh blood splattered from Seong-ti's body. The cicada flies away after molting. Scene change. Ok-jium is devastated by Kim Seong-ti's death. She screamed in pain, "How could I live alone? This brat." The medical examiner said to Ok-jium, "The autopsy results are back. These are not human-caused injuries. They can only be explained by an animal attack." Her face was blank. "Can you believe what you said?" Ok-jium and Secretary Kim couldn't stop crying. Scene change. Secretary Kim. Ok-jium speaks. Secretary Kim replied, "Yes, Chairman." Ok-jium's voice was hoarse. No matter what, she had to find the person who killed her son. At this time, Two people in white shirts appeared outside the company. Chairman. Secretary Kim called out loudly. Kajjima was a little annoyed. What's the matter? Secretary Kim hesitated a little. The guest has arrived. Kajjima replied dejectedly. Really? I told you not to let anyone in. Secretary Kim's face was tense. Son. They had something to say about her son's death. Kajjima sat across from the man in the white suit. Kajjima's tone was filled with confusion. What are you talking about now? My Seongti killer, a bug? The man replied briefly, yes, it's true. He put some pictures on the table, we call them Insectors, sir. Kajjima didn't believe it, of course, the forensic team said it was an animal, and now you say it's a bug? Who the hell are you? The man introduced himself as Dr. Gasikiol, who was working on the Insector prevention project. We came to the chairman hoping that she could help with this project. Gasikiol said slowly. Kajjima's expression showed doubt. Gasikiol continued, if that is the entity that killed the chairman's son, then we will find him and deal with him. Instead, promise to support the research costs for our Ant Castle project. Kajjima glared at Secretary Kim and said to Gasikiol, she really wanted to find the person who killed her son and kill him. She took a sip of tea. But how can I trust a word you say without any basis? If I can't be sure, I won't invest. Gasikiol replied. I will show you, he said in a low voice. Come in. The door opened. Red spots from outside flew into the room through the cracks in the door. A look of surprise rose in Kajjima's eyes. A warrior with a fiery red body walked into the room. Kajjima screamed. She grabbed Secretary Kim's arm tightly. There's a monster. She urgently told Secretary Kim to sound the alarm immediately. Gasikiol asked her to calm down. What stood before her now was humanity's only hope and also her daughter. The armor on the warrior gradually melted away. The prototype of the Ant Castle project, number 0, it was Gamijin, Gasikiol said exaggeratedly. Kajjima's expression was filled with disbelief. How could such a thing happen? Gasikiol asked Kajjima. Are you interested in this project? As for the details, we will show you more in the research room. Gasikiol said in a low voice. His expression was solemn. I will wait for the chairman. Scene change, the car is speeding down the road. Secretary Kim opened the door and invited Kajjima to get out of the car. She asked Secretary Kim if she was sure she was at the right place. Secretary Kim replied, yes. In front of them was an old house. Secretary Kim said this was the research room that Dr. Gasikiol had mentioned. Gasikiol stepped out. The chairman is here? We're waiting for you, he gestured toward the house. Come in. Kajjima folded her arms. Tell Secretary Kim to go. Secretary Kim stood at attention. She replied with an yes. Gasikiol led the two of them inside. On the wall are insect specimens hung in glass frames, startling Kajjima and Secretary Kim. According to the results of my investigation, Dr. Gasikiol is known as a very famous doctor in the world of entomology. Among them, his area of expertise is ants. It is said that the insects he discovered for the first time alone must have more than a few dozen species, said Secretary Kim Tun. Kajjima asked Gasikiol, by the way, where's the daughter who was with you the other day? Is she alone? Gasikiol replied to her. Gamijin was waiting to practice the match for her. Kajjima's face showed surprise. The match? Gasikiol stopped in front of the glass door. He said Gamijin would be fighting an insector this way. Kajjima and Secretary Kim look at the glass door. She saw red spots flying up. Gamijin was standing in front of an iron prison cell door. Gamijin? Are you ready? Gasikiol asked her. Gamijin looked back. His eyes showed sharpness. Gasikiol pressed the switch. The cage door opened. A weak foot stepped out, accompanied by a cry of pain. Kajjima's face paled. That was a person. The man's body was hunched over as if he had been starved for a long time. His expression was twisted. I told you it hurt. Kajjima shouted. Didn't you say Insector was a bug? Gasikiol's face was cold. Tell her to watch and you will understand. Let's begin. Red ants crawled out of the hole in Gamijin's neck. Red ants flew around her body. An armor quickly formed. The man's face was ferocious. He also slowly changed his form. Don't bother me anymore, he shouted, you damn brat. Gamijin's body was covered in armor. She looked like a superhero. She is Ant Castle Project number 0, Red Ant. The Insector screamed, pain. He was the Insector Earwing Apio. Kajjima said to Kajjima. That was the true form of Insector. Kajjima's face was pale with fear. She couldn't hide the fear and surprise in her eyes. That horrible monster had done that to Seongti. Apio moved forward at a very fast speed. Gammy Jean used his hand to support his claw. The three of them, Michin, Kajjima, and Secretary Kim, watched silently. Apio slammed his pincers into the ground like a hammer. Gammy Jean jumped up to avoid the attack. She spun a few times in the air and then dove down to kick Apio, kicking him away. Gammy Jean landed on the ground. She encouraged herself, just a little more. Apio swung his arms. Slashing, he screamed in pain. The slash flew towards Gammy Jean. She just needed to endure a little more. Gammy Jean charged forward at an extremely fast speed. The slashes that Apio swung out, she completely dodged them all. Apio's face showed horror. Gammy Jean punched him straight in the face. Her punch was so strong that Apio's back hit the wall, causing it to crack. Gammy Jean kept punching Apio in the face. Kajjima's eyes showed fear. The defense he spoke of, was it creating an identical monster? Kajjima looked at her. Gammy Jean was different from them. The results of this project do not harm humans. Gammy Jean now used both hands to take Apio's pincers. Gammy Jean now prepared to launch the finishing blow on Apio. Kajjima said calmly, the only enemy is the Insector. They will hunt and eat them. Kajjima's tone was curious. Eat? Kajjima replied, of course, the task of absorbing the Insector is the hundreds of millions of ants that are parasitizing Gammy Jean's body. That is the task of the Insector the ant model red that we created ourselves. Kajjima's eyes became fierce as she looked at Kajjima, asking what the hell he was doing? Gammy Jean had also killed Apio by this time. His head was no longer on his neck. Gammy Jean turned around. Countless ants forming her armor flew towards Apio's corpse. Gammy Jean ordered them to eat and leave. Gammy Jean's steps became unsteady. Her expression showed obvious pain. Finally she couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Kajjima was worried. What's wrong? Where does she hurt? Gammy Jean. Kajjima said in a low voice. Gammy Jean's whole body trembled. Not alone. Kajjima continued. Kajjima's expression darkened as she looked at Kajjima. What? She grabbed his collar. Her face full of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you sober? She questioned Kajjima. How could he use his pregnant daughter as an experimental subject? No matter how hard it was to catch her son's killer, she was his daughter, and the unborn child, and she didn't intend to bother him, but what parent would do that? Faced with her angry attitude, Kajjima's face showed no emotion. Because it's her parents, it has to be like this. Gammy Jean stepped forward. She begged her grandmother not to scold her father. Gammy Jean's tone was full of sadness. My husband was also killed by Insector. At the time of the experiment, I didn't know I was pregnant. I made a hasty decision just because of a blind desire for revenge. But I have no regrets. Gammy Jean insisted. Her tone was firm. Because the child's future was more important than revenge. I couldn't let my child be born into a world where Insector was rampant. She closed her eyes. Her voice filled with determination. So that this project could continue? Please, ma'am, help us. Gammy Jean begs you for the future of this world. Kajjima was stunned by Gammy Jean's words. Her hands clenched into fists. How could I ignore fathers and mothers for their children? I will support, she suddenly shouted, but... Kajjima pointed at Gammy Jean. Nothing can happen that is too much for the child to bear. Do you understand what I mean? Kajjima nodded. Yes, thank you, Chairman. The two of them shook hands, and their lives passed peacefully. In the hospital room, Kajjima holds the baby in her arms and is overcome with emotion. She asked Gammy Jean, what is the child's name? Gammy Jean answered, yes, it's me son. Kami son. Me son grabbed Kajjima's finger and asked if me son took her mother's surname. What a beautiful name. She asked Gammy Jean again, what about the other one? Kajjima was holding the other child, looking out the window. Gammy Jean said me Chan. Me son's younger sister. Kajjima turned around. The baby was lying still in his arms. The baby's full name was Kami-chan. Mi-sun and Mi-chan play soccer in the yard. Mi-sun kicked the ball away. The ball flew straight into Kajjima's face. Mi-sun and Mi-chan immediately appeared full of fear. Kajjima held the ball in her hand, her face still showing a red mark from where the ball hit her. She immediately chased after Mi-sun and Mi-chan and received the ball. Scene change. In the room is a photo of Gamijin taking a picture with Mi-sun and Mi-chan. Kajjima lay on the ground after giving birth to her 12 grandchildren. Mi-sun and Mi-chan were also 5 years old. Kajjima was exhausted to death at this age. Raising children was really unusual. Mi-chan suddenly asked her, "When will Mom come back?" Kajjima replied, "Mom will be back tonight. Don't worry. She will return safely." A few days ago, Kajjima's face was filled with shock when she heard that he had been found. Her bodyguard put some pictures on the table, said they were tracking him, and this was the footage sent by their surveillance staff. Not long ago, 64 deaths were confirmed on Jeju Island, and the injuries of these people all had many similarities to the injuries her son had at that time. In addition, the DNA they found was all identical. It was clear that he was the Insector who killed her son. Gamijin stepped out and asked about the location. He still hasn't left Jeju Island. Our staff is keeping a close watch, the guard replied. Her tone was firm, telling him to prepare to leave now. Kajjima worriedly grabbed her arm. He was no ordinary man. What about the children? Gamijin replied in a low voice. It was time. It was time for her to fulfill her promise to her grandmother. Thanks to her help, her technique continued to develop and she was able to reach a state of perfection. Gamijin smiled and said, "I will catch him and return safely." Kajjima took her hand. Okay. Gamijin lowered her voice. She also had a few words to say. A moment later, in the room, Kajjima's tone was surprised by what her son had just said. Is it true? Gamijin replied, yes. Kajjima asked again, is the child okay? Since when did he become like this? Not long ago I was watching TV with the kids. Gamijin replied. As Mi-chan and Mi-sun sat in front of the TV, the two kids' faces showed excitement. The TV was showing the hero Tiger Man. Tiger Man swung a slash at the monster and knocked it down. Needless to say, Mi-sun and Mi-chan were excited. Mi-chan turned back to Gamijin and said, "Mom, I will become Tiger Man in the future." Gamijin gently said, "Is that so?" Mi-chan has a dream. Mi-chan now asks her to buy Tiger Man for her. Gamijin flatly refused. Let's go buy it this weekend. But Mi-chan refused, and threw a tantrum at Gamijin. Mi-chan pouted, I hate you, Mom. Gamijin patted Mi-chan's head to comfort her. If you say that, Mom will be sad. Mom will buy it for you tomorrow. Black spots were flying from Mi-sun's body at this moment. Gamijin and Mi-chan looked at Mi-sun. Gamijin's eyes filled with surprise as he saw black spots flying in front of him. The black ants combined together, forming a sword in Mi-sun's hand. He told Mi-chan to take it. Mi-chan happily held the sword and asked Mi-sun how to do it. Mi-sun told Mi-chan that she couldn't make her mother sad anymore. Mi-chan ran up. He swung his sword, imitating Tiger Man's ultimate move. The tiger roared loudly. Mi-sun. Gamijin called out. Mi-chan turned around and saw her mother hugging Mi-sun. Gamijin burst into tears. Mi-sun. Mom, I'm really sorry. Gamijin told Kajjima that he first learned about it that day. Mi-sun said he had known about the ants living inside his body for half a year. Kajjima is worried, what about Mi-chan? Is he okay? Gamijin said, I took the boy for a checkup, but fortunately nothing was found. Until now, only father and son and the chairman knew about this. Kajjima's face changed color and she asked what DRGA said. Gamijin said slowly. She also knew her father's personality. He just gave Mi-sun some instructions. Kajjima's voice dropped, so that's how it is. Gamijin said worriedly. She was afraid that if she was absent, her grandmother would panic. Kajjima smiled and replied. What crazy grandmother would panic when seeing her grandchildren? The children were all cute. She turned away. A tear also appeared in the corner of her eye. Gamijin, you don't need to worry about the children. Remember to be careful. I'm afraid I'll lose the person I consider a daughter. Akjium's expression surprised Gammy Jean. She quickly thanked her. Akjium also fell asleep due to exhaustion. Mi-chan and Mi-sun looked at her. Mi-chan asked Mi-sun to go tease the loser uncle. Scene change. Mi-sun brothers look at a man through the glass door. Gasikial and another doctor were observing that person. The green ants of the ant castle project were transforming. A layer of armor was slowly covering the young man. Assistant spoke, the fusion rate with ants was 7,073. Mi-sun was surprised, will he become like that too? Mi-chan replied, who knows? Mi-sun asked Mi-chan doubtfully, really? Mi-chan also hesitated, no. 6045, the consolidation rate decreased sharply. Gasikial's assistant panicked, he said to Songwoo, imagination is important. Remember what you look like when you transform. The fusion rate dropped to 30. Gasikial said coldly, no good. The assistant put his hand on his forehead. The transformation was cancelled. The armor on Songwoo's body melted away. His legs giving way. Songwoo angrily punched the floor. Damn it. I couldn't imagine anything at all. Dr. Zhang Uiguan told him. Perhaps he still hasn't mastered giving orders to the ants. If you can't even do this, you won't be able to become number one. Shall we wait a little longer? Songwoo shouted, don't be ridiculous, he is a former UF champion. Songwoo lost his patience. We'll see how long it takes. It's not your fault. I gave up my growing athletic career and signed up thinking I could become a hero. But all you guys do is blame me, right? You've been doing this for a year. Songwoo picked up the shirt. Uiguan comforted him. Don't be so hasty. Letting the ants live in his body was already a partial success. But the last step left was to transform. Uiguan said slowly, this is your responsibility. Choi Songwoo, we have no way to help you. Songwoo blamed. Only he could do this kind of shit experiment. He walked out, not knowing how many times this experiment had happened. You can't be a hero this time. A child's voice rang out. Songwoo asked who it was. Mi-chan and Mi-sun stood in front of Songwoo. The two boys immediately asked him to go out. Songwoo immediately refused. He was not in the mood to play around right now. Seeing that, Mi-chan and Mi-sun immediately teased him for being a loser. Songwoo's face showed surprise. Mi-chan said Mi-sun can control ants. Mi-chan smiled and said, let me show you. Songwoo's face was filled with surprise when he saw the ants flying in front of him. He asked Mi-sun, how did you do that? Mi-sun controls the black ants to form a sword. Mi-chan picked up the sword and told Songwoo to look at this. Isn't it awesome? Songwoo looked at the ants flying up from his hand. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist. Songwoo stepped forward, jealous, and picked Mi-sun up. His face showed jealousy. He asked him in a harsh voice how? Genetic? You got it from your mother, right? Songwoo can't control his emotions. Huh? Say something? Damn it, I asked how? Seeing that, Mi-chan immediately used his sword to slash Mi-sun's legs. Why did you do that to your nephew? The tiger's roar technique at this moment. A voice was heard, number 0, Gammy Jean has returned. The medical staff rushed out, the wound was very serious, that voice rang out again. Mi-sun and Mi-chan rushed out. Akjium burst into tears, blaming her for everything. Gammy Jean was carried away by the doctors. Her whole body was bleeding severely. The Mi-sun brothers were both stunned. Gammy Jean's face was also covered in blood. Gammy Jean also couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Akjium, Mi-chan and Mi-sun rushed over. Gammy Jean struggled to get up. She tried to say, we finally caught him, that bastard, we caught him. Akjium's face showed horror. Sikiel and Uiguan were looking at the guy locked in the room through the glass door. Uiguan couldn't hide his shock. That bastard. The one behind all that incident. The worst, the strongest insector, the stag beetle, Dwell. His body was tall. His hands and feet were tightly bound by chains. His face was extremely ferocious. In the hospital room, Gammy Jean was placed in a glass cage. Ants crawling all over her body. Akjium, Mi-sun and Gammy Jean were extremely worried. The doctor told them that her condition was no longer critical, however, it was very serious, and it would be very difficult for her to work as a zero in the future. Akjium replied, as long as I'm alive, please, I'm sorry. Mi-sun and Mi-chan burst into tears at their mother's current situation. Akjium also couldn't hide her heartache. She felt extremely guilty. What had she done to these children? At this moment, Sikiel entered the room. The doctor told Sikiel, "Gammy Jean is safe." Sikiel told the doctor to go out for a moment. He looked at Gammy Jean, touching the glass cage with his hand. Kajjima spoke first. She had nothing to say. She said she wanted revenge, and now that his daughter was in this state, let's stop. She didn't want to lose anything more. Sikiel said in a low voice, "Thanks to her." He confessed. The enemy was a terrifyingly powerful insector that he had never seen before, facing such a monster. The Gammy Jean prototype had done an excellent job. He curled his lips slightly. It was all thanks to the president's help. Kajjima's expression was full of surprise. He had just laughed. How could he in this situation? She asked him if he wasn't worried about his daughter. Sikiel replied, "He had enough, let's go me son." Sikiel called me son. He held out his hand to me son, telling him to follow him. Me son wondered, "Where are we going?" Kajjima immediately grabbed me son's shoulder and pulled him back. She hugged me son. Where was he going to take the kid in this situation? Sikiel said slowly, "Me son is a special individual chosen by the ants since birth. He will check me son's physical condition and try to improve the things that Gammy Jean lacks." Kajjima pulled me son aside, saying he was out of his mind. She asked Sikiel what he was saying. He was just a child, he was still too young. Sikiel replied, "The boy is not an ordinary child. Kajjima of course knows that. Me son is a child who will become a hero to save all of humanity from the Insector." Sikiel said slowly. Mi Chan's face also showed surprise. Sikiel stepped forward, his two hands grabbing me son. Mi Chan stood there staring at them. Sikiel picked up me son and smiled. "She is my grandchild." He told Kajjima that the other guy was locked in the basement, and if she wanted, she could come and see. Kajjima fell to her knees. What had she been doing all this time? She blamed herself once again. The bastard who killed Seong-ti. She had not cared anymore. "Earlier, I heard Grandpa say something while hugging him." Mi Chan spoke up. Sikiel whispered into Mi son's ear, "You are 901. Mi Chan said in a low voice. His face darkened. He also wants to become 901. Kajjima couldn't believe what she just heard. Mi Chan, why did you say that? It hurts, but if I become 901, everyone will hug me and protect me, laugh with me, cry for me. Mi Chan said sadly. He yelled, "I'm the only worthless one." Mi Chan ran straight out. "I hate everyone." Kajjima now saw red ants crawling all over the glass cage. They burst out from Gammy Jean's body, and their numbers were increasing. Scene change. "So you came here after turning your back on your family? Is that so?" Songwoo said. Mi Chan asked Songwoo, "You also want to become 901 to get a hug, right?" Songwoo frowned. "Hugged by a woman. I just want fame. There is a beehive on the tree." Mi Chan wonders, what is fame? Songwoo replied, meaning he wanted to become a superhero and be famous. Ants crawled out from the hole in his neck. Something about imagination. Ants flew up from Songwoo's fingertips. If this thing works, the ants fell down. Mi Chan also did not forget to tease. "It was a failure, uncle failed." Songwoo angrily shouted, "Damn it, he punched the tree trunk. A 5-year-old kid could do it, why couldn't he?" Mi Chan's face was blank at this moment. The wasp on the tree now surrounded the two of them. Songwoo pushed Mi Chan away, telling him to run. He waved his hand, asking Mi Chan, "Even though I can't transform, I can still catch some wasps, right?" Songwoo's ants clung to the bees, and the bees changed direction. Mi Chan's eyes clearly showed the image of bees rushing towards her. He screamed. No, a bee flew to his hand. The bee crawled into his hand. A look of surprise flashed in Songwoo's eyes. The bees crawled into his body. Songwoo worriedly asked if he was okay. He couldn't hide his surprise. The wasps had just entered. Mi Chan screamed again, and the bees came out of his body. Mi Chan stood up. Blue veins appeared on his face, and his left chest was also glowing. He felt very strange. Songwoo was worried and asked Mi Chan if she wanted him to take her to the hospital. Mi Chan soberly replied, "No." He smiled brightly. "I want to show off to Grandpa." Scene change. Mi son standing alone in the room. The black ants crawled out of the hole in his neck and flew up along his arm. Uiguan recorded the process. The bonding rate was 901. The ants formed something. The connection rate increased from 93 to 96. A sword was formed by the black ants. The connection rate increased to 989. Uiguan was amazed. It was perfect. Even though it was not a combat type, the highest rate of the number 0, red ant, was 978. Mi-sun had surpassed that record. Uiguan complimented Mi-sun for doing a good job. Mi-sun replied, "But after playing with these ants, he was hungry." Uiguan replied, "Really? Then I'll give the ants a present." An arm rose from the floor, and the sword in Mi-sun's hand became crooked. Uiguan asked Mi-sun if she could order the ants to eat that thing. As soon as Mi-sun said the word eat, the black ants flew away, flying towards the monster's arm. Sikyal's mind was filled with thoughts. Black ant, the unique individuals that naturally existed inside Mi-sun's body. Better than the red ant and green ant he created, black ant was superior in every aspect, the rate of connection, the speed of executing orders. However, they were as aggressive as ants in the wild. There weren't too many of them yet, so they couldn't harm Mi-sun's body. If the number of ants increased enough, the thing that would be swallowed by the ants would not only be Insector but also Mi-sun. He would never let that happen. The elevator moved down. The elevator door opened. Mi-chan excitedly ran out. He was extremely happy inside. He also had the power to become a hero. Mom is no 0, big brother is 901, uncle is no 2, we are all superheroes. Mi-chan touched her finger on the scanner. The system successfully authenticated the fingerprint. The door opened. Mi-chan shouted, "Grandpa, look, I have power too." Mi-chan's eyes stopped. There was no one in the room. Mi-chan wondered, wasn't Grandpa in the basement? The chains fell down with a clanging sound. Mi-chan turned around. Dwell clung to the glass door, looking fiercely at Mi-chan. The alarm bells rang out shrilly. Emergency! Insector Dwell has removed the restraint device. All personnel gathered at the Insector prison on the 3rd floor underground. Dwell's eyes were blazing as he looked at Mi-chan. Mi-chan was so scared that his face turned pale and his body involuntarily retreated. He realized that was what had made his mother like that. The glass door was gradually cracked by Dwell. The glass door finally cracked. Dwell rushed forward to attack Mi-chan. At this moment, Songwoo rushed over and punched Dwell hard in the face. "How dare you do that?" He punched Dwell in the face again. "The damn Insector." Mi-chan's expression was full of surprise. Dwell had armor on, but it didn't cover his entire body. He said to Mi-chan, "I can't hold it for long." Songwoo rushed forward and hurriedly told Mi-chan to run away. Dwell also rushed over. Songwoo threw a punch to Dwell's face. He was filled with anger. That brat, how could he do this? Songwoo's punch stopped in front of Dwell. Songwoo seemed to realize something. Dwell used the 2 horns on his head to stab him like a bull, but Songwoo jumped up to dodge. Songwoo's waist was injured. He was holding his wound. The damn monster. Dwell punched him in the face. Songwoo was pushed hard to the floor by Dwell. He kept punching Songwoo. Mi-chan's face was full of fear. Songwoo's face was covered in blood. Mi-chan gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Stop." He screamed. Stopped. A light source appeared. Dwell's face was a bit surprised. It turned to go to Mi-chan. His tall figure stood before him. "Where are you going?" Songwoo spoke up. "It's not over yet," Songwoo growled. Dwell turned around. Songwoo suddenly transformed into a demon form. He attacks Dwell in the face. Round 2 hit. Songwoo moved at lightning speed, continuously launching flashy attacks at Dwell. He blocked Mi-chan's face. Mi-chan's eyes filled with shock. Songwoo told him not to move. He rushed in front of Dwell. The blade in his hand stabbed into Dwell's body. Then he threw Dwell away. Dwell opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Songwoo sat down. Mi-chan shouted, "Uncle." Dwell suddenly rushed forward. Mi-chan immediately stood in front of him. He raised his hand and opened it, ordering him to stop. A source of power radiated from his arm. Dwell seemed to be sucked by Mi-chan's strength. Mi-chan's arm also became bigger because of that. The veins on it also stood out. He opened his mouth wide and let out a loud huh. The iron handcuffs fell to the ground. The elevator door opened.